When it comes to Smash Bros. Brawl, I think it's fair to say that most people either liked or really loved the Subspace Emissary. A platforming adventure mode featuring over 30 different Nintendo characters still feels like a dream, even over 10 years ago. But let me ask, could you complete this entire campaign without jumping a single time? Today, we're gonna try to beat this huge story mode without a single jump, so let's get jinky with it. To clarify, when I say jumping, I mean just jumps are banned. We'll play on a GameCube controller with tap jump turned off and the Y and X buttons disabled. That way we can still open doors and use recovery jumps, but that's about it. Starting with what I guess you'd call the prologue, we have to choose between playing as Mario or Kirby. I chose Mario simply because I'm a bit better with his moveset, and I gotta say, it feels really strange not being able to jump. I also didn't realize until now that I wasn't going to be able to do any aerial attacks unless I was launched into the air. After the Kirby fight, I took on a group of enemies, and this wasn't that bad outside of the pesky Spock clouds. The only way I could reach them was with my super jump punch, but alas, it was doable. Now, PD Piranha following was actually kind of challenging. I was getting hit by every cage at first until I realized I basically need to spam Kirby's final cover to avoid his swings and hit the cages. I ended up saving Zelda because she has a bit more of a versatile recovery, which may be really useful further down the line. And next was Skyworld, and while there were a lot of jumps throughout the entirety of the level, using Pit's Power of Flight made them pretty easy. For the Sea Clouds level, I chose to use Zelda over Kirby simply because of her recovery, Furor's Wind. This made the level surprisingly easy. I even managed to nab a Greep trophy without having to damage him at all. The jungle level went pretty well outside of this dumb death I had with Diddy Kong. When I switched to Donkey Kong, I realized just how horrible his recovery was, as I wasn't even able to clear this tiny gap due to his inability to travel up when on the ground. After that death though, the rest of the level went pretty smoothly. The plane was another painless level. The jumps were really basic, and I only had one dumb death with Pit. Basically, I was going for this orange block and somehow fell down a pit and died. Get it? Pit, you get the joke, right? Yeah, it's not that funny, I know. Now, you might be wondering, what if I wanted to play this challenge with a friend? Later in this video, we're gonna do just that with Parsec. But moving on, things are stepping up a notch as we dive into the lake level. First was fighting Rayquaza, and he really wasn't that hard since his attacks are really predictable. But the level itself was giving me a lot of issues. I went in as Fox since his Flying Fox is decent and I'm better with him than Diddy Kong, but then I got to that room where everything goes dark and you need to blow up the bomb in the corner. For whatever reason, Fox's recovery does not blow up the bomb, and I couldn't reach it with any of his other attacks either, so I essentially soft-locked myself and had to restart the level. Retrying with Diddy Kong, his rocket barrel boost was able to blow up the bomb, but my next problem were all these platforms. Trying to climb up these small pathways without falling was a lot harder than you'd think. I was constantly missing jumps and falling to the bottom. With some trial and error, I did get through it, but then I was an idiot. I went into this red door after hitting the bomb on the right side of the screen, thinking I was going to avoid that lava room. The problem is I forgot to switch to the other door and ended up soft-locking myself again in this room. I tried for several minutes to go back through the door, but no matter what I did, I couldn't get through it and was basically just stuck there. After retrying once again and remembering how to actually beat the level, I was able to clean up house. The Bowser fight was a bit harder than usual, but after that, we were set. Next is the Ruin Zoo, and right away we start with an auto-scroller. This might not seem that bad, except that we're playing as Lucas, one of the few characters that doesn't really have a recovery move. I couldn't use PK Thunder anywhere efficiently, so I literally had to damage boost myself above the platforms, which actually means pray I was launched in the right direction, but doing this caused me to lose stocks really quickly. And after a while, I was down to my last stock and still wasn't done with the level. I kind of assumed I wasn't going to make it, but by some freakish miracle, I actually got to the end without losing all my lives. After that was the actual level, and I played as Squirtle for obvious reasons, but died early on because I got stuck in the water. I think I could have gotten out of the water, but the problem is I don't know how to play video games. So now I was stuck with using Lucas, and my next hurdle were these 3 swinging platforms. The only way I could get across was to very carefully aim my PK Thunder shots and make sure I land on each swinging platform. This took several tries to get down, but eventually I got to the end. And you won't believe this, but I could not clear this tiny gap. Look how small it is. Like, this is honestly just so sad. I tried using PK Thunder on the ground and couldn't get any height from that, so then I tried standing on this corner and launching myself up, and I actually got right to that corner, but wasn't able to grab the ledge. So what was the solution? I had to go back to the water, drown Lucas, and have Squirtle come back in. Near the end of the stage, I was worried about getting over these super high pillars, but I somehow managed to clear them with Lucas on my first try. After that was the Battlefield Fortress. This was a pretty long section, but nothing was too challenging. The minecart section wasn't even that bad. For that last jump that's really far away, I just glided across the gap with Meta Knight. Maybe that wasn't necessary, but it was at least pretty fancy. But then came the forest. This level was an absolute nightmare. That's because both of our characters, Link and Yoshi, don't have a vertical recovery move at all. That's right, not even Link could fly vertically in the air unless he was already airborne, which we can't do. I did choose to use Link because I found a strategy where by throwing bombs at myself, I could lift Link into the air, which allowed me to use his recovery. Something strange I noticed is that Link would always get tossed towards the left when hitting myself with a bomb no matter which way I faced. I have no idea why this happened. Eventually, I died doing this and was forced to use Yoshi for a bit, which was even harder to do considering he could barely clear small gaps. The most annoying part was getting past this wall. I literally had to rely on the enemies to launch me up above to the ceiling to get across. It's cool that you can do this, but good lord. And after some more time, I got to this part with a pink switch. Hitting this spawns 3 platforms temporarily, which as you can guess, spells bad news for us. I kept trying to use Link's bombs to my advantage here, but the platforms kept disappearing before I got to the ladder. After what felt like a century, my damage was high enough to the point that I was launching myself to this middle platform, then I was able to bomb myself again and then grab the ladder. But I couldn't celebrate yet because I had one more forced fight to do, and it was especially terrifying seeing as my damage was so high and dying meant I'd have to start all over. But by some stroke of luck, I knocked out all the enemies and made it out of the forest. And now, onto the research facility. Zero Suit Samus is pretty useless here. Her recovery move is just a tether grab, and her down B only gives her a tiny jump forward. The first section where you have to play as her thankfully doesn't require any jumping, so the rest of the level can be completed with Pikachu. There's nothing too difficult worth mentioning. The lake shore is our next location, and we had to do a fight with Peach as well as Yoshi and Link, and then a short level after. That's about all there is to say. After that was the path to the ruins, and this was an especially tedious level. It's very long, and you basically have to play the whole thing as Squirtle to stand a chance at all. Lucas was out of the question once again, but alas, everything was going okay until I got inside the ruins. There's a part where you gotta knock out a few enemies, and you have this really big jump to make. Now, I kid you not, I tried this jump over and over and over and over again, and was always right at the tippy top, but just not high enough to reach it. I was really starting to get frustrated at how close I was and was getting ready to try this with Lucas, but then this happened. I don't actually know how or why I got up that particular time, but I'll take it. After that, the rest of the level was pretty simple. The cave was next, and this was another level that wasn't that bad except for one part. There's this area where some rock walls come towards you and there's some holes to go through at different heights. Obviously, this will be pretty challenging seeing as we can't jump. I tried this with every character, and all of them either couldn't make that final ledge or they just fell into the hole because their recovery is bad. After some practice, I figured out a strategy with Pit that by very carefully timing when to use his wings and when to land, I was able to avoid the walls entirely and finish up. After that was the ruins, and this one was tough but manageable, except I found a place where you can soft lock if you're playing as Lucas. See, here's a pink switch and some platforms, and as far as I'm aware, I can't even get Lucas on a single platform, so I had to restart the level and enter it as Squirtle. But besides that, the level was possible. The Wilds was the next location, and it was short and sweet with no issues. We also fought Gallium here, and P was no trouble. After fighting Gallium a second time, we went back into the Wilds and everything was a-okay. The ending, however, was a little annoying because I couldn't get up to the top as Mario. So I took a motion sensor bomb to blow myself up so I could switch to Link. Then using the same bomb trick from before, I was able to propel myself up and finish the level. Next was the swamp, and again, there was nothing here that was too hard. At this point, I'm just getting really annoyed that I can't jump. Having to meticulously time every single move I do to ensure I don't fall is just obnoxious, especially on levels like this where you need to be more and more precise. But after that, we're back inside the research facility. Surprisingly, this level didn't take nearly as long as I thought it would. By complete accident, I took a hit from an enemy and landed on one of the top orange platforms. That platform just so happened to take me exactly to where I needed to go, and the rest of the stage was a piece of cake. Next was outside the ancient ruins, and all I can say is Olimar is totally helpless. He's another character that can't get any verticality with his recovery, so I had to slog through the whole level with Falcon. The Gamigas were extremely annoying because you had to slowly get Falcon on the edge to hit him, but most of the time he would hit you with a laser and knock you away. But once I got through them, it was a doable level. After that was the Glacial Peak, and let me tell you, I about peaked in anger trying to climb this damn mountain. The only two characters I can work with are the Ice Climbers and Meta Knight. The Ice Climbers were alright. The recovery belay is decent, but it was really easy to lose my partner, so I had to take it slow. I got near the end of the level with only one life left and only Meta Knight. The last section was quite possibly the most agitated I've been with a game in forever. All I had to do was climb up like 6 or 7 platforms, but all I could use was Meta Knight's shuttle loop and drill rush, and I also had to avoid these Spocks and Totos. Even when I killed them off, climbing the mountain just felt like luck. All the platforms were either covered in ice or were just too small. I fell at least 100 times because of how little control I had with the wind pushing me around, and I don't know, maybe I'm just bad with Meta Knight. Eventually though, I was able to get up top. Moving on, the Battleship Halberd interior was pretty simple. Being able to use Snake's Cypher really helped us out. After taking care of the interior, now it's time to finish up the exterior. And you won't believe this, but the hardest part of the stage was just walking from left to right of the ship. And I mean that. Sheik and Peach don't have the greatest recovery jumps, so trying to cross the ship was agonizing at times. Like, look at some of these jumps I had to make at the end. There were several points where I honestly wasn't sure if this would be possible. Heck, for the beginning, I purposefully died just to abuse spawn points and skip ahead. Quite frankly, I don't know how I got through this, but I did, so let's move on. Next was the Subspace Bomb Factory. This was a series of levels that were extremely long in general, but a good chunk of it wasn't that bad. The part where I had to get the blue, red, and green dotted door to open was a pain in the butt though, because you could only do it with certain characters. As an example, I hit this green switch with Olimar, but it was impossible for me to turn around and finish. The other parts of the stage were just straight up tough, but it was all doable. So we finally made it to Subspace, so I thought now was the time to play some co-op. Since I don't want to play with Nathaniel because he's bad at video games, I called up my good old friend Tetrabit Gaming and used Parsec to connect his controller to my computer. Going through the entrance to Subspace wasn't too shabby, considering we could select from a lot of different characters. Naturally, we picked ones with really good recovery jumps. But then we actually dove into Subspace. That's when we ran into a lot of trouble. As you know, all the characters were turned into trophies outside of 3, and those are Luigi, King Dedede, and Ness. Here's the problem with that. All 3 of these characters have horrible recoveries. Ness is completely worthless, Luigi's is kind of okay for going just vertical, and Dedede's is the best, but it's really laggy and just hard to use. As you'll see, me and Tetra were having a lot of struggles just trying to barely scrape by. One thing we learned is that I was basically forced to play as King Dedede and wasn't allowed to die at any point in time. We can also easily softlock ourselves in this first level, like by going into this door, and here we have access to the Falco and Pit trophies, but no way to actually go back out. So after resetting and slowly making our way up these red swinging platforms, we made it to the next room. Also, notice how much damage I have. I have to get through the rest of this level as DDD and basically not get hit at all. But this isn't even the hard part. This next room has 2 yellow platforms that, when stepped on, create more platforms for you to climb up. And it's only temporary, so imagine trying to climb up this staircase as DDD. Maybe I just don't know how to use them, but this task seemed near impossible. His recovery is just way too slow, seeing how much lag there is in between his jumps, but after dozens and dozens of tries, I did somehow clear it. But that wasn't all. After going through a couple more rooms, in front of me was a row of arrow boxes that fall when you step on them and a yellow wall that needed to be broken. The problem is, first, Tetra died and we ran out of lives, and second, landing on these blocks after using my recovery was an instant death. I'm serious, DDD takes so long to pick himself up that he can't even save himself after landing. So what I had to do was land at the very top of these yellow blocks and with some frame-perfect positioning, do another recovery jump and snag the very edge of the platform with the door on it. This took a ton of tries. And no, we still aren't out of this level. For the final door, we have another yellow platform, but this time the white blocks are more spread out and they're smaller. I seriously attempted this section like 100 times, and it really seemed like this challenge was about to end near the end of this game.
Yes! That was sick.
I guess I somehow optimized DDD's movement there. It really did seem impossible, but hey, we did it. And yet, we still aren't quite done with Subspace. The last level forced me and Tetra to play as Kirby, which would normally be great, except that we only have his final cutter attack to work with. And then we saw there was another yellow platform, and we both died a little bit inside. Kirby's recovery takes way too long to be able to clear this gap, so the only way we could get across was to damage boost off an enemy. Like, check this out. It was the most insane luck that we didn't not only die, but we were launched in just the right direction and had enough time before the blocks disappeared. After that, we needed to fight a barrage of enemies, but this was extremely dangerous because I was already at a really high percentage with no extra lives. But after that hurdle, we managed to complete all 3 levels. At this point, we realized that we were at the Great Maze. In order to stay friends with Tetra, I told him he could stop playing so he didn't have to suffer through this last part of the game. So a big thanks to him and Parsec for helping me play through a bit of the Subspace Emissary. But anyway, the Great Maze really wasn't that interesting. Since I could use characters like Rob to get around, it was pretty easy to finish it all. And once I saved all the fighters, Taboo was our final obstacle. And after ripping him to shreds and pieces, just like that, we completed the entire adventure mode. So to answer our question, it is indeed possible to complete the Subspace Emissary without jumping. And crazy enough, it wasn't nearly as hard as I was expecting it to be. Sure, there was some nasty parts here and there, but overall it was just more annoying to play through and really not that challenging. I think anybody could do this, but I would not recommend it, trust me. With over 70 characters in the game, that gives us over 70 final smashes. But which one is the best? I've attempted to rank every final smash in the game, and from the smash ball technically and not that little meter. My choices are mostly based on practicality and results, and partially style points too. And with that said, let's get her ranked. 76, Jigglypuff's Puff Up. Jigglypuff grows really big and launches nearby enemies. The problem is that even on small stages, you could avoid this attack by carefully jumping out of the way. 75, Rosalina's Grand Star. A big star shoots stars across the stage. Its only benefit is if you manage to trap your opponents inside this star, otherwise it's completely useless. 74, Peach's Blossom. Peach does a dance and everyone falls asleep. You basically have to choose to heal with the drop Peaches or get one smash attack in. This one can only be good if it's very situational, like on a scrolling stage or if you're not above ground, like I purposefully demonstrated, but otherwise it kinda sucks. 73, Daisy's Blossom. It's the exact same thing as Peaches, but you get to eat daisies. These two could be interchanged, of course. 72, Rob's Guided Robo Beam. Rob's final smashes are slowly getting better over time, but this one is still just okay. He shoots quick guided lasers and then shoots a big laser which can be moved up and down. The problem is getting your opponents into the laser because Rob waits like 8 years to actually use it. 71, Dr. Mario's Finale. Two big ol' vitamins fly across the screen and attack players that get caught in its wrath. It's okay, but it's easy for your opponent to avoid it if you aren't right next to them. Also, they should have made something unique because 70, Mario's finale. It's just Dr. Mario's Final Smash, but with seemingly a touch more spread. 69, Wii Fit Trainers Wii Fit. A wave of silhouettes of different Wii Fit poses are released with one big one at the end. It's just okay, the problem is that it's kinda weak. 68, Mii Sword Fighter's Final Edge. It's like Wii Fit Trainers, but slightly better. The shockwaves move a lot faster and are more effective despite the smaller amount of range. Really, the previous 4 I just talked about could all be rearranged completely based on the scenario. 67, Mr. Game & Watch's Octopus. You turn into an octopus and it grabs characters in its way and drags them off the stage. It's better than before, but characters can wiggle out of his grasp. 66, Ryu's Shinku Hadouken. It's basically a bigger version of a Hadouken that can go through the stage. It's strong, but way too slow and really easy to avoid. 65, Ice Climber's Iceberg. A giant iceberg is summoned from the ground. You can move it left and right now, but you also move left and right, so you have to be careful and pay attention or you'll die like I did. 64, Link's Ancient Bow and Arrow. Link fires a powerful blue glowing arrow that explodes on contact and launches opponents. However, it doesn't go through multiple characters, kind of like 63, Dark Pit Staff. He shoots a little arrow that can go through multiple foes. It's effective, but a bit on the boring side. 62, Donkey Kong's Jungle Rush. Donkey Kong releases a barrage of punches and finishes with an uppercut. It's pretty strong, but the first punch has to connect for it to count. 61, Inkling's Killer Whale. You drop a killer whale on the ground or in the air and it's like a wave beam, but the problem is it takes a while to activate and it's easy to avoid. Plus you move Inkling and the beam up and down at the same time, which doesn't help matters at all. 60, Luigi's Poltergust G00. Luigi sucks up nearby fighters as well as items and then launches them. This may appear to be the same Final Smash from Smash 4, but the vacuum cleaner comes from Luigi's Mansion 3. That's right, if you compare the teaser trailer with the one in this game, they match right up. 59, Pichu's Volt Tackle. You turn into an electric ball and zap players around the screen. It actually does more damage than Pikachu's, but you take damage doing this. Which, yeah, Volt Tackle in Pokemon has the same effect, but seriously? 58, Kirby's Ultra Sword. Here's one of the super abilities from Kirby Return to Dreamland. The sword slashes up opponents and launches them. What's nice is you can catch opponents pretty easily thanks to it being able to cut through terrain, just like in the original game too. 57, Bayonetta's Infernal Climax. You enter Witch Time and have to fill the climax gauge by attacking opponents, and then Gamora is summoned and attacks. This is the most complicated Final Smash to do, and while it's innovative, it's a little much for one attack. 56, Ganondorf's Ganon, the Demon King. It's similar to Beast Ganon, but now he swings his sword forward first before rushing across the screen. The swing also stuns foes, so that, on top of the huge range, makes this one decent. 55, Marth's Critical Hit. Marth rushes forward with blazing speed. It's incredibly strong, but not the easiest to land. I love that the little bar for Fire Emblem pops up for this too. 54, Lucina's Critical Hit. The exact same thing. Either or could be better or worse depending on who you prefer playing as. 53, Roy's Critical Hit. He does this slow fire spin with his sword and slashes forward, again using the little bar from Fire Emblem. 52, Chrom's Awakening Ether. Chrom uses a technique called Soul and follows up with Luna. It's similar to a critical hit attack, but with a bit more punch to it, and it's inspired by Aether's portrayal in Fire Emblem Awakening. 51, Bowser Jr.'s Shadow Mario Paint. Shadow Mario paints his way into battle and does stuff, I guess. It's a strong move, but I hate that there's a giant X over all the interesting action. I don't get the point of that. 50, Wario's Wario Man. Instead of taking control of Wario Man, now he attacks automatically in a comic book-like fashion and ends it with a powerful fart. It's every man's dream. 49, Ken's Shinryuken. It's basically a giant flaming uppercut that does really good damage. The only real downside is that it ends in like a second or two. 48, Little Mac's Gigamac Rush. It's like Donkey Kong's Final Smash, but he turns into Gigamac, and his final uppercut is incredibly beefy. 47, Olimar's End of Day. He hops into his Hakate ship and nearby enemies are buried. Then he crash lands and explodes on top of everyone in the way. Seems like a waste of a perfectly good ship, but it does the job. 46, Pikachu's Volt Tackle. It's Pichu's Final Smash, but not quite as powerful. However, he doesn't take damage using it, so I would consider it slightly better for that reason. 45, Ryu's Shin Shoryuken. Ryu launches an incredibly powerful uppercut with tons of flashy special effects. It's pretty dimmadome good. 44, Shulk shouts the Chain Attack. Shulk teams up with Fiora, and either Dunban or Riki beat the living crap out of his opponent. 43. Duck Hunt NES Zapper Posse. Same idea as Shulk's, but the characters come from Duck Hunt, Hogan's Alley, and Wild Gunman. While I personally find this to be cooler, I can see how some would prefer Shulk's Final Smash over this one. 42. Corrin's Torrential Roar. You pretty much turn into a dragon and release a giant whirlpool at your opponent. It's one of the most intense transformations and attacks, and it's pretty solid. 41. Diddy Kong's Hyper Rocket Barrel. He flies around the screen in every direction, then goes to his closest opponent for a final hit. It's way better than his original Final Smash and just looks a lot cooler. 40. Fox's Team Star Fox. Fox finally busts out the R-Wing for a final smash, and his team flies out into space to shoot down any targeted opponents. Also, Fox has a specific line when Wolf is the target.
This is the end for you, Wolf.
That's a nice touch, Sakurai. 39. Falco's Team Star Fox. It's the same thing but with a different flight pattern. Falco's quote, "Time for a little payback," actually comes directly from Star Fox 64. 38. Wolf's Team Star Wolf. It's like the other two, but he has special lines when he attacks Fox and Falco. All three of these are pretty neat. Any of them could be swapped with each other. 37. Ness's PK Starstorm. Meteors fall from the sky, and you can control them by tilting left or right. Paula and Pooh also make a nice cameo. It's really easy to get hits in with this, but the attacks aren't that powerful. 36. Lucas's PK Starstorm. It's the exact same Final Smash, but he has Kumatora and Boney by his side, and you tilt up and down instead to spread out or close in on the meteors. 35. Zelda's Triforce of Wisdom. The opponent is swallowed into a gigantic triangle. The suctions get stronger and stronger and launches the player. 34. Simon's Grand Cross. You're summoned into a coffin and then you're crossed to death? I guess they're like laser crosses? I don't know at this point. 33. Richter's Grand Cross. It's the same thing, unless you like brown hair more than blonde. 32. Young Link's Triforce Slash. The player gets trapped in the Triforce and Yink goes buck wild on them. It's still one of the most cinematic Final Smashes to this day, even with it originating from Brawl. 31. Toon Link's Triforce Slash. It's the same thing. If you like the cartoony graphics more than that, then that's great, because I do too. 30. Villager's Dream Home. If you thought Extreme Makeover Home Edition builds houses fast, Villager traps a person inside, and Tom Nook builds it in 5 seconds, and then it explodes. It's pretty strong and just fun to watch too. 29. Isabel's Dream Town Hall. It's the same, but you build a town hall. Town halls are bigger than homes, so I guess that's why this one's better. Even though they're scaled the same, just let me have this. 28. Mii Brawler's Omega Blitz. You kick your opponents into the sky with a bunch of other punches and stuff. It's okay, but other characters pull this kind of Final Smash off a lot better. 27. Ike's Great Ether. He throws his sword in the air, screams Great Ether, and slashes down like cutting into your first piece of steak. It just feels right. 26. Cloud's Omni Slash. Pretty much just Ike's Final Smash, but I like Cloud's hair more. 25. Robin's Pair Up. Similar to Ike's Final Smash, but Chrom comes in to help slash your opponent up, which is kinda weird because he's a playable character now, but hey. All of Robin's tomes and Levin's sword will be recovered if the attack connects. 24. Greninja's Ninja Attack. You throw someone in the air, but instead of a sword, your body is the weapon, and it looks pretty dang. 23. Meta Knight's Darkness Illusion. Characters are thrown into the air and slashed up, and at the end there's a cool little close-up showing how zuck they are. Idiots. 22. Mii Gunner's Full Blast. Your Mii shoots generic lasers, but they're surprisingly stronger than I expected. Plus, the blast range is a nice meaty size. 21. Snake's Covering Fire. He aims a reticle at his opponents and shoots 5 missiles. What's nice is they'll fire even if you can't lock on. It's a nice, devastating Final Smash. 20. Zero Suit Samus's Zero Laser. She hops on her gunship, aims a cursor at her opponent, and fires one long laser blast. The end matters the most because that's the really powerful blast, and it's a pretty satisfying and solid attack. 19. Ken Shippu Jinryu Kyaku. I probably said that wrong, but basically Ken does a series of the flashiest spin kicks I've ever seen in my life. It's not only great, but Ken tends to push the players closer to the edge, making it easier to KO with. 18. Incineroar's Max Militia's Moonsault. The opponent is charged at, hit multiple times, then launched into the air and back down with a headbutt followed with a giant explosion. I have no idea what just happened, but it was great. 17. King DDD's DD Rush. You somehow end up in a cage match, and the opponent is thrown into a barbed wall, several missiles hit them, and then DDD runs up and smashes his enemy with a hammer. It is brutal and beautiful at the same time. 16. Ridley's Plasma Scream. Your opponents are chucked onto Samus's gunship and plasma beamed to death. God damn, Ridley. Even for you, that's a little excessive. 15. Yoshi's Stampede. A Yoshi army stampedes through a canyon and stomps on whoever's in the way. This Final Smash references the original Melee intro as it's basically a recreation of that scene. It's such a creative and strong attack. 14. King K. Rool's Blast-O-Matic. K. Rool sits on his throne in Crocodile Isle and fires a giant laser right through Donkey Kong Island. It makes absolutely no sense, but I love cinematic Final Smashes that go to this extent. 13. Sheik's Sheikah Dance. He, or she, slices forward with a dagger and the Sheikah symbol flashes on screen. It's much more visually interesting than the previous Final Smashes, and it's pretty easy to capture someone too while also being powerful. 12. Captain Falcon's Blue Falcon animation. The handsome fella calls up his Blue Falcon, throws his opponents on an F-Zero track, and straight up plows through them. The captain does not play around. 11. Mewtwo's Psy Strike. He transforms into Mega Mewtwo Y, throws up some Psychic Ball, and zaps players all at the same time. It's a crazy light show and very powerful too. 10. Mega Man's Mega Legends. Mega Man shoots a black hole and a swarm of Mega Mans appear, including X, Volna, .exe, Starforce, Proto Man, and Base, and they all shoot one giant laser at the same time. Hot mama, this one's epic. 9. Palutena's Black Hole Laser. Everyone once again gets dragged into a black hole, and then an enormous laser comes out of nowhere and blasts everyone to Kingdom Come. It's one of the strongest and most effective lasers in the game. 8. Pac-Man's Super Pac-Man. The Pac transforms to his classic form and zooms around the screen eating people. Hitting players is a breeze, and the extra detail in seeing your opponent's eyes after they've been eaten is really charming. 7. Sonic's Supersonic. He transforms into the legend himself. He zooms across the sides of the screen, and you can actually control his vertical movement, making it really easy to hit players. 6. Lucario's Aura Storm. He flies into the air and releases Aura Storm down into the ground. It can be adjusted left and right too. It's one of the most satisfying attacks, and it packs a good punch. 5. Pokemon Trainer's Triple Finish. All 3 Pokemon team up together to release a Blast of Death. It's incredibly powerful and even drags people in because of how wide it is. 4. Samus's Zero Laser. Samus fires a mega giant laser which pulls in nearby fighters too. You can also change the angle by tilting up or down. 3. Dark Samus's Phazon Laser. The same thing, but I like edgy. 2. Bowser's Giga Bowser Punch. Instead of playing as Giga Bowser, now he hops into the background and you get one massive punch. If the opponent's damage is high, it's really easy to get a KO with this. It's hard not to miss this attack. And number 1, Pit's Lightning Chariot. It's basically the Dragoon, but from behind and not in the front. And it's pretty darn spiffy if I do say so myself. So yeah, I did not think Pit would end up taking first place, but like I said before, I based this list off how easy it was to do damage and get kills, and I found that Pit tended to do the best job with that. Smash Bros. Ultimate is loaded with items, and today's list counts down the best of the best and the worst of the worst. We won't be including Smash Balls, Assist Trophies, or Poke/Master Balls because their range and use could be used for their own video, and we won't count the items that hold other items too. These include the Crate, Rolling Crate, Party Ball, Barrel, Capsule, Grass, and Sandbag. But with that, let's get her ranked. 76, Poison Mushroom. If you mistake this for the Super Mushroom, run for your life and good luck out there. 75, Boomerang. You throw it and it comes back to you. Every time I grab this, I regret it because it's so weak and it gets in the way of me doing my usual attacks. 74, Smoke Ball. After it's thrown, smoke bursts all around, making it hard to see. It can be stuck to an enemy too, but man, this item is helpful for absolutely no one. It's like a gimped version of the Nintendog Assist Trophy. 73, Freezy. Throw a chunk of ice and freeze your opponents. By mashing buttons, you can escape in mere seconds. Plus it rolls on the ground, making it easy to accidentally destroy instead of pick up. 72, Super Leaf. You can hover for a little bit, if that's special at all. Honestly, I just like having the tails and ears. It's just not that practical of an item. 71, Rocket Belt. It's like the Super Leaf, but you get more airtime and can go up. The only character that would really benefit from this is Little Mac, I guess, and any other characters with bad recoveries. 70, Food. Eat some snacks to heal in tiny amounts. It's basically like eating one chip out of a chip bag. It's never enough and you're left unfulfilled. 69, Mr. Saturn. One of the weakest and most useless items. However, it can break shields. But let's be honest, how likely is that even going to happen? There's no need to shield against an item that barely does damage to begin with. 68, Banana Peel. delicious yellow fruit slips person and you have a giggle. But honestly, I'm not laughing because this item is kinda crappy. It does little damage and avoiding it is a non-issue. 67. Blast Box. A box that explodes from fire attacks or taking too much damage. This one just kinda scares me. It's hard to tell when it's gonna blow up, unless you use fire of course. It can do good damage, but it's not that safe. 66. Motion Sensor Bomb. Once this is set, the bomb will go off the moment anyone gets too close. It might sound great, but it's always obvious where it is, and you can just blow it up with a projectile, defeating the whole purpose of it. 65. Pitfall. This one makes a hidden pitfall that will trap players who step on it. I've never found it that useful, especially since players can usually escape before I can get a good attack on them. 64. Fake Smash Ball. It's a smash ball, but it's not. You try to break her open and end up taking an enormous amount of damage. Sometimes it's easy to tell that it's fake and sometimes it isn't. I can't even trust smash balls anymore because of this. 63. Special Flag. Now, yes, this item does get you an extra stock or a KO, but do you know how lucky you have to be to actually get to use this? You gotta hold the flag up for like 3 seconds. Your odds are really slim of that happening. 62. Healing Field. Throw this to create a healing field on the ground. I find that it's pretty counterintuitive seeing how rarely players stand in one spot. 61. Hothead. A fireball that grows when attacked with fire or electricity. It moves around the stage or a platform, and it's really only useful in very specific situations. 60. Fire Flower. Hold this out and flame your foes in fire. It's really hard to trap your enemies in the flames unless you get really close to them, and the attack power is kinda low. 59. Warp Star. Sends you to the sky and back down for a devastating attack. You can move a bit to the left and right to aim, but your enemies are given so much time to avoid the star. 58. Bumper. This can be placed in the air or on the ground to launch players across the stage. However, the launch isn't that great and doesn't do damage after the initial attack either. 57. Back Shield. The name speaks for itself, you're shielded from behind. But since you usually attack from the front, I've never found it all that useful in the long haul. 56. Killer Eye. But is it that killer? It's an eyeball that shoots beams but changes directions when you hit it. It's not bad, but shots come out really slowly. 55. Soccer Ball. Give this a kick and the ball burst into flames? Well, the flames do hurt enemies, but actually hitting someone with it is basically a shot in the dark, no pun intended. 54. Ray Gun. You fire a fast-moving shot that knocks enemies backwards and into the air. This can be used to spam, but it's also rather easy to break out of, and the shots aren't that strong. 53. Banana Gun. Squeeze that banana's insides and it somehow turns into a bullet. While it's really creative, you only get one shot, and it's rather slow too. 52. Steel Diver. Shoot a torpedo and watch it blow in your opponent's face. Or not, because it's stupid slow and easy to avoid. But saying that, if you do get hit, it'll knock you off your feet. 51. Staff. A weapon that fires a laser, but the farther away you are, the stronger the shot is. It's really fast, which is great, but getting a shot from far away is pretty unlikely most of the time. 50. Rage Blaster. The higher your damage, the stronger the blast will be. While this can be a decent weapon, it's not really the best option out there, but I do love how awesome the blaster looks. 49. Urina. I don't know how to say that. Anyway, throw this and it'll release dangerous spikes for massive damage, and it sticks to walls. 48. Bob-omb. Grab this bad boy and throw for a nice explosion. But the funny guy has a mind of his own, as he'll walk around if you don't grab him soon enough, and he'll blow up in your hand if you hold him for too long, so you gotta be careful. 47. Gooey Bomb. Throw this sticky mess and it will stick to something, hopefully your enemy. This can be quite useful, but your enemy can also brush by you and stick the bomb back onto yourself. 46. X-Bomb. This blast goes in 4 directions, which can be vertical, horizontal, or diagonal. It's rather powerful, but also not that hard to avoid since it does take a couple seconds to go off. 45. Smart Bomb. Throw this and a massive explosion occurs, hurting anyone caught in the blast. Unless it's a dud, of course. The only minor issue is avoiding the giant blast yourself. 44. Cuckoo. Cuckoo? I don't know how to talk. But what is this? It's little chickens that just kind of hang out. But if you hurt one of these guys, a swarm will come in and mash you up, and they're really good at making you vulnerable. 43. Beehive. Very similar to the cuckoo, seeing as a swarm of bees mob a fighter, but they're easier to control. 42. Daybreak Parts. Grab the 3 parts of this huge weapon for a powerful beam attack. The beam itself packs a huge chunk of damage, but the problem is actually grabbing all the parts since your enemies likely have the others. 41. Dragoon. It's basically the Daybreak, but more effective, even though it does a little less damage. 40. Killing Edge, a big ol' katana for your slashing pleasure. When it glows, the damage and launch power is doubled, but the glowing only happens briefly, so you kinda just have to get lucky hitting someone since the action is so chaotic. 39. Super Launch Star. Throw this star-shaped item and launch players that enter it. It may not seem that bad, but you can actually die at a relatively low damage by jumping in by accident. But same with any enemies you push in. 38. Fire Bar. Yes, this is a sword bar right from the original Super Mario Bros. Every swing you connect with removes a ball of fire, making the reach shorter and shorter, but the power is quite snazzy. 37. Beam Sword. It's a classic Smash Bros. Item. You swing, charge, or throw the beam sword and slash up your enemies. It's even got a nice little zappy sound when you swing it, but it's also not the strongest of attacks. 36. Death Scythe. It's similar to the beam sword, but a tilt or smash attack will KO at high damage, so it's slightly better, albeit similar at the same time. 35. Star Rod. Swing this candy cane or charge it to release a powerful star attack. I'd say it's slightly better than most sword type items because of the added projectile. 34. Lipstick. Whack this flower on a foe and they'll get a pretty little flower on their head. And they take constant damage from the flower, so it's the weapon that keeps on giving. 33. Deku Nut. This itty bitty nut explodes on impact. It'll either daze fighters on the ground or launch them in the air. It's a nut that don't play around. 32. Super Spicy Curry. That's a spicy meatball. You'll breathe fire uncontrollably and burn players in the process. It's good for doing bits of damage, but getting attacks in can be a struggle due to the fire. 31. Black Hole. Throw this to create a black hole to trap players and items. As you'd expect, this can be useful for getting some free hits in. 30. Bomber. Hold this bomb high to set it off, then enemies caught in the blast take a ton of damage. The drawbacks is that it can explode in your hands and it takes a while to actually go off, but the blast range is huge. 29. Screw Attack. If you want Samus's recovery, it's all yours with this on. It traps players inside and does a good amount of damage, despite requiring you to get really close to an enemy for it to work. 28. Bomb Chew. This zippy bomb will attach to the floors, walls, or ceilings. What's nice is this bomb is fast and not always easy to avoid if you stick it on a floating platform as an example. 27. Hakatate Bomb. Chuck the ship and it'll soar into the sky just to crash back down. This one is interesting because it can be easy to forget where exactly it's gonna land since it's in the air for like 3 years, and it's powerful too. 26. Bunny Hood. Run faster and jump higher, but turned up to the extreme. This item is definitely useful, and maybe it's just me, but it can be hard to control what you're doing from the sheer speed sometimes. 25. Metal Box. Become a metal creature. Light attacks won't make you flinch, and you're tough to launch, which is pretty fantastic. However, you fall real easy, so you gotta be careful. 24. Fairy Bottle. Heals 100% damage, but only if you've taken over 100%. It's basically the heart container, but with silly required conditions. 23. Beast Ball. Throw this and it disappears out of thin air, but bam! It comes back in flames near an opponent. It's not super strong, but the element of surprise is pretty great. 22. Healing Sprout. An item that you can pick up or get stuck onto your body that heals you over time. It's pretty nice to have, even though it does heal kinda slow. 21. Pow Block. Hit or throw this to launch your enemies in the air. You get 3 uses out of it, and it's really great for juggling enemies and getting some easy damage in. 20. Super Scope. Can be fired rapidly for maximum spam annoyance or fully charged for a powerful shot. Plus you can run around while using it, so it's really versatile. 19. Spiny Shell. We all know what this does in Mario Kart. It's the same idea in Smash Bros, but goes for the player with the highest score. While you can avoid it, it's not very easy to do, and it's pretty darn strong. 18. Maxim Tomato. Heal 50% after eating this. It's not a lot of damage, but it is enough to make a difference between winning and losing. 17. Timer. Pick this up to slow down players for tons of easy hits. Unless it backfires, which seriously, why does that item even do that? 16. Lightning. Grab this and all your enemies shrink, making them easy to KO. Assuming this doesn't backfire too. I'm so glad most items don't do this. 15. Green Shell. Throw this sucker and it slides across the ground. The knockback on this is absolutely bonkers, despite the sliding making it hard to grab sometimes. 14. Hammer. The classic item from Donkey Kong. You'll swing this and cause massive blows to your enemies with a nice little jingle. The only bad thing is the head can sometimes pop off and be used against you, but overall it's always been one of the best. 13. Golden Hammer. It's the same as the hammer, but way stronger, and by mashing A, you can float in the air. 12. Franklin Badge. Wearing this reflects all projectiles, which basically makes more than half of these items useless with this on. 11. Bullet Bill. You turn into a bullet bill and can plow through your foes. It's fast and effective. 10. Ramblin' Evil Mushroom. This item is evil. If you hit your enemy with enough of the spores, their controls will get reversed. It's very easy to get caught in the spores, and escaping is a struggle. 9. Drill. Fire this drill bit and trap a player inside. You can escape at low percents, but medium or high, just forget it. You're basically done for. 8. Superstar. You're invincible for 10 seconds. Everyone will run from you, and that's exactly how you want them to be, fearful of your presence. 7. Super Mushroom. Grow into a big boy and wreck some house. All attacks are way stronger, and you won't be messed with, trust me. 6. Home Run Bat. Side smash this bad boy, and your foe is almost guaranteed to KO. And if you aren't having luck getting a hit in, throwing is your next best option. 5. Beetle. This nasty thing grabs onto a foe and flies them into the air. The higher your damage, the farther you go up, and yeah, you aren't likely to break out of this. 4. Boss Galaga. It's basically the beetle, but it has a bit more range for grabbing people, plus hitting it to make it purple makes it even harder to escape. 3. Heart Container. Heal 100% after eating this. It's basically like getting a free stock, since you usually die around this percentage. 2. Orc Club. Swing this bad boy and you just win. The swing is not only stupid strong, but a gust of wind picks up that can also cause damage. And number 1, Gust Bellows. Blow your enemies off the stage and make them hate you for turning items on. While you can shield to block the wind, the breeze catches you off guard almost every time. It's so easy to die from this stupid item. Well, that was surprisingly difficult to put together, but I feel like the most broken items deserve to be near the top of the list. There's surprisingly a lot of bosses in Smash Bros. So today, I thought it'd be fun to rank every boss. And I'm also joined by Skip the Tutorial, creator of the Boss Breakdown series.
Hey, how's it going, folks? The only guidelines for today is that stage bosses will not count. So that means no Yellow Devil on Wily's Castle or Ridley on Pyrosphere.
And of course, any giant characters from Classic Mode won't count either. And with that, let's get her ranked. 27. Ultimate's Giga Bowser. It's basically just Bowser's old Final Smash, which isn't to say it's the worst idea ever, but it comes off as a bit lazy. He definitely looks cool though, and I'm glad he's been considered as a boss again just like in Melee, but some new attack patterns to help distinguish him would have helped out a bit. 26. Brawl's PD Piranha. So here we have a boss that's made to be an introduction to the Subspace Emissary. With that said, it's not a surprise that he's really easy to fight. But come on, 2 attacks? All he does is jump around or slowly swing a cage at you. You can have an intro boss and give him a bit more to do, just saying.
25. Brawl's Gallium. Next on our list is generic robot number 49. Gallium does have some pretty interesting attacks, like shooting missiles, belly flopping, turning into a tank, and things like that. The only issue gameplay-wise is that some of the characters are at a bit of a disadvantage from the get-go, because they can't jump over him that easily. And the real kicker is that he does look really bland and out of place in a game like Smash Bros, where everything is just so gosh darn memorable and unique.
24. Brawl's Duon. Here's another generic robot that looks a little bit more interesting than Gallium. His gimmick is that he's two-sided and rolls around on a giant wheel. Because of this design, he's catered to have more interesting attacks, plus he's just more appealing than Gallium, but the two could be interchanged based on preference. 23. 64's Master Hand. It's the infamous white glove you all know and love. Who would have thought a hand could be such an intriguing boss? Well, not this version of him anyway, which makes sense since this is his first variation. Master Hand flicks his finger at you, shoots bullets while making a gun pose, punches, slaps, and so much more. But with that said, he is really slow and his attacks just aren't that strong.
22. Melee's Master Hand. Yeah, this is essentially the same boss, but he's been sped up a bit, and now there's more variety with his attacks, when he's also sporting this new laser attack, which is admittedly kinda lame, because it's so weak and doesn't do a whole lot of damage. 21. Melee's Crazy Hand, or basically Master Hand 2.0. He's slightly more interesting and gives off more of that creepy aura, which I kinda like. And while most of his attacks are the same as Master Hand's, he does have a couple that are unique to himself.
20. Ultimate's Gallium. There's not too much more to say about this version that we didn't state with the original, but some of the attacks are upgraded to make him a bit stronger, which is nice I suppose. It's also nice that when he's reduced to a quarter of health, he turns red and stomps around wildly, giving him a bit more of a personality. I would have preferred them to bring back Duan, but it's still cool seeing a nod to Subspace in World of Light. 19. Brawl's Master Hand. You may have noticed by now, but the hands slowly improve over each iteration of Smash. His attacks are faster, deal more damage, and generally feels more intimidating like a boss should. My only issue with Brawl's Master Hand is his portrayal as a weak character in this game. Taboo basically just kills him in the Subspace Emissary, which doesn't really mean much in the long haul, but he still has that stigma attached to him from Brawl. 18. Brawl's Crazy Hand. Obviously, as usual, he's very similar to Master Hand, but with more interesting attacks. He's technically less powerful than Master Hand in this game, so these could be interchanged by preference.
17. 3DS and Wii U's Master Hand. This version has plenty of interesting nerfs and buffs. For one, he lost a few attacks from the previous games, and some attacks do less damage now. But at that same time, he also gained plenty of new ones. So even though some of the moves have been weakened, I feel it's more important to have a more diverse and broad moveset. 16. 3DS and Wii U's Crazy Hand. Really, there's not much else to add here, except for the fact that this one has new attacks and maybe some new combination attacks with Master Hand.
15. Melee's Giga Bowser. Giga Bowser is a rare case of a boss with unlock conditions that you'll usually actually stand a chance at fulfilling on the adventure mode. And sure, his moveset can feel samey just after fighting Giant Bowser before, but past that, there's a certain measure of coolness when you first see such an iconic boss power-up that keeps this fight a blast. 14. Ultimate's Master Hand. This is by far the best iteration of the hands, and it really shows. His moveset is the highest it's ever been, which is fantastic since that makes him more unpredictable and just more varied in general. Now granted, he is seen as inferior in World of Light since Galeem and Darkon are in charge, but he's part of an army. A strong army. 13. Ultimate's Crazy Hand. Just like Master Hand, the amount of new moves he has is insane and makes him one of the most interesting bosses even though he's in most of the other Smash Bros games.
12. Brawl's Rayquaza. Here's a boss that proves bigger isn't always better. Sure, he takes up half the screen and does look pretty awesome, but when that's all he brings to the fight, it doesn't nearly do justice for this legendary beast. I mean, we have one of the strongest dragon Pokemon in history, and he does little more than fly around and roar? There's plenty of potential here, it just needed a few more references to his source material.
11. Brawl's Porky. Much like Rayquaza, we have another baddie taking up some screen real estate. However, unlike the Pokemon, this fight plays a lot more of its size. Whether it's floating around for lightning attacks or even just a basic scurry, there's a lot more to dodging his attacks than some of the others on this list. My main problem with this, the background is too boring. Maybe some sort of Mother 3 backdrops would have been nice. 10. Brawl's Ridley. Finally, a dragon boss that makes sense. It did until Ultimate came out. Anyway, Ridley's attacks here echo plenty of what we've seen since the Super Metroid days, and it just fits really well. And this is back in the days when he was too big to be a fighter. Just look at the size of this guy. While he does have some fun attacks, such as his Stage Slash and Flyby, his biggest issue here is that he never takes a breather. Since he doesn't like the land, there's plenty of opportunities to dodge his moves, and makes him a lot easier to deal with here.
9. Ultimate's Ganon. Unlike Giga Bowser, this fight goes a long way to not just be a clone of Ganon's final smash. What we get actually does a better job building on his Ocarina appearance, and scores us all that two-sword action that comes with. One thing to note is that the green weak spot on his tail can be a pain to smack when using more grounded characters. So this is definitely a fight that rewards certain character picks, which might feel a little out of place with such a huge roster.
8. Ultimate's Rathalos. This hunt's just pure fun. Seriously, his whole moveset has a great fire theme and references nicely to his hectic survival moves in the Monster Hunter games. Plus, his thickness is actually put to good use here, unlike some of the other dragon-style fights. Between trotting on the floor, flying overhead, and hovering in the background, he has a serious mix of mobility that keeps the fight compelling as you work through. 7. Ultimate's Darkon. One thing to say about Galeem and Darkon is that they're worth the sum of their parts, but Darkon might just be a little bit weaker of the two. Even when you fight both of them together, he's the easier one to single out. His tentacle-themed attacks won't keep you on your toes too much, but the feel of fighting darkness personified is such a memorable experience and very fun when partnered with his other half.
6. Ultimate's Galeem. Sure enough, Galeem picks up the slack and earns his spot as the trailer villain. Adding on to the sheer creepiness of the somewhat calm yet deadly light attacks, the crazy damage of the projectiles and bombs can put up numbers quick. Really, what keeps this fight, and Darkon for that matter, back from the higher slots is that they're just so abstract. Fighting games need some raw visual feedback, and these two spheres just miss the mark.
5. 3DS/Wii U's Master Core. I'm kind of shocked that this is one of the few boss fights in Smash Bros. To actually have multiple forms, as most of them go down outside of Dracula. Depending on the difficulty you're playing on, you have Master Giant, Master Beast, Master Edges, Master Fortress, and Master Shadow to fight. The Giant is basically just some big dude, Beast is this Kremling-looking thing, Edges is a bunch of swords, and Shadow is a clone of your character. All these different forms makes Master Core feel so full as an entity as you tear through all these different layers, and it's really challenging too. My only real issue is with Master Fortress, and that's because he's incredibly hard to access. The only way to play this is to get to Master Core on intensity 9 or higher and without getting a game over at any point. In the Fortress, you have to fight enemies and destroy all the cores inside, which is really neat, but it's unnecessarily hard to play. 4. Brawl's Meta Ridley. You're fighting on top of Captain Falcon's ship. Awesome. Taking down a giant metal dragon while riding it? That's kick-ass. Picking up where the other Ridley flight left off, this time plays a lot more with stage hazards and arena boss synergy. Sometimes he'll even knock your ride off the screen. It's serious stuff. Throw on a time limit for some extra adrenaline if you're playing in Subspace, and this fight dishes out some serious epic gamer vibes.
3. Brawl's Taboo. You know a boss is good when they make Master Hand and Crazy Hand look wimpy and weak. Taboo is not a force to be reckoned with, and all of his attacks are fast, unpredictable, and extremely creative. He shoots I-beams, has a dragon laser, a golden whip, and honestly, that's just a handful of what he has. That's why defeating him feels so accomplishing after beating all of that buildup from Subspace. There's not much quite like it.
2. Ultimate's Dracula. A lot of his attacks in this fight actually come right from other Castlevania titles, like the first one, Rondo of Blood, Harmony of Despair, and Portrait of Ruin as examples. And while that's pretty sick, he also has a second form where he turns into that demon thing from the first game. What's great is that all these attacks manage to translate perfectly from Castlevania. From his head being the weak spot, to the amount of power the attacks cater and the speed of them, it's just really good stuff.
1. Ultimate's Marks. At the top spot, we've got Sakurai's Sweetheart, and hey, it works just great. Karl Marx over here plays very faithfully to his superstar fight. But adding on to that, he has plenty of new attacks, like pink branches and crying out creepy black spheres. It's a fight that not only honors its source material, but builds past it. And I think that's just what a Smash Bros. Boss should do.
As of October 2019, we're getting one more DLC character this year and even more to come next year. Trying to predict what characters is coming to Smash Bros. Next has become ridiculously complex. You never know what's going to be coming unless it was leaked ahead of time. So I've decided to grab a list of characters that keep getting requested consistently and try to piece together which ones could have the best chance of happening. We'll start with some of the highest requests, one of those being Sora from Kingdom Hearts. Now I've never personally played this series, but based off this poll, he is popular in all regions of the world. Now obviously this poll isn't official, but at the very least we can use it as a rough basis for predictions. Sora has a giant keyblade that he could swing around his attacks. He also has a variety of different magic, like Fire, Blizzard, and Thunder, can use Cure to heal himself, and can summon other characters for assistance. Off the bat, he's got a pretty diverse moveset and could be a fun addition to the roster. With that said, Kingdom Hearts has only been on a few Nintendo consoles, with the newest being on the 3DS. Plus, Nintendo would have to deal with Disney, and that alone would be a nightmare. Maybe this is a bit high, but I'm putting him in B tier. Then of course there's Rayman, and we can't forget the infamous fake leak that Artsy Omni made that everyone swore was real. But Rayman has had a presence in Smash already, with a trophy in Smash 4 and a Spirit in Ultimate. There's even some people that believe Rayman is trapped in this block of ice and Battlefield, but I personally think that's just an illusion. But he really would be a great character. He fits the part perfectly as a Smash character, and there's already a lot of history with Nintendo in the past. I'm gonna put him in B tier as well. So now to Geno. He was a Mii costume in Smash 4, and Sakurai has wanted Geno as a playable character since Brawl, which says a lot. Geno is technically an ultimate as a spirit and online profile picture, and of course has been very heavily requested. Despite all the shouting, you'd think it would have happened by now. Square Enix must be holding something back here. But seeing as the new characters in Ultimate have this theme of being fan favorite picks like K. Rool, Ridley, and so on, I think there's actually a pretty good chance of this happening. So Geno is going right into S tier. Crash Bandicoot used to be the face of Sony back in the day, so having him in Smash Bros. Ultimate would be a huge move. He's recently made a comeback with the Insane Trilogy and CTR Nitro Fuel, and those games were not only huge hits, but also put on the Switch. The big problem here is that Sony and Activision own Crash, so the odds of them working some sort of deal together is kinda slim. I hate to say it, but a Mii costume is probably the best chance of getting Crash in the game, but I hope I'm wrong. Plus, he does have a handful of games on previous Nintendo consoles, which could increase his chances, so I'll throw him into B tier. While Master Chief has never had a game on a Nintendo console, his inclusion would be pretty legendary, seeing as he's been the face of Microsoft for years, and they had no problems bringing Banjo over to Smash, so there's a bit of a chance. Plus, there's a new Halo game coming out in the holidays of 2020 with Project Scarlet, so perhaps he could be announced as a character around that time next year. And even though he comes from Rated M games, we have Snake and Joker in Smash, so that point is pretty obsolete now. But this is also Master Chief, a much more modern character and used a lot more, while Banjo is considered more retro. For that reason alone, I feel like that'll drop his chances considerably, so let's throw him into C tier. After seeing Sans actually be in Smash Bros, I'm fairly convinced Steve from Minecraft is gonna make it in. Now I know that some of you don't take this idea seriously, but if Smash Bros is about celebrating video games, it would be a disgrace to not include Steve. He has been one of the biggest icons over the past several years, plus Minecraft has been ported over to the Switch, Wii U, and even new 3DS. He has an insane potential for an incredibly diverse moveset, and I think it makes perfect sense, so I'm putting him in S tier. Devil May Cry is a series that I haven't really dabbled with, but Dante is another character that's been getting a ton of requests. DMC 1 and 2 recently came to the Switch, so that could give him more of a chance as a character, but this is the first time DMC has ever been on a Nintendo platform. Now, we have seen Dante in Marvel vs. Capcom 3, which in hindsight doesn't mean much besides show what his potential moveset could be, but that does show that Capcom is okay with him being a fighter. Frankly, I'm gonna have to put him in C tier just because I feel like there's more likely candidates. Shantae is one of the highest requested indie characters for Smash Bros, and for good reason. She has a really cool design, attacks with her hair, and her games are really great. But Shovel Knight had a bigger voice, and while he made it into Smash, he's just an assist trophy. And that's definitely a huge honor for Yacht Club Games, but it'd definitely be a little bizarre to have Shantae be a playable character first before Shovel Knight. To be fair though, she does have a longer history with Nintendo, with games dating back to the Game Boy Color. Plus she's a spirit in Ultimate, has an online profile picture, and the devs have even gone out of their way to make the costume alts a few years ago. So what the heck, I'll throw her into B tier. While he wouldn't be able to spew blood like in Mortal Kombat, Scorpion is one of the biggest icons in fighter games. If they'll add Terry Bogard, why wouldn't they also add Scorpion? Ninja characters are pretty sparse too, so they could even make Sub-Zero and Echo if they really wanted. Mortal Kombat still has new games coming out, and I think he has a lot of potential, so I'm gonna put him in A tier. So I can't really say much about this now, seeing as we haven't seen the starter evolutions for Pokemon Sword and Shield yet, but it's practically a guarantee that we'll get a Gen 8 representative of some sort. This is an easy S tier. And then there's Rex from Xenoblade. He's currently a Mii costume, but Sakurai really wanted him to be an actual character, but couldn't slot him in due to time constraints. But now that he has the extra time, Rex seems very likely to happen. And if he's not in Smash Bros. Ultimate, then for sure the game following that. So of course, we're putting him in S tier. So those are the characters that I found to be the most requested. But what about Echo Fighters? We don't know if this next round of DLC is gonna have Echo Fighters or not, but in case they do, let's go through a couple. The most obvious choice is of course the Octolings. Sakurai and his team would have to do little to no work here. The only changes would be parts of the face, hairstyles, costumes, and sound bites. Seeing how much Splatoon has blown up over the past few years, this is gonna happen at some point, whether it's in Smash Bros. Ultimate or the next one, so this is easy S tier material. Here's another character that everyone thought for sure was happening, Shadow the Hedgehog. I know his fans want him to be a unique character, but I honestly feel like he's way more likely to be an Echo. He does have a diverse moveset in some previous games, but he looks so similar that I can't imagine him changing more than a few moves, and that's it. But with that said, Shadow does seem pretty likely, so let's put him in A tier. And that's really it for Echoes that I feel like have some sort of chance of making it in. So now, we're going to talk about some more obscure picks. And starting with Dixie Kong. She's not really used anymore in Nintendo games besides her appearance in Tropical Freeze. She'd be a pretty fun inclusion though, as a good pair with Diddy. Heck, maybe she'd even fit better as an Echo with him. Although frankly, requests for her to be a character have died down quite a bit, so we'll put Dixie in C tier. Now, Paper Mario is a really interesting idea for a character. If you haven't played the games, you're probably rolling your eyes thinking, oh, we don't need a third Mario, but hear me out. His attacks could come right out of Paper Mario, like his signature hammer, or utilizing partners from the N64 and GameCube games, and the Star Rod could be a final smash. Despite how cool this could all be, it's really unlikely since there's already so many Mario characters, so I gotta put him in D tier, sadly. Speaking of Mario characters, Waluigi. I'm serious, they could work around this if they really wanted to. All they have to do is use the same model from the assist trophy, add some more moves, and then just automatically disable Waluigi's as an assist trophy whenever he's being played as a character. But Sakurai seems to have something against this guy. I mean, Daisy was put in the game before him. I will be stunned if he makes it in as DLC, so I'm gonna have to put him in D tier despite me actually wanting him to be playable. And Captain Toad would also be really cool, but is highly unlikely. His pickaxe could be his main way of attacking, and perhaps he could use his headlight to stun players in some way. Going about jumping would be interesting since he technically can't jump, so I'm not sure how they'd get around doing that. But they did port Captain Toad Treasure Tracker to the Switch, so to some extent, Nintendo does care about this series. But again, he's not a huge request, so he's going in D tier. And here's a crazy one, King Boo. And you know why he'd be a sick character? Well, he'd be the first one that doesn't walk. Yep, that's right, he just floats above the ground. Okay, I guess Mewtwo floats as well, but King Boo doesn't have legs, so it's still different. And instead of jumping, he just moves up for a little bit. A playstyle with a ghost would be a really fresh idea, but we haven't seen as many requests for him. But if Sakurai will add a plant, they could add King Boo. We'll put him in C tier. And then there's Phoenix Wright. So he has several games on Nintendo consoles, and even a big compilation was released on the Switch. He definitely has a fan base and has already been included in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Personally, I think he'd be absolutely hilarious as a character, and a really fun oddball that Sakurai just throws in for fun. I wasn't sure where to put him on this list, but you know what? Let's make a big play and throw him onto A tier. Now, I feel like I have to do this, but Rabbids. I mean, there is technically Rabbid Mario, Luigi, Peach, and Yoshi now, so they could be swappable costumes just like Bowser Jr. and the Koopalings. I know people don't like the Rabbids, but there's a lot of neat abilities from Mario and Rabbids Kingdom Battle, so they could be interesting characters if based off that game alone. But the whole Rabbid thing has really died down substantially, and we haven't seen that many requests for them. So for that, I'll put them in D tier. Now here's a character I truly do not understand. Bandana D. I must be out of the loop or something, but what is it with the request for him? I guess his spear could be an attack, but I just don't get it. I remember him being really fun to play in Smash Flash 2, but Bandana D? I'm sorry, but I'm putting him in D tier. But just know this to those that are fans of him. A plant is a character in Smash Bros, okay? Anything is possible. And then there's Funky Kong. While the requests for the Funk Master are small, I've been seeing them consistently for years now. I think it'd be kinda cool to have him whacking a surfboard around or busting out a Mario Kart bike as an attack, but honestly, he's D tier as well. With Sonic being in Smash Bros, a lot of people want to see Tails and or Knuckles be characters too. These are probably the last characters that I would personally get really hyped for, but I'm not sure how big of a chance they have. Sonic makes sense because he's such an important character in gaming history, but that's not really the case for Tails and Knuckles. Either way, I think they belong in the C tier. It's kind of up in the air how good their chances are. So here's another assist trophy character, Isaac. The Golden Sun games were a huge hit back in the day, and he's been included in Smash Bros to some capacity since Brawl. Like with Waluigi, since he's an assist trophy again, the odds are really slim of him being a character, so he'll go into D tier. I might as well bring up Pyra and Mithra too. While Rex has a better chance of getting in, these two could work easily like Zelda and Sheik used to, where they'd switch places on the fly. Since Sakurai is very fond of Xenoblade 2, I'll put them in A tier, because really, the Xeno 2 reps could be Pyra and Mithra or Rex. And now we've made it to Chibi Robo. His fate is so sad because Nintendo imploded the series on themselves with Ziplash. Since that game flopped, there's virtually no chance of Chibi Robo being a character. I'm gonna have to put him in F tier. He'd be an extremely cool character to have in the roster, but the likelihood is just so small. I can see it now. Chibi-Robo's gonna be the next character just to spite me. While I've never played Tales of Symphonia, Lloyd Irving has been getting loads of requests to be a character. He was a costume in Smash 4, so there has been some acknowledgement for him. The publisher for this series is Bandai Namco, which of course they've been helping a lot with making the Smash Bros. Games, and they own Pac-Man. This alone increases Lloyd's chances quite a bit, and he's already been on some Nintendo platforms in the past. This might be too high, but I'm gonna put him in A tier. Doom popularized the first-person genre and has really made a comeback over the past few years. While I think he could be an interesting character, it wouldn't really be right to play as him without blood pulverizing off every bullet he shoots. And I know this sounds like a counter-argument to Scorpion, but Scorpion's in fighting games and Doomslayer isn't. Doom is known for its extreme blood and gore, and that being left out of Smash Bros. Would almost be a disservice to him. But again, it could work because Snake and Joker are characters, but even then, honestly, I gotta put him in D tier. And that is all the main characters that I've been seeing requests for. Now, I know that I've definitely missed a couple of your personal favorites, and if that's the case, let me know who you think deserves a spot in Smash Bros. In the comments down below. Good morning, afternoon, and night, depending on where you live. Welcome to the Smash Bros. Level 50 Amiibo Tourney with your commentators, Nathaniel Bandy
and Carl.
And today, we're going to find out what the strongest Amiibo is. Now, the rule set is going to be a little different to your typical competitive Smash Bros. Match, so why don't you go ahead and explain what the rules are going to be like.
Sure thing, Nathaniel Bandy. Let me take it away real quick. Alright, so the rules are simple. For the first 3 rounds, it's going to be 1 stock, 2 players, Omega and Battlefield stages only. No items or spirits. Once we get to the semifinals and the finals, it's going to be exactly the same. But it's going to be 3 stocks and 3 players during each match.
And with that, let's get started with round 1.
3, 2, 1, go!
And the first match is off, so who do you think's gonna win this?
Well, judging from my personal experience, I have to go with Isabelle here as the favorite because she's got a lot of range, better attacks. Wario's not bad, but oh my goodness.
I mean, look at him. I mean, I think it's kind of, I don't know if
this is
your prediction's gonna
one-sided.
be.
Oh my goodness, Wario
This is kind of. Isabelle, what are you doing?
A can of whoop patootie, as we would say in the business.
See, that's the thing about this tournament. It's really scary because you can't make any mistake. Is that it?
That's not it. Not
okay,
yet.
I thought it was.
This is the dangerous part.
Maybe is she gonna? Okay.
Okay. Good recovery.
Mario's,
good recovery.
Mario's really spacing.
Oh, up there. Oh,
that's
my
it.
Goodness.
Okay, and next up, Mewtwo and Peach. Honestly, I'm kind of feeling like Mewtwo's got more of a chance here.
I really want to go with Peach because she does have a lot of things in this matchup. And just in general, Peach has a really good moveset. She can definitely bust out some things.
Yeah, that's for sure, but I don't know, man. I mean, just look at this match so far. It doesn't seem like she's prepared.
Well, it doesn't seem like she came into this match knowing what she really wanted to do. If she should try to space Mewtwo. You would think that with the projectiles and the type of game that Peach likes to play, that
oh my, wow, that was quick.
I didn't even get a chance to finish.
That was so bad that I think we need to bring out someone special for this.
I think you're right.
Introducing the Executioner.
That's right. Whenever a match goes so horribly wrong for someone, the Executioner will punish the losing player. Okay, so he's picking up Peach.
Oh.
Okay, what's... he's putting Peach in the corner.
Oh, no.
That is a big Bowser. I don't think we've seen Bowser this big since New Super Mario Bros. U. This is gonna be bad.
This is gonna be really bad.
Oh, he fell. Okay.
Okay. And we're off into the...
Okay, I gotta say, I think it's gonna be Marth.
I mean, I think Marth's chances are really good here. Incineroar is kind of bad. He's slow.
Yeah.
I mean, he hits like a truck, as we're seeing right now, as this damage just keeps getting racked.
I know. What are you doing, Marth?
Come on, you gotta
You're
get
the better character
Oh my,
here.
you gotta space him out, bro.
Gotta...
Okay. Hey, look, we're making a comeback now. Okay.
Okay, something's happening.
No big deal. See, this is the dangerous part.
Oh my god.
Because as soon as Incineroar is off...
What are you doing? Why would you charge like that?
2 forward smashes on that top platform.
This man.
Oh my! Was that the back? He just got absolutely obliterated.
That was disgusting.
That was horrible.
We need to bring out the Executioner.
Bring out the Executioner.
Okay, he's picking up Marth.
All right.
Oh, what? We're on the character select screen. What's this?
What?
Oh my god.
Oh.
He's gone! He's gone from Smash Bros!
All right. right, getting back into it, we have got Ness and Korin. How do you feel about this one?
I don't know. I think it's going to be interesting. I feel like Ness can do a lot of spamming, but it's going to be hard.
Oh, this is dangerous.
Wait,
this is
doing?
dangerous.
Oh my
he
God.
went for that risky edge
That was
But
dirty.
This Korin. Good nair.
Oh,
is this,
God. Oh my God. This Korin is ridiculous.
No. Oh my goodness.
Wow. That was close.
Edge guards.
Holy crap.
I think this might be it.
That's it.
That's it. Oh
wow.
my gosh.
That was crazy. All right, next we've got the Edgelord versus the Big Woomy. What are you feeling?
Honestly, I'm kind of feeling the edgelord on this one, but I know that the Big Woomy is definitely,
Well, the Woomy has the roller.
They do have the roller, but at the same time, you got to realize, Pit's got he's got swords.
Yeah,
he's got a lot of priority. I'm not sure exactly how Inkling's priority works. I think the Amiibo's priority, obviously, is in any Smash game, is to just try to get the opponent to the ledge and then work it from there.
Right. Oh my God! Wow.
He just ran into it. Literally ran into it.
Is he blind? I don't know.
I don't know.
I think the Executioner needs to come in for this
Bring
one.
him in.
Okay, he's got Dark Pit in his hands, and he's
going.
bringing him into the laundry room. What? Okay.
Okay.
And you set him on the dryer. Oh, I get it. It's a bright room.
It's a bright room.
Wow.
Very funny
clever.
executioner.
Very clever. So next we've got some Ices, and we have good old Cloud.
Well, I tell you what, if this was Smash 4, I would be Cloud all the way, but the Ices are actually kind of insane in this game. You know they have a wobble?
Really?
Yep.
I did not know
it's
that.
not really a wobble, but it is a chain drive, and right now, it's kind of looking like Cloud. Cloud is all over these guys right now.
You know what? Maybe Ice is going to get this one.
This one is actually...
It's close.
This is very close. This is a good match. Looks like... don't think we're going to have to...
Oh, jeez.
Oh, is that the forward?
Yeah.
That kills that early?
That wasn't a forward air. That was just a... it wasn't forward air.
So it was a forward air.
Yes.
I was right.
You were right.
Yes.
I'm never right about anything.
As always. All right.
This is going to be a pretty interesting one.
We've got the ninja and the
thick Marth.
Big burly Marth.
Yeah.
What is he doing?
What are
you doing?
Just keep spamming up A. That's a great idea,
seems
buddy.
like that was working really... Okay, good nairs, good nairs. Greninja's getting something started. No, maybe not.
Oh my goodness! All right, next up is Falco and Snake.
Snake.
What are they doing?
What are they doing?
Are they fighting
this?
themselves?
I think they're trying to beat themselves up. These characters are just so nice that they actually don't want to hit each other. Okay, never mind.
I was gonna say maybe they're just training, but hey,
looks like Falco's trying to get something started here. But you can never really count out Snake because his smash attacks are so strong.
That was risky, and it
That
worked.
was really risky.
Oh!
What even was that?
Wait, what the
What
heck?
did he get hit by?
I don't even know what just happened. But I think it's time to bring in the execution.
Bring him in.
All right, he's got Falco.
Okay. What's he doing?
There's the... Oh, he's hungry.
He's hungry.
That makes sense. Right
into the oven.
Oh my God.
All right, we are
next
off
we
with the monkey and Link.
Link and Diddy Can.
Is this considered animal abuse, Nathaniel?
Well, it really depends on your line of thinking. I personally think it's fine.
Right now, it's looking like animal abuse.
They all signed the NDA.
Because he is actually just taking Diddy Kong to town right now.
Yeah.
Look at this. Oh, this is just brutal. Oh my goodness.
This monkey is really...
Okay, good up smash.
My God.
Good up smash.
That was good, yeah.
He's getting some start, but the problem is Link just hits so hard. He hits him with a big...
Oh, jeez! So, I do feel like I know who you're kind of voting for.
Who do you think I'm voting for?
You're definitely going for the big guy, the big man with the giant sword, Mr. Ganondorf himself, the king of evil.
I will say that I'm a little partial to Ganondorf, but as of recently, I've been playing a lot of Donkey Kong, and I tell you what.
That's true.
This is
brutal. Wow, look at this man.
I would have hit. Oh my goodness. Good back air, keeping him spaced out. Ooh,
what are you doing?
What are you doing, Donkey Kong?
That was so close.
Nice up air, but
and out with the up tilt.
He is out for revenge right now, sir. Okay, so it looks like we've got,
I guess, Sans Fan.
Sans.
It's not really Sans.
It's not.
just
I mean,
the
that
head.
is Sans Undertale versus the thickest boy in Smash. Sword Fighter does definitely have some things. I mean, for one, he's got that sword, which is, you know, better than a hammer objectively.
Yeah, honestly.
You can, oh, but this.
Oh, maybe not.
That might be it.
Maybe not.
Okay.
Oh, wow, that was close.
Doesn't have that many options.
Yeah.
Once he's off stage like this.
I mean, this could be
is
it.
That's
oh,
it. That's
wow.
it.
He almost
Learned his jump. That's it.
That is
Oh, he was gonna disrespect that man. Woo.
Man.
The thickest boy.
So, unlike this last match, I gotta say, I'm really rooting for Rob. This is one of my
Well,
favorite
you know, I've got
characters.
to be completely honest with you, Nathan. I am rooting for the Falcon, the big man on campus himself. What is he doing? Oh, that was a big.
What are you doing,
up
buddy?
smash. Oh, but the big.
Oh, God.
Up
Oh, no! Just, Rob, why would you
Wow.
just chill on there?
He was literally just waiting for that man to hit him. That was insane. Let's go, Falcon.
I gotta
though.
say,
Am I right?
I'm really disappointed. Let's bring out the executioner.
Bring him in.
Okay, he's got Rob in his grasp.
All right. Looks like.
Oh, so he's got his comma with him. Maybe he's going
no.
to slash.
Oh, he doesn't.
Oh my God!
Oh.
Plan B. He's got a screw.
Pulled out the drill.
Oh no!
Oh.
He's gonna disassemble the man.
Oh my God.
Ooh, this is
All right.
gonna be a nice spicy
So we've
match.
got Spoon Tink and Red Ryu.
And Red Ryu. That's what I was gonna say. I mean, yeah. Let's be honest.
But at the same time, let's not forget this is the hero of wind. This is the hero of wind.
What?
Wow. Bring in the execution.
Ken, that was
that
ridiculous. Okay, we're at the character selection
Right.
screen.
Looks, I guess.
No,
No
way.
way.
Changing his name to Rick. That is like the worst name ever.
That is a terrible name.
If I was called Rick, I wouldn't be able to live with myself.
Wow. Here we go.
We've got some foxy action.
We've got Shulk and Toya.
and the man that's really feeling it.
He's really feeling it.
Like,
Right now, he is
really
feeling it.
Jesus.
Is this it? Is this it?
What?
Is that the? No.
That might be it.
He's Fox. He's Fox.
Okay,
He's
yeah, I
got
was
a
gonna
great
say.
up B.
What?
Wow. Okay. Good.
Oh,
work.
wow. Wow, he went for it.
He does not care one way or another.
He is
wants
just going.
this-
He's going to stab down.
Oh,
Okay, maybe not.
He wants this man dead.
Wow. I'm not going to lie. That was a little anticlimactic.
That was a little
Like,
anticlimactic.
I feel like Fox just gave up.
Scooped him up into the up smash and just took him right out. And
Maybe he had a bad lunch. So now we have Pac-Man and good old Rosie.
a legend versus a god.
Dude, he charged for like 8 years and expected it to work.
I mean,
Like,
sometimes
don't-
it does. Sometimes you just run in. Oh.
I
This
guess.
is,
Oh, wow.
Ooh, that would have been a
That-
slick edge guard. Okay,
Yeah,
good nair.
seriously.
Good nair.
Luma's
Good-
back though.
Ooh,
This
good
is not
forward
looking
air.
good.
This isn't looking good. Honestly, this isn't looking good for. Oh, there goes the Luma
Oh my
again.
goodness.
Rosa, you gotta hold on to that. The range on Luma is just so good. Oh,
Oh, wow. I think it's time for the execution.
For an
to come in.
execution?
That was pretty embarrassing,
that
Pac-Man.
was kind of embarrassing.
All right. Oh, once again, we are back at the character select screen.
What's he
and
gonna do? Oh,
No.
oh, that's
No way.
Oh, that is.
That is the
Ooh.
Ghostly Adventures version
Oh,
of
it's so
Pac-Man.
ugly. Look
Oh
at
my
it.
God! I think I lost 10 years of sight.
All right, so we've got the brawler from the Bronx and Lady
Girl
Marth.
Marth.
Lady
Yes,
Marth.
that's right.
And we.
Ooh, that was a good start for
I think
her.
we all know who everybody is rooting for here. Obviously,
Yeah.
they got to go with their waifu. You know.
Let's be honest.
And this is a good match.
Yeah, she didn't even move. Well, to be fair, she was kind of locked in place.
She was locked in place, and she was trying to counter that, but this is not looking. That was a nasty angle.
That was really bad.
Little Max
yeah.
down smash just sends you at such a nasty angle.
It's gonna be like
Ooh.
one more hit and she is toast.
One.
Oh,
Okay.
not quite strong. Oh,
Oh my aerial map!
Wow.
Are you kidding me? These
He is
Amiibos
going-
are kind of crazy.
let's. Oh.
Oh!
Next
Alright.
up is Richter and
So,
Mario.
Who do you think is going to come out on top on this one?
I mean, I gotta be honest. I'm kind of thinking it's gonna be
Oh.
Richter. He's just got a lot more range. He's got better projectiles.
but
Oh,
he-
what are you doing?
Oh my, dude, you
Wow.
got to be careful. You're a Belmont. You don't go off stage. Oh,
Oh my God, they are just. Man,
Oh.
Richter should not be on
this
the
is
ledge.
it. That's
right
it.
now.
He doesn't have a jump. He doesn't have a jump.
We've got the
All
Mad
right.
Swordsman and the Green Mario himself.
And the green whirlwind.
Yes, the
I agree.
green. Well, would you call him green? I don't know if I would say green.
I mean, when he's moving that fast, all you see is that
Hey,
green. You
hey,
see that
you never
green
know.
whirlwind.
Okay, I'll be honest. I don't see any green.
You don't see any green.
I see blue and purple.
Blue and purple. Are you
Yeah.
but Luigi is at kill percent. Ooh!
Oh, I don't know.
Ooh, good up air from Meta Knight. Keep him spaced out using that superior range on his sword. Oh, that nair might have done it, actually, if that was a sweet spot nair. Good up air.
Honestly.
This is a close match. Oh!
Oh, wow!
Was that just the nair?
That was a straight up nair.
Just straight kicked him in the face and got him out of there.
Wow, that was ridiculous. Well, guys, make sure to stay tuned. We got to cut back to commercials. We'll be right back.
Right back after the break.
Here in my house, just bought this new TV here. It's pretty fun to play games in HDR. You know what I like a lot more than materialistic things? Knowledge. In fact, I'm more proud of these bookshelves I had to get installed to hold the 1,000 games that I bought.
What are you guys playing?
I'm supposed to be playing Mario Kart Tour, but this one player keeps kicking my ass. Is it the Legend 27? Yeah, the Legend 27. Who is the Legend 27? Some say the Legend 27 is the first Mario Kart Tour player ever. And welcome back to the Smash Bros. Level 50 Amiibo. We are just getting started. Let's go back into it.
Alright.
Samus and Sans himself.
And Sans Undertale rocking the Mii
the
gunner.
actual jacket.
So we've got two spacing characters versus each other. This is going to be
Yeah.
a long, slugging match, war of attrition, if you will.
That's what I'm thinking.
They're just going to try to hit each other with as many projectiles as they can, and then go in for the kill when they get that opportunity.
They just kind of go ham. Oh my god!
Whole career down. Ooh, into the up air. A little bit more percent, and that might have actually killed.
Yeah, honestly, this is going to be close.
This is very
I
close.
honestly can't tell.
Still is, even in this.
Oh my, a projectile.
The one time he decided to use a projectile, and that ended the
Projectile ended it.
Ended the entire game.
I think it's time to bring back the Executioner. Okay, and
All
what's he
right.
gonna do this time?
He's
Oh,
got
the Metroid Prime 4
Oh, hey,
trailer.
I'm pretty excited for that. Oh.
No! He canceled it!
You can't do that!
Oh, come on!
Alright, so we just watched Samus in the last round. How do you feel about Dark Samus against Bayonetta?
I mean, it's Bayonetta.
It
I
is
don't
Bayonetta.
think there's gonna be much of a chance
But
here.
you do have to remember, she got really nerfed in this game. She's still good, don't get me wrong. I mean,
Yeah.
look at this right now. She is absolutely just putting the hurt on Dark Samus. Wow.
Oh my
that down
god.
smash.
The big
The
big fist.
Wow, the big. And here comes the giant fist, as somebody once so eloquently put.
Huffman versus Blue Man.
The super fighting robot, Mega Man.
That's right.
The super fighting robot. But we do have Sakurai's character. So do you think that Sakurai is going to give some main character
Some
buffs
extra
to
love.
Kirby?
I could kind of see it. I mean, maybe not. Wow.
Big down smash. The problem now is Mega Man just he's got a lot of moves to keep keep Kirby out.
Yeah,
but
he's
at
a
the same
spacing
time,
master. Oh,
wow.
wow.
Kirby.
That was like 10 seconds.
That wasn't even a match. You know who I think we need?
I think we need the execution.
I think you're right.
Hey,
Alright,
he's
so
got Kirby. No way.
No,
he's not gonna do it.
He's gonna starve that man.
He's in the fridge, and the fridge is officially closed. That is disgusting.
This guy is brutal.
I can't. What a savage man.
What a sick, savage man. Alright, so another Sans.
Another Sans. I think the Amiibo just really like Sans.
I guess so, versus our boy, you know him,
Mr.
it's
Roy.
It's gonna be very, very hard for the. Ooh,
Oh my goodness.
That almost ended.
I cannot believe he even tried that.
Oh my goodness, good up smash. Looks
What
like
a madman.
they're back into the center stage. Good, retaking the stage. Oh, side B.
Oh,
look,
man, he was trying to give him a good old read.
he was trying to give him the actual. Oh, for the stage.
Don't go down.
No!
What are you doing?
Oh my goodness.
Sans, look.
Thank goodness that Roy actually just has a wet pool noodle.
Yeah,
To
seriously.
hit people with. Oh my goodness. Good
Close.
recovery on Roy's part, getting back to the stage, even taking that little bit of damage just to get back.
Oh
Ooh, the
my
up B.
god.
This is a close game.
Oh, that was a slick
if that would
dodge.
have hit, that
Would have been it.
Oh,
Oh,
the up tilt.
man. So we've got
Hi,
Daisy.
I'm
Hi.
Daisy.
Hi, I'm Daisy.
And it looks like we've got Daisy and Lucario, and wow, okay.
Oh man,
Look,
holy
Daisy is
crap.
just going in.
Daisy's saying big hello to Lucario
Hello,
right
I
now.
am Daisy.
She
Hear
does
me
not
roar.
mess around.
Goodness gracious, this.
Busting out those hips.
Good forward smash. Looks like Lucario was
Wow,
trying to get
already
something
at
started,
100.
but just got
This game's about
stuffed
to end.
out. Oh, that was
She went for that twice.
just absolutely keeping him
There we
out.
go.
He cannot even play.
He is not 175 and still
This
counting.
Is actually,
Oh
that's
my
it.
god.
Was that the sweet spot nair to just end that game?
That was insane.
All right, so a dinosaur versus a guy with a sword. Big swinging.
Oh, jeez. Okay.
Good forward smash. Oh,
Wow,
Crom
that's
is
the way
out
to
here
go.
saying, hey, you know what? You all thought I was top tier when this game came out, and guess what?
Maybe I am.
Maybe I still am, because this is not looking. Poor Yoshi. He cannot.
Yoshi.
The footstool?
Wow.
He's just disrespecting him at
That
this
is
point.
yeah, honestly.
Oh, the big forward smash.
Okay.
This could be. Oh,
This might be it.
he's not
One
even
more
running.
slash.
He's
Yeah,
walking.
I think Yoshi's exhausted.
Yoshi.
You can tell. Oh, my God.
gosh.
Yoshi.
That was disappointing.
Yoshi. It doesn't even look like he prepared for this.
It
event.
doesn't. And you know what? You know what I think?
What do
You
you
love
think?
him, you hate him, but we got to bring him in. Time for the executioner.
Oh,
All right.
what's he gonna
So
do?
He's got
this time?
Yoshi, and he's.
going down a pit.
Oh, he just.
Oh my
threw
God.
him right down that. That is.
The pit. Oh, look at that. We got a shot of Yoshi going down
That
the
is
pit.
brutal.
It doesn't
Oh
seem
my-
to be ending. He's still
He's still
accelerating.
flying. He's going faster.
We've got the puff and a little puff.
And you know what
with
they
his
say?
dog.
You know what
Or
they
duck.
say about the puff?
What do they say about the puff?
The puff is tough.
No,
Oh my-
sometimes they just go like right there. He's going for it again.
Another one. Ooh, but hey,
Why
it
did
pays off in dividends.
I guess so,
sometimes
yeah.
Sometimes you just don't think and you just run right. Oh,
Oh wow, that
good
was
up
good.
smash. It's gonna be close. Ooh, the can is in play.
Jesus.
Ooh, knocked
Oh,
it
man.
out of the way. Oh,
She's like, I am not
Oh
hungry,
my
mister.
goodness.
Get that can out of my face.
get that can out of my face. I don't need your soup. I don't need your beans.
Whatever. What's even in that can?
I think it's.
Oh.
Oh.
Okay.
Kind of anticlimactic there, really.
Yeah.
Just the up air off the top took it.
Ooh,
All
we got
right.
the big boy.
The big thick boy himself versus Zero Suit.
That's right.
So ZSS versus King
Yes, Samus.
K. Rool.
She's plus. Wow, she's
Wow.
busting out some moves right
Oh
now.
my! I thought that was about to be it. Actually,
Yeah. Oh, geez.
See,
Almost looked like it.
that's the problem. You can get K. Rool up to these crazy percents, but he's so heavy.
He is. He can take her out in like 2 moves.
He could
It's
take her.
kind of
He could
insane.
actually end this right now. Cheeky edge guards, but oh,
Oh my God.
big fast falling nair.
Jeez. He used nair plays the whole game, just about.
The absolute power of K. Rool just on full display there. Okay.
I gotta be honest, I'm kind of calling Ryu.
You
Right
know
away.
what? You would think that. On the surface, it seems like Ryu has the advantage. He's a big guy. He's got
Yeah.
muscles, martial arts training, but do not count this little fella out.
I mean, you're not wrong there.
He can absolutely space you out with those Pikmin.
He is just destroying the Pikmin as soon as they're created.
He is destroying. Oh, big up smash from Ryu there. Oh,
That's right.
good Hadouken. Try to space it out Olimar, but you cannot space out
Oh
Olimar.
my God.
Ooh,
Wow.
Big forward air almost takes it. If he would have been on the left side of that stage, that would have done it. Ooh,
Oh man, that could have been it right
that
there.
Tatsu would have absolutely destroyed
Jeez, he
Olimar.
is. What another up air?
Wow, good juggles by Olimar there. That was
That was
abs-
crazy. I'm
absolutely
surprised.
All
So
right,
we've got the big
Space
big
Dragon?
Wrigley? Yeah, I
Called
guess
Space Dragon?
Dragon
Now,
works.
we did just see Dark Pit, who is arguably just as good as Pit, go down in the last round. So who do you think this is?
Yeah,
oh,
but you know what? I think it's kind
oh
of,
my goodness!
What?
That is that?
What?
Wow!
Wow,
he
he's
didn't
still
even-
going.
He did not even need to
do
edge guard
that.
him. He was dead. I looked away, and it's
Like what happened? I blinked.
I
Match is
blinked and
over.
it's over. Oh my good. Well, good
It's
job.
been a
Pit.
hot second, and we need to bring out the executioner.
All
Okay,
right.
so he's got him in
Scott
his
Ridley,
grasp.
and he's going back to the kitchen.
Microwave.
Oh no!
No,
Oh,
he's
no.
gonna burn him.
He's gonna melt him. Melt him in the
He's
mic.
gonna melt Ridley.
Oh!
Blue
all right.
Blur versus Goddess here.
Wow, so this is actually quite the scary matchup for both of these characters.
Yeah, let's
Palutena,
be honest.
she can space. She's got some really great disjointed hitbox, but look
Really
at how
good.
fast Sonic is. He's just avoiding
He is
every
all over the
single
place.
attack. Yeah, it doesn't really look like he's in
Oh
this
my
match.
God.
Don't let it in like that, Sonic. Okay.
You gotta do some plays or she's gonna knock you out.
Yeah, you've got to focus. You need to hone in all that speed, all that power, all that
Oh my
attention,
God.
and just
Oh wow. I wasn't seeing that.
Ooh, okay. Oh, what's he doing?
What are you doing? Wow.
Wow.
That's
okay.
disappointing.
That was.
I mean, I feel like he would have had more of a chance, but he was just
He was just all over the place. He needed to really focus, but he just
Yeah.
couldn't bring it together. All right. Wow.
Bowser and the Wii Fit.
And you know what? Bowser is actually kind of.
He's
broken
pretty
in
darn
this
good
game.
in this game.
He-
Let's be
oh
honest.
my!
What?
No!
She took it.
She
said just
She said,
took
you know
it.
what?
She wanted it,
I am physically fit, I have trained my entire life for this. Go ahead, hit me.
I want to see how
Hit me. How strong are
How
you?
is her endurance? And let me tell you, 54%.
54%. It's not
That is
looking
not
good.
looking. That was one attack, guys. One attack.
But I tell you what, you know, Bowser hits so hard, but Wii Fit, definitely don't count out Wii Fit. She's got that.
She's got the soccer ball.
She's got the soccer
spacing
ball.
opportunities.
She's got agility, power, speed. You know, she's a very fit person. Does yoga.
Yeah.
These
See,
nairs.
Another nair.
Okay.
Oh wow.
Up tilt.
Just slashing up.
I almost thought that was gonna kill.
See, she's
Lucas
charging up. Oh
Wow.
man. She didn't even see it coming.
A little bit too cocky there, I guess. You know, trying to charge that sun salutation right in Bowser's face, and Bowser said, "You know what? I'm gonna hit you."
Yep.
Yeah.
I think that means it's time for the execution to come out.
Okay.
So he's
we're-
got Wii Fit. And he's
we're-
putting her on a yoga mat, I guess.
Okay. It's ooh.
Ow! Ow!
Ooh, hey.
Just like smacking her on the
Easy,
ground.
pal. All right,
Wow,
so I
this is
guess
quite the matchup
I
right
guess
here.
Red just wanted to capture Pikachu.
I think that's kind of what he's going
That's
for
kind
right
of
now.
yeah. That's what's happening right now. This is dangerous.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, those big nairs, big nairs.
The Nair game is really strong for this one.
That's okay,
Oh,
Pikachu
nice.
with the big up smash.
Oh,
Wow,
man,
that
and the
attack
tail
here
just finishes it.
Absolutely took
Crushed
Pikachu
it.
to the cleaner.
So we've got Simon and this little man throwing a bowling ball
Wow,
right in
straight
his
into
face.
his face.
He is just like, hey,
18%
want to go
right off the-
bowling?
okay.
How about no?
But you know what? This matchup is going to be a lot of fun to watch
Because
because
a lot of range.
both
that's what's
range
happening.
characters looks like they're both going to. Ooh. I
Oh,
think
man.
the downfall of the Belmont here of Richter is going to be that. Oh, it's going to
my
be that bad
God.
recovery move if he
Yeah,
keeps going
you
off.
gotta stop
That's
doing
it.
that. That's the game.
That is the game.
Simon,
Simon,
you
my
gotta
man.
wake up. We've got Wolfie Man
Yep.
and the Bowser Jr. himself.
And the Bowser Jr. himself, the prince of the Koopas,
Yes,
I suppose.
that's one way you could say it.
Yeah, so, Wolf is putting on some
Oh,
big
wow.
damage right. These up smashes.
Mr. Jr., what are you doing?
Come on, you got to make your papa proud.
No, I've always thought that he shouldn't be in the clown car anyway.
I think you're right, honestly.
I think it's slowing him down.
Kind of showing off the weaknesses of the clown car, you know. Hit him with some side V's. Oh,
Yeah,
that.
what's
oh
that?
my, that up smash.
It wouldn't have hit him.
These two competitors. Wolf.
I don't know, man. Junior is
Wow.
really, he's looking weak today. I think it might be it for him.
Looks like
but-
Wolf is playing it really safe, though. You can see Wolf is staying away
Yeah.
from the.
Oh, my God, and
gosh.
that was it.
Absolutely no DI. You know, I think we need to do something about that. We need to teach Bowser Jr. some stuff.
That's right. Executioner, take control.
Okay.
And the Executioner
looks
is
like he's
taking him back to school.
Literally back to school. I said we wanted to
Wow.
teach him, but I didn't think.
I didn't mean literally.
I didn't mean literally, but I guess you know the Executioner.
And the Executioner stepping up.
All right,
Bowser
he's coming
Jr.
back.
has done nothing.
He's done absolutely
He's not even
nothing.
trying.
He's drawing. Oh, this is gonna be bad. Oh, the
That
Executioner.
rim. Oh.
Taking those drawings away from him and just.
Oh my God.
Oh, Bowser Jr. Come on, boy. You gotta
That's why you stay in school, guys.
stay in school. Be cool.
Mr.
All right.
Game & Watch
Versus
and
Lucas. So both these characters are very light, actually. Oh, that
Oh
big
my goodness.
up smash. Lucas just piling on the damage
You know,
right now.
if he keeps spamming up A, he might honestly win off of that.
Is this gonna be a JV?
Oh goodness!
Oh my goodness.
Whoa.
Okay, all right.
There's a
Well, these-
he is busting out the aerials.
The
today.
toot toot. Here comes the toot toot. Oh,
Oh, there
Wow.
we go. Up A.
just a big up smash, taking it like that. Wow. All right, so you know what they say about Sheik?
What do they say about
Sheik is on fleek.
Hey.
Absolutely. But, you know, don't count out Robin. Robin can hit like a truck, even in the air with that Levin sword.
That's right.
And,
So even though he's slow, I mean, he's got some strength.
yeah, you have to understand something about Sheik. Sheik, you can see right now, it's a perfect example. Sheik can rack up that damage. They can
Doesn't know how to knock him
doesn't
out.
know how to kill. She can
There's
keep.
not much to do.
Wow, what are you doing? Looks like a little bit of offstage play.
Oh my
Robin's got
goodness,
to find
yes,
a
there
way
we go.
back. Okay, good job.
Okay, maybe not.
Oh, Sheik is. Ooh, that was a big
Oh my
missed
God.
opportunity there for Robin.
Man, they are both playing so safe
Good
right now.
forward air from Sheik, just keeping Robin out, keep him on the edge.
Okay.
Oh,
The young man and the princess.
And the princess, both Hylian, both from Hyrule, looking like, kind of looks like Zelda wants to say, you know what, Link, I'm tired of you saving me.
I think she's had enough.
I don't need to be saved. I am perfectly capable of doing this myself, but right now it looks like Link is just not having any part of this.
He's like, no, please, I don't have anything else to do.
Yeah,
Can I just save you over and over again?
He's bored. Oh,
wow.
This is very close. Zelda finally deciding, you know, all right, Link, I know you're bored, but hey, I'm tired of being saved.
Oh, this is it. And that is the game.
That was a good match.
That was very good on both
Wow,
ends,
absolutely
honestly.
insane. Good job, Zelda. Pulled it out at the very end. That was not looking like Zelda's
I was not
game.
expecting that at all. Yeah.
No, not at all. So with that, as much as we want to keep commentating, as much as we want to keep bringing this awesome Smash Amiibo tournament to you, we gotta cut to a break.
So stay tuned. We'll be right back. Hey, still stuck on those Korok seeds? Have no fear, professional gamers are on the line for you right now at our Nintendo Switch hotline. So call us now at 1-800-420-9876, you freaking idiots. Why would you call a hotline in 2020? I mean, please call. It's been about 4 months. Hey, you still don't have a Nintendo Switch? What are you waiting for? Sony to make one? You have seen the games, right? Wrong answer, man. Show them.
All right, and we are back to the action, back to the Amiibo tournament, and I am here with my co-commentator, Nathaniel Bandy.
What's going on? So that was round 1, and we are just going to move right into round 2. Let's get to it. So now we're into our first match of round 2.
Wow, this is actually moving along really quickly.
Man, Mewtwo just kind of went right into it.
Just 2 forward smashes straight into the...
Oh, here we go.
The
Wario
combos
woke up.
from Wario. He's
decided,
waking
hey,
up.
It's time to start playing this game.
Oh my goodness. I guess he was just asleep.
You know, maybe he was just giving him a little bit of a handicap.
A little bit of a handicap
Sometimes that happens.
Literally giving him slaps.
Oh my goodness.
Is this...
Oh,
no.
too low.
Oh, no. Oh, okay.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Wario would have taken it with that up smash, but Mewtwo with the smart...
Wow. So, I'll be honest, I'm kind of surprised that Incineroar even made it to round 2.
I kind of am too, and it looks like Ness is showing us that Incineroar just shouldn't be here.
He had, yeah, honestly.
Absolutely opening up, just completely, oh my god, decimating.
He is like,
okay.
He's giving him a chance.
Good up smash by Incineroar.
Oh my goodness,
KO.
that was a solid.
That's it.
That was a home run right there.
That's not it. Oh
my
Incineroar needs to be very careful.
He's got to stay away
Risky
from that
business.
edge. He does not have a recovery.
Oh my goodness. Oh, okay, good up tilt.
Wow.
This could actually go either way right now. If Incineroar
oh my god,
keeps
another
opening up with these big power moves, but Ness just
there we go.
comes in with that up air?
That was an up air, yeah.
Wow. Okay.
So Ices and the Woomy.
And the Woomy. This is actually quite an interesting matchup. Both these characters could really make some things happen. You know, the Inkling has those good projectiles, but then again, so do Ices.
Don't walk into
my
it.
goodness.
Wow. He was like, oh, you want to charge that up? How about no?
Wow. Wow. All right, Popo. You are flexed. Oh, is this?
Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
Was going in.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. I can't believe it ended that
Wow,
way.
that was... Wow. All right. Well,
honestly, that was pretty bad.
that was abysmal.
That was bad. Executioner, you know what to do. Hey, he's got ice climbers.
They're climbing.
Oh my god, they're trying to escape.
Oh, they're trying to escape. Go!
Will they do it?
Oh, no. No, he's coming. He's got him.
He's coming
got
back.
him. He's got him.
Oh.
The Executioner.
He does not play around.
He does not play around. He's too powerful. We like Ike. I gotta go with Ike on this one.
We do like Ike, but they are both very burly men, and I think they both have a solid chance
big,
here.
burly dudes who can hit really hard. Looks like he's figured out the Ike.
Oh, that's sick counter.
Was not expecting the counter from Ike, showing why these Amiibo. Why? Oh no.
Man, Snake is flustered. You can already see it.
He's
already using recovery. What was that? That was genius.
That was so
That
sick.
was genius.
Absolutely amazing. Looking like an actual Snake main.
Oh my god.
These Amiibo, you know, you never know what they're gonna do.
Sometimes they don't know what they're
parry.
doing. Wow.
If that would have hit, that would have been it. I hit so hard.
This is why they made it to round 2, folks. They know what they're doing.
They are going at each other right now.
Oh my god,
good
going for the missile.
Stage.
That was
this
close.
is scary. This is
See, if he didn't swing, he would have been out.
He would have been absolutely out, but oh my goodness. Ike showing why he wields that sword. Those muscles do not lie. This man hits hard, and he is going to the next round.
And Snake is going to the Executioner. Okay.
Right.
Putting him in a box.
box.
Wow,
It's-
very
oh,
original
oh,
Executioner.
Oh, he's got a marker. What's he writing? What's it?
He's writing
The box
of
shame. That's so funny.
Oh no!
Oh,
He's going to punt it!
Oh!
Oh my god! That's gonna be some bad recoil damage.
That's brutal.
I don't think Snake's recovering
I don't
from
think
that
Snake's
one.
recovering from that one.
So now we've got Lincoln Dong.
Do you think that Donkey Kong is still looking for that revenge?
I think he is.
Oh my
Let's
goodness.
be honest.
He's-
This is a mad monkey.
He is angry. He's out here. He's still like, you know what? I never forget.
Oh, Link, what are you doing?
He just went so hard for that. Might be it.
Oh, what?
Ooh, big up smashes. Donkey Kong needs to find a way back to the bottom.
Yeah.
There he. Okay, we're
Yeah,
back
it's a
to
solid
the
punch.
bottom.
He's charging up a punch.
Back into the neutral. This is all right.
He's smoking.
Ooh.
Oh,
Oh,
hey.
oh, okay.
One hit. This could be it. Oh, go for the grab.
One hit either way, and this could be it if Donkey Kong gets that
That's
big
right.
forward smash or a big up smash.
Oh
Even
my
that
God.
punch. Pull out that giant punch.
Oh! It
Wow.
was all just a big play. King DD Dirty back at it again.
Back at it again versus the flying Gambino, the big city slugger.
The big Falcon. Oh, wow. One hit, already 28.
Wow. Look at Captain Falcon looking for these.
Oh, excuse me.
Careful now.
Wow, that was really scary.
That was really scary. It's so hard. If Falcon gets off stage, he can get gibbed so easily, you know.
And this is DDD we're talking
is
about.
DDD.
One more hit, Falcon's gone.
This is
He-
scary.
Oh my god,
Is
that
this-
was close.
I don't think this is gonna go well
Falcon's got to make some big
for
moves here.
Douglas J. Falcon. He's
Maybe
got-
he'll whip out a Falcon
Oh,
punch.
good up smash.
Maybe not.
Gonna capitalize off of it. No
Oh
capital.
wow, big nair.
Just over the
The
top.
nair
Like
ended the
that?
whole thing.
I did not see that coming.
It's kind of crazy just how
Oh.
so many nairs has just been ending these matches.
R.I.P. to the People's Champ.
So Toon Link and Schultz.
I hope he's feeling it.
He better be feeling it.
He better be feeling
honestly.
it. He needs to bring his A game if he wants to take out Toon Link. We saw how well Toon Link did in that last round.
I mean,
Ooh.
Schultz was. That's how he ended the last game. Was a
That is how
solid
he
up
ended
day.
it. Was he looking to end it early there? I think that was a bit ambitious. Oh my goodness.
God.
Looking for
He
those
needs to be a bit more careful with
cheeky
those.
combos. Toon Link needs to be careful though.
I think it's probably just he's got a better range.
He's-
And Toon
he's
Link's
just-
really not using his projectiles
Toon
properly.
Link needs to utilize those projectiles if he wants to have any chance
Oh
of
my
bringing
god,
this
yeah,
back.
this
But it
is not looking good.
Wow.
It's over.
What an absolute slaughter.
This is it. It is the war of the waifus. Mrs. Rosalina and Mrs. Lucina here.
You know, at first I was gonna say Lucina might have an advantage here because of that sword, but it looks like Rosa. Oh,
I mean, Rosa's got Luma. She's going in. Not even using Luma.
not even. Luma's just chilling. Luma's like, yeah, you got this.
Hanging
Don't
out.
worry
Go
about
ahead,
it.
kill Luma. Rosalina apparently doesn't need it.
Apparently.
Oh my god.
If that would have hit. Oh, what was that?
Wow.
Was that up smash?
That was an up smash.
Oh
That was insane.
All right, you know, this is going to be tragic. The tale of two brothers forced to fight to win this competition.
It's kind of insane it even came down to this.
This is absolutely insane. I almost thought we would see this in the finals or in the semis, but
Yeah, you
we're
would
only in
think.
round 2.
Things are just
Oh,
getting
Luigi.
started, folks.
Luigi is looking like he wants to open up all this pent-up rage, all this
Yeah.
pent-up anger against his brother.
Yeah, that was good.
Luigi needs to
Oh,
get down. He
that
needs to
was
get
almost
back
it.
to the stage.
Stay on the ground,
Luigi,
buddy, or it's
you need to-
over.
Oh, good green missile. Recovering
Maybe not,
high.
maybe not.
Ooh, falls out with a tornado. Oh my
Oh my
goodness.
god, Mario didn't even move.
If that would have been a misfire, Mario said, you know what, little brother, I know you're not going to be able to
He
kill me
thinks he
here.
has it, yeah.
Mario is confident.
Well, maybe he does have it.
He might.
Oh my god!
Wow, those up airs were just too much for Luigi to do. To
up
do
air.
anything against.
The up air finished it. I was really rooting for Luigi on that.
I had
one,
Luigi,
but
honestly, I thought that he was going to, utilize it
I thought he was too.
and just
so.
come back and get that win, but
I think it's time to bring back the Executioner.
bring him in. Got Luigi.
It's gonna be reverse Luigi's Mansion here.
Oh my-
Instead of him sucking up Ghost, he's gonna get
He's gonna
the
get stuck.
style.
Just leave him alone.
He is. Oh my!
Oh.
He is enjoying this way too much. Stop! Stop!
Stop. What is this? Is this
Well,
the dream?
I think Sans is back for round 2,
Sans
but
Undertale
he is
versus
facing a Bayonetta.
What are they doing?
What are they actually?
What are you doing?
Are they doing hand warmers? Hello?
Are they just are they just goofing?
I think they're just kind of goofing.
They're
Guys,
just
this is a
goofing.
serious video game.
They absolutely,
Come on.
they know that they're so powerful that if they touch each other, oh, okay,
Anything
okay.
can happen.
Now
I
we're
mean,
getting
now
into
they're
it.
playing.
Now we're getting into it. Keep keeping Bayo out.
She is dropping the big
Uh-oh.
boot on him. Here
Oh.
comes another fist.
The upswing.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
the witch twist into the
Here comes the boot.
down smash. Just
And-
so much.
oh my
Wow.
god. The blue burr. The blue burr, and run.
I think you mean the super fighting robot, Mega Man,
Okay, fair enough. I guess that works too.
because you know Sonic is blue blur.
Well, Mega Man could be a blue blur.
I guess he could be.
Depends.
I mean, he's moving fast right now.
He
Look
is
at-
moving pretty quickly, but not
He's,
quite fast enough.
not quite
because
fast
his
enough.
damage is seriously racked
Looks
up.
like Roy is really kind of just getting into Mega
He's
Man's
avoiding.
defenses.
He's avoiding everything.
Oh,
He does not care. He's just kind of doing it.
there's some lemons. Ooh, the bad up
Oh,
smash. Oh, that
man.
big forward smash.
You gotta use your projectiles first.
There you
before
go. There
do-
you. Oh my
Oh,
goodness.
man.
Roy was trying to cut that charge shot in half. Ooh, the big forward air. Oh, is this?
Oh, I thought he was going for the dare right there.
I thought the hard knuckle was coming out. Oh, good back
Okay,
air.
good fair. Okay, he's keeping. Oh, he's got a.
Oh, what was that?
Oh,
Down
what?
tilt? The sweet
Down
spot. Down tilt?
Hi, I'm Daisy is back facing off
Facing
against.
off against Crom, and if this goes anything like Daisy's last match, this is gonna be a quick one. Because,
That's right.
Oh, but Crom.
Except, maybe not
You know
this
what?
time.
Maybe my prediction was right. Maybe Crom is going to make this a quick one. He says, you know what? I saw what Daisy could do in that last match, and he wants to
He
end
needs
it
to wake up.
as quickly as possible.
That's right. He does not want her to start racking damage, or things are going to get
Oh.
ugly real quick.
Really quickly. But it looks like Crom is actually in
Honestly,
charge of this
what?
game.
What happened
He
there?
walked up slowly and forward smashed.
Maybe Daisy had a crush on him.
Maybe.
She was like, look, you know what?
It's like,
you
man.
seem really into this whole tournament thing. I'm going to let you win.
I'm going to let you win,
and
and
then we'll go out for dinner later.
yeah, go get a couple of
This is going to be a big matchup.
This is going to be a big matchup. We saw both of these characters in round one, and I think
honestly, they were kind of the underdogs.
they were
if
kind
you
of the
ask me.
underdogs, but I tell you what, they're going to show us now why they are in round two, why they deserve to be here.
Exactly.
And
yep.
oh, Duck Hunt is just getting
He is getting
need to do some-
brutalized.
K-Roll just demonstrating his absolute
It's time to feed him some
power.
cans. There we go.
Okay.
Oh, not quite.
All right, come on.
And he can utilize it
oh,
later, and
my-
that was
it's
it.
Over.
Wow.
It's over.
We didn't even get started, and the match was just over like that.
K-Roll showing his absolute power.
I think you know what time it is.
It's time to bring in the executioner.
So as you can see, it looks like he's taking Duck Hunt
Oh,
outside.
okay. Where's he go? Oh, what is that? Is that?
Oh, he's tying him up.
Oh, to a doghouse.
Doghouse. He's putting him in a timeout.
Oh my gosh.
And you know what's disgusting about this? There's no water. This dog is going to starve out here. He's going to starve and become dehydrated. Absolutely disgusting.
What?
I have no words.
All right,
Okay,
here
so
we
next
go.
we have
Pit and
Omar
Olimar.
and Pit. Yeah.
Uh,
I don't know. Who do you think is going to knock this one? I'm
I-
kind of stumped on this one.
I think that Pit might just have a little bit more advantage because of those swords. He's got so many ways to
Yeah.
get those Pikmin off of him, and then the sword can
Really
come
does.
in and
He's-
cut through Olimar.
He is literally just eating Pikmin for dinner.
That's what he does. He's got so many active hitboxes on almost all of them.
Oh
Look at that.
my goodness.
Is that it? No, Olimar.
That
oh
might
my
be it.
god!
He smacked him into the ground.
Wow, straight into oblivion.
Jesus.
No chance.
Okay,
so-
Bowser and Palutena.
Yeah, so both real powerhouses of characters. I think Bowser has that little bit more power, but of
He is
course
stronger, but Palutena just has
Palutena
such
is
solid attacks.
right now
I
just
mean,
keeping him out, and it looks like Bowser's looking for these nairs, trying to
Pal-
rack up some damage, but it's just not working.
And she says, no thanks, do not
Oh
touch
my
me,
goodness!
mister."
Oh my goodness!
She's got a
Is this
restraining
a
order
JV?
on this man.
Is this gonna be?
Oh,
okay,
maybe not, okay.
all right. Oh,
Oh my,
That
he almost walked into that.
he almost just walked
just
right.
fell.
Oh,
And that's it.
big down smash.
Wow.
Wow, that was Bowser. I'm a little disappointed in him.
Yeah, you would think he would have been able to do something
The
more
king of the
than-
Koopas went down so easily.
Like, what kind of king acts like executioner?
Get him
get
out
rid
of
of
here.
this man.
Get him out of here.
He's got a hold of Bowser, and
Crazy.
this is
Where are we
a little
going?
Weird.
Oh,
Oh, putting him in the
Straight to the freezer.
Hey, you know what they say about the dinosaurs?
What killed the dinosaurs?
Yeah, what killed them?
The Ice Age.
The Ice Age, that's right.
Okay.
They're both the same size, but
Interesting matchup. They both have the same size head, too. Look at that.
they're basically the same person.
Oh, well, now,
Okay.
now it's a little bit different. See,
Maybe
I
not
think...
now.
Oh, what are
Hey,
you
Villager,
doing,
why
Villager?
would you hold that?
But you know what? Sometimes it just works. Oh, here comes the
It's
Charizard.
working now.
Looks like Pokemon Trainer is looking for some big damage, but
Why would he bring back Squirtle?
I
That's
don't
what
know why,
don't
why he would bring out
understand.
Squirtle at this point in the match.
Ooh.
Squirtle seems like
What
not
are
the
they
right
doing?
choice.
What are they doing?
Oh my
Villager had
goodness.
so much time.
So much time to do anything that he wanted, but he just stood there.
You really thought those shovels were going to come in handy.
here comes the Ivy.
Sorry, you're not Shovel Knight, buddy.
It looks like we're... Oh, the
Oh.
Ivy's up smash. Okay, so
we're
we've
back
got
in. Wolf and Lucas
Wolf
here.
and Lucas, and are we on the... This is the Castlevania stage, if I'm not mistaken.
You would be correct.
A
Yes.
dark stage for, you know, a dark character, and a character who comes from a very dark game.
This is just a very edgy match.
This is a very edgy
and
match.
Lucas sticking out like a sore thumb, but
Lucas-
I don't think he cares. He seems to be.
He seems like he is focused and drilling in, and this is a close game.
Yeah, but
Looks
so
like
is Wolf though.
they're going back and forth. This is anybody's match. You gotta understand, Lucas has the power.
That's right. He's
Lucas
got the
can
up
hit-
A.
Oh, but the big
Oh,
up smash
my
from
goodness.
Wolf. And we've seen Wolf in the previous rounds in the previous round, take his whole game with those up smashes. Oh,
That's
bad move.
what would you do? Oh
Okay.
wow, that was risky.
That was very risky. He was risking it for the biscuit, but
That's
I tell you
right.
what, looks like Lucas is starting to
Almost
use
pulled
those
out PK Fire.
use those projectiles.
Oh, and he won the game again with another up smash.
The up smashes from Lucas, we were just showing the power of that move, and
Hey, that might take him through the entire tournament.
you never know.
All right, look
So-
at it. We got the battle of two halves.
Two halves of the same person out here, and you know what? I think they're trying to establish which one is better because they are just slobber knocking right now.
They really are.
Absolute back and forth.
But as you can see, I mean, she's just so much faster.
She
than
gets so
Zelda,
much faster than Zelda, but I tell you what, when
she
it comes,
does have the knight.
And when it comes to killing power, Zelda absolutely has it, showing that, you know, maybe that transformation isn't for nothing.
That's right.
Sometimes you just gotta become a ninja. But it, oh,
Oh,
wow.
that was close.
That was actually kind of close. Ooh, not enough.
Oh my god, that was it.
The Vanish Trap?
What is this? That is crazy.
Is this Smash 4?
That is something you don't see now.
Wow, you really don't see the Vanish Trap anymore.
And with that, guys, we have just wrapped up round 2. But stay tuned. We got a quick commercial break. We'll be right back. This video is brought to you by Raid Shadow Legends. Raid is an RPG game like you've never seen before. And welcome back to the level 50 Amiibo tournament. We are back, and we are about to start round 3.
Round 3. This one's going to be exciting. I'm
Absolutely.
very excited to see these matchups. This will be the last round of 1v1s as well, right?
Before things get really serious.
So let's jump right into it.
Alright, we're on our first match of round
3, and you know what? Both of these characters, both Ness and Wario, absolutely dominated their previous matches.
They absolutely did. This
And
is
it
going to be
looks like,
oh my
wow,
man,
this is
Ness
going to be
really
a war of attrition. Neither of these Amiibo want to give an inch, but it looks like Ness has
not a
just...
little bit. Ness,
Oh,
really,
where are you going?
He goes for those
Oh my
recovery
goodness!
attacks. He goes for the recoveries.
That was insane.
Wow.
I can't believe Wario actually challenging that with the bike.
That was just
Thought that
not a
maybe he
smart
could
move.
Stuff it out, but he got punished so hard
Eating
for it.
one too many pieces of garlic. I gotta
One
say.
too many pieces of garlic. And
Oh, but he's got the big head smash.
oh my goodness, is this
That
gonna
might
be
be
the up
enough.
airs?
Is he gonna smash? Oh,
We saw Wario dominate with those up airs before. Big
oh
up
my
smash.
god.
Oh,
He's gonna have a
is
massive
this
headache
gonna be
after
the up
this,
air? Oh,
and
my-
that is it.
Alright,
Okay, so we've got Lumi once again and Big Boy
Swole
Marth.
Ike. Or Swole Marth, you're right.
That's right.
So this one
I don't know, man. I mean,
is kinda rough.
Ike has kind of been Inkling has kind of been the powerhouse until
Inkling
now.
has been,
but
oh my goodness.
Ike has that
Even
giant
percent,
sword.
literally even percent. Now
Yep.
it's a little bit off. Ike is just finding so much momentum with these
Yeah,
big
seriously.
up smashes.
She needs to start using some
She
splat
needs
bombs
to-
or
she
something.
needs to start spacing this man out, or
Start
he
eat-
is going to end her.
If he does not make him orange soon, it's gonna be.
This is going to be bad.
Oh no!
Oh my goodness!
God.
Ike is just showing that the sheer power.
This
of
might be it.
Ragnell
Ooh.
of that sword.
Oh my
goodness!
God.
This is bad. This is really bad for Inkling. Inkling
She
just-
needs to bust out. She needs to start charging at
She
some
needs to
point.
start
Remember, she
char-
can't-
Oh my Ike
that's
is just
it.
finding all of these up smashes. The range and power of that move is just
Oh my god.
absolutely insane.
Well, I gotta say, I think it's time to bring out the executioner.
I gotta
on
say
this
so as
one.
well.
Okay.
We're in
He's
the
got
bathroom.
her. Oh no.
What's going on?
This is disgusting.
What? I don't.
Okay, for those who haven't played Splatoon, Inklings die in water.
Oh,
He is dunking
gonna
her.
kill her.
He's
Oh my
dunking
God.
her
Oh
back.
my God.
He's literally smashing her into water. Just end there. End. This is just
stop.
disgusting.
Oh my-
Oh, I can't watch. Oh my God.
oh, oh,
Stop.
oh.
Please stop the madness. Oh, look at this. Two big
thick
men.
boys trying to go at it. We've got
Big old penguin and big old ape.
King DDD Dirty versus an actual gorilla. What? Oh, he almost was
my
looking for that
goodness.
ding dong.
He was going for it. It's
was
not
going
Smash
for
4, DK.
This
Gotta
is
wake
not
up.
Smash 4. You gotta wake up. But right now, it looks like he is.
He does not. This man is still out for revenge.
He's.
He is supporting his board, Diddy.
Oh my goodness. The big up air.
No, he's just too fast for DDD.
Any kind of hit now could end this man's career. But
Is it gonna be the big punch? It might be.
Oh, King DDD.
Oh my God, that was it.
That was
smash the screen
so
and end it.
fast. Alright, so Shulk is really going to have to be feeling it to take this match. We've seen Rosalina before.
I know.
We've seen
She
how
doesn't even care about her Luma. She just goes in and
any way that she can get to you, she will use it, even if that means sacrificing that Luma. Very smart on the Shulk, but this is...
Oh my goodness.
Oh, the
okay.
ledge trump, not capitalizing Rosa. You had the...
But the Luma.
Luma. Oh, my...
Oh, Luma almost taking it home.
Almost taking him home again.
Oh my God, he might die to the Luma.
He just cannot get in on this, on Rosa. Luma is just absolutely there.
He's got to take out Luma or things are
He
not
needs
going to be good for
do
him.
something quickly. He needs to get off this ledge. In the air.
Oh
the up
no,
airs.
that's not good.
That was almost...
Oh, the big...
That
Oh,
might
she
have
barely
taken it.
blocked it. Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Oh, this is intense.
Sitting at a sweet 69 nice.
He's
and
got that,
it's looking like...
Oh,
okay.
okay. He's got that Buster Monado looking for some more damage, but I don't think
Oh,
that's
but it ran out. But Luma's gone though.
Luma's gone. Big,
honestly
big
don't know.
opportunity for Shulk here.
Oh!
All right.
So we've got two heroes here, but let's be honest, Bayonetta
has
really been slaying this whole game.
And you know, you say hero, but really she's become kind of an anti-hero in the Smash community. Some people really like her, some people really hate her.
Yeah, it depends.
And right now we're seeing why. Look at the domination by
Look at
Bayonetta.
this, absolutely savage.
Mario needs to get it. Okay,
There we go, there we go.
combos,
That's what we're talking
opening
about.
her up, putting her into the air. You know what they say? An airborne Bayonetta is a dead Bayonetta.
That's very true.
I don't know if they actually say that, but
it's actually in the rulebook. I saw it one time.
Oh, you saw it one time. All right.
That's right. And as you can see, she's going in with the boot. She's kicking him out. Oh, maybe not.
Maybe not. Good up air.
I don't know. This is close. Let's be honest.
This is very
130,
close.
193. Who
Two
knows at this point?
icons of gaming.
Oh, and he gets the big fat boot.
All right,
Now we've
we're
got
off.
Ron and Crom.
Ron and Crom, two Fire Emblem boys, two Swordy boys.
Red versus blue. That was actually a pretty fun show.
That was a pretty fun show back in the day. But oh my god, they're
look
just
at
both
this.
looking for these forward smashes. They're trying to just demonstrate how strong they are, but it looks
Right.
like Crom is just that little bit
He's
stronger.
taking the domination right now.
Looks like that the pool noodle
Oh
did not
my
work
God.
out
For Roy, that was filthy. You see that he barely had a chance at all. I think it's time to bring in the execution.
Wow, Ron, you just bring him in.
Bring him in.
Okay.
Hey, and he is. We're in the bathroom.
We're in the
once
bathroom.
again.
But what?
Oh my God, he's gonna change his hair color to green.
That's not okay.
Roy, no, he's
That's
known
Red
for
Boy.
red hair.
That's Red Boy. You can't do.
You can't do that,
Oh
dude.
no, no, no!
I mean, you're fired. You're fired. All right, so now we've got King K. Rool and Pit. Now, we're a bit of a disagreement here. I feel like Pit's got a bit more of an advantage.
I think that K-Rool, the problem with Pit is he cannot hit hard enough to take this man out. And look at
Yeah.
that one hit from King
One hit
K-Rool.
already at
and
50.
2 hits, and K-Rool is in the lead. But you know what? Both these characters just have such a good recovery move.
Yeah.
Oh, just eating.
I mean,
helicopter.
they both have a shot.
Oh, did you see the belly armor on that?
That was ridiculous. Freaking K-Rool.
Pit hit him like 4 times.
That's gonna be the game.
That's
he
the
shoots
game.
him out.
Sucks him up and spits him out. Insane. Literally. Through the meat grinder.
Palutena and Squirtle.
I don't know how this one's gonna go.
I feel like Palutena kind of just has more options.
She has
here.
more. I wouldn't say that.
A lot more range.
Yep.
I mean, of course there is Charizard.
You have to think that, the Pokemon Trainer has 3 different options, and we're going to see all of them on display as the Ivysaur comes out. We just need to see the Charizard come out.
Are we going to see the Zard? I don't even know if we're going to see it.
In this, I don't know if Pokemon Trainer might think he does it. Oh, there's the
There
Zard.
we go, big
Here
Zard.
we go. This is
dangerous for Palutena.
This is dangerous. She's at a high percent.
This might be it.
Oh!
No! Wait, what?
What?
What even happened?
What happened?
Can we get an instant replay?
Replay. So
Okay.
it looks like the...
There was some sort of...
Oh, the up smash!
That's what it was.
That's what it was. I thought Charizard was coming down with that forward air, but Palutena just
Oh my god.
edged him out with that big up smash.
Okay, next we have Sheik and Lucas
Oh
already
my-
dropping the big up smash.
Stuffing that down air from Sheik out, and look at this damage.
This might
Just
be
you know what they call that in the business? They call that the nair plane, because
Oh,
you were
man.
just riding those nairs. But the up airs, oh my goodness.
I don't
Okay.
know, Sheik seems to be kind of out of it right now.
Sheik does not look like that she's playing on T. Looks like
Oh, look
this
at
could
this!
be big.
Look at that!
No,
No
Sheik-
way!
Oh
No
my-
way! That was disgusting! That was
That was
disgusting!
so disgusting.
Oh my god!
Not only did he
Knocked
stage
him
spike
into the
her,
stage and then
and then
immediately spiked
immediately with
again.
the down air.
Oh my god! What a way
What a
to end
savage
round
way
3!
to end that round.
Congratulations to Lucas, guys! Get ready for semifinals.
Because
And we have just jumped into semifinals.
so things are about to get absolutely crazy.
We got Wario, Ike, and Mr. Dog
And
himself.
Mr. Donkey Kong himself still looking for that revenge for Diddy Kong in that first round.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like Donkey Kong's going all the way. He's going right to finals.
I feel like Donkey Kong might have a big chance, but oh,
Maybe not. I don't know. He's not playing too well right now.
I won't lie, it's very hard to commentate on these matches.
It's 3 of them, 3-on-3, 3
3
lines.
on 3,
It's very
3
different.
stocks. It's going to be a very different game. It's not going to be about that first one to get that big hit. It's going to be about who can
Right.
last the longest.
It's all about endurance.
Oh,
Footstool!
no, but
And that
oh,
wasn't enough
no.
to come back
I
from.
thought maybe the magnet hands would pull him back, but
my
no,
God.
there goes his first stock. All right, so now we've got 2 on 2 on 2.
It is not looking good for Ike.
It's
though.
not looking good for Ike, but if he can
Already
avoid,
saying, oh, there we go. Look at that.
Big
Solid
up smash.
20% right off the bat.
if he can avoid these big power moves by these two, competitors,
He might be okay.
he could be all right.
Yeah, this is the time to start using aerials.
Oh,
Oh, look at that!
in this tournament thus far, but with these two competitors,
I don't know.
Oh,
my
oh,
goodness.
no.
Ike,
Oh,
and he
no.
smacked him into the
and just
ground.
like that, Ike is in the lead.
And what a turnaround.
He's actually taking the lead from both Donkey Kong and Wario.
That is crazy. Another forward smash.
With
He
that-
is dominating Wario
Right
right
now.
This might be it.
This might be. Oh, okay.
That was close.
So what is Donkey Kong doing? He's just chilling.
I
Okay.
don't know. He
All
needed
right.
to break. Oh, there
Good
we go.
up air. Good
First
up air.
stock up.
That's good.
So one more stock for everyone.
Everybody's got one stock. Well,
Oh, there we go.
Oh, another one. Uh-oh. Oh, that could have been bad. Donkey Kong's looking for some cheese, but Ike says,
I don't think
oh,
so.
No. Oh, no.
no,
he's,
that's it.
He's dead.
It's over.
Oh.
And he took DK with him.
Wow. So,
All right,
second
on to our
match of the
match.
semis.
We have Shulk, Bayonetta, and of course Chrom. And
Oh my
Bayonetta
goodness.
has been dominating the competition, and it looks like that's still kind
Well,
of
I mean,
happening.
Chrom is honestly putting in some work right now. He just hit both of them with that big up B, getting
Yeah.
in some damage.
That's true.
Ooh, big
There goes the
boot
big
from
foot,
Bayonetta
another
and a
fist.
big fist. Oh, I was.
Oh, that's it.
Oh,
Shulk is
my God.
done. Oh,
Wow.
that's not good.
Already lost one stock
It's
off
a
of that.
little early to be losing a stock
Yeah,
off for
you-
him.
Oh!
look at that
Big fist, and there goes Chrom right
That is
out.
it. Good
oh,
dodge.
the air.
And
Oh,
he knocked him out.
and Shulk is down to one stock.
Oh, I think Shulk's gonna lose
Just
just
like
because
that
his
stack.
recovery is so bad. He should just bust out jump, honestly. Okay, this
And now
is
it is
gonna
a
be close.
1v1, and Chrom only at 13%, really
Still very
retaining
close.
that first stock quite nicely. But Bayonetta, just the power from Bayonetta and the absolute range on her smash attacks.
He is really into the booting and fisting.
Oh my goodness. So Chrom is really trying to make this comeback.
Oh, okay.
This is close.
This look. Oh, nice.
Oh, good run up forward smash.
Dodged out of it.
You don't want to try to edgeguard Bayonetta though.
Oh
She
my
has so
God.
many options to just
not
keep
a
you
smart
on the forward
idea.
smash. It's
This
gonna
might be it for
Oh!
Bayonetta.
It's gonna be close.
Is it gonna
gonna
spike?
be close.
Is it gonna be a spike? Nope.
That's it.
That's it.
She just died.
Wow.
Very anticlimactic, but you know what? It worked
Oh.
out for Chrom.
Okay, next we got
Wow.
K. Rool, Lucas, and Palutena.
This-
All these guys have been absolutely insane
This
on the
is
field
going to
today.
be an insanely, like, it's just going to be, and look at this. It's already, you can see they're just all going
They're
at
all
each
over
other.
the place. Lucas
All
with the
over
up
each other.
smashes, K. Rool being
Ugh.
K. Rool and the big boy, and then we got Palutena with the excellent gameplay.
With the excellent gameplay thus far in this tournament.
Oh, look at this. She's going for a split.
Wow. Oh my goodness.
she was going for a
my
spike.
goodness. Big upbeat. Oh,
pretty
K-Rool's
solid.
just kind of chilling on it. He says, you know what?
I think he knows. He knows.
You
he's a
guys can
step away.
fight. You guys can fight. I'm gonna chill out over here for a bit.
He's sitting pretty high at 100. I
He
don't
is
blame
sitting
him.
pretty high. I don't think I. Oh,
Oh,
my goodness! What was
that's
that?
it.
An up smash from Lucas to
I
take that
believe
first stock?
once again, Lucas going for the recovery.
And K-Rool just, I'm so surprised every time Lucas is off stage, he just goes out to try to intercept.
right, yeah.
Don't jump into all
He's
Paul.
not
He just
playing
walked
around.
away. But Palutena, oh, with the big
there
wings.
we go. Lucas is out
Big
finally.
wings. Looking like B-dubs up in here.
Lucas is. Oh, there goes another stock on K. Rool.
Wow,
He's
all right.
probably gonna get eliminated first, but
You never know.
Never know,
He's a
that's-
very big boy. If he can hold on to these, if he can hold on to this last stock and just, keep his percent as. Look at that belly arm. It's not looking
hey,
good for him.
Lucas is.
Oh,
Oh
my
my God!
goodness.
He had enough of his crap.
Wow, the
Kicked
big
him out.
Forward air from King
It's
K-Rool.
like, go to your
Oh, and
damn
Palutena
room, he said. Go to your damn room.
Down to one stock for
That's
Palutena
right.
as well. And Lucas and K-Rool
Oh
just
my
out there trying to
God.
intercept.
Lucas is up smash.
That's true. Lucas's up smash is a big factor in this game. It could just come out of
There!
nowhere.
Oh my God, that was almost
was
it.
almost it. So close. It's gonna take a big hit to end K-Rool
Right.
though. He's a heavy boy. He hits
Palutena
hard.
still-
He hits
Oh,
hard.
and that's it.
Oh my goodness.
Down to K. Rool Palutena. She's only at 47 though.
It's a
This
1v1. It's gonna be tight. It's gonna.
Ooh,
He's got to
60
play
though.
this spacing game. He's
He
got to
needs, like-
watch his percent.
He needs like 2 hits.
Oh!
That is it. That is the game. We have our finalists now.
Wow.
Palutena made it into the finals.
Going into the finals for Palutena, kind of an underdog, really, if you
Yeah,
thought
well,
about it.
she has had very strong gameplay throughout this whole
She
game.
has had some-
The other characters have been a lot more shaky.
You're
so-
right. Palutena has really kept her game plan and just gone through her matches as needed.
That's right. So, with all that said, stay tuned for the finals. This will be our final commercial break. Stay tuned.
Coming right back. And just like that, guys, we are back to the action. We are back to more Smash. I'm going to let Nathaniel take it from here.
Guys, get out your popcorn. It's time for the final game. And here
This is
we
it.
go in the final
This
match.
is Grand Finals.
We have Wario, we have Chrom, and we have Palutena, all very strong contenders.
All very strong. We've seen the aggression for.
Oh my God, a stock's
A
already
stock
out
is
of
already-
here. That's
What even
ridiculous.
happened?
I don't even know.
Oh my goodness.
Send us an instant replay,
Instant
John.
replay.
That was absolutely insane.
That was insane.
That
Oh,
stock
but
out 5 seconds.
Chrom
Anyway,
is just.
moving on.
Oh, good recovery.
Apologies, that was close.
Wow, this is an insane match. I can't believe Wario's already. No, not Wario. Chrom
Chrom
has
already lost the stock.
stock.
It might be. Okay, almost
Might be
now.
another stock.
This might be it.
Oh my goodness.
Palutena is on her game right now.
Wario's sheer aggression and Palutena is just playing so well.
Oh my! See how high
Staying
that
so
got.
safe.
That is it. Oh, that was
Oh,
close.
he recovered. Good DI by Chrom and
Very
the big
solid.
up smash from Wario.
Didn't quite knock it out though.
Wario's looking for something. Palutena.
Oh
Oh,
my God! She smacked both of them.
The
She's still got
double
3
kill.
stocks.
Look, I'm gonna start calling Palutena B-dubs because she's got some great wings.
Yeah, seriously.
Oh my goodness.
Wario at 2, Chrom at 1, Palutena at 3.
This is, I honestly, I don't want to count
This-
any of
this
these other
might be-
fighters out, but oh, there goes
This-
Palutena's first stock.
There we go.
All right, so it's a 2-on-2. Well,
2-on-2 on one.
1-1. Chrom is not looking good right now. He needs to really pull something out. Oh,
And
no.
he has kind of been monkey in the middle.
Oh,
Just
no.
kind of taking
He
damage
kinda
from
has been.
everyone.
Oh, but Wario, this might be a big edge guard. Oh, the
Oh
footstool.
my God, yes.
Chrom looking for something, not finding anything.
And
Palutena.
Wario's got the head smacking.
Oh, Wario with those up
Big
airs.
clap.
Just juggling like nobody's
God,
business.
everyone's racked up pretty high now.
Another clap. Oh, the big up smash. Oh, but
Chrom
Palutena
really-
comes in.
Chrom needs to be spacing. He is way.
Oh,
Okay.
Chrom's still alive. Palutena going down to 1 stock. Wario
still
at 2.
2, but at 116, so it looks like his game's about to be over.
It's gonna be close.
One more smash and he's gone.
He needs to hold on to this second stock as long as he
Oh.
can and rack up as much damage. Oh, coming in with the
my
big
God.
old bike.
Chrom
Oh,
is-
Chrom!
Okay, there we go.
Takes out
one
Wario.
on one.
But Chrom is
Oh,
is
Chrom
not
just eliminated.
looking good. Oh, there he goes.
That's it. Okay, Wario
and
Palutena.
Palutena.
This is still a very
This is
even
a very
fight.
close game. It's going to come down to who wants it more,
34 and
who's willing to
33.
put in this work, who's got the aggression. and who can just take it from the other.
They both got their big game faces on. It's
Oh, Wario!
He just took that
Just
one.
standing there,
He
you
wanted
can't-
the wings.
Oh no! Oh no!
What are you doing? Don't end it now.
Oh, not like this. You gotta get your head back in the game.
Oh, that was close.
That was so close.
Barely.
Get your head in the game, Wario, or you're gonna go down to this
Oh my
Palutena.
God, 72-49.
She's
This is
playing
still a
so
close
well.
game.
She's been playing so well all tournament, and we can see it now.
78-72. Oh my God, who's gonna do it?
It's so close. It comes down to this one more big hit. Whoa!
Oh, nice. That was solid.
That was so solid.
Oh, he could have.
Oh.
She should have tried to smack.
Could have tried it. Could have gone for it. Ooh, the
Oh,
wings!
get out of the way!
Get out of the way!
What are you
Oh,
doing?
Wario!
Oh my God, Wario!
Wario's
Jesus.
saying, you know what? You got some good wings, but I got some fists. I don't need your
Right.
wings.
Oh God, that might be it.
Oh,
That
that's
was
so close. Wario's a heavy boy. It's not going to go down that quickly. Ooh,
And
the
that's
up smash.
that was way too close.
so
95 to
close.
123.
Oh,
This could be
oh.
it. Oh, but not strong
Edge
enough.
guard opportunity. No, misses the edge guard.
One more
Oh,
strong hit.
Big nair.
Oh, is he
Here
gonna
it comes.
smack her out of the air? No.
Here it comes. Oh!
Why did he go up?
Oh!
Why did he go up? That's it. That's the end.
He DI'd into the blast zone.
Oh my God.
Oh my.
That is it, guys. Ladies and gentlemen.
Wow.
The strongest amiibo is
Pal-
officially Palutena.
And you know, I didn't see that coming whatsoever.
What's funny about that is Palutena is also one of the most expensive amiibo. It all makes
ironic.
sense.
You know, I really thought Wario had. he was playing so well in that game.
really was.
He was dodging all of those smash attacks, but he just
It was
dropped his guard
insane.
for 1 second.
It was at the end. He shouldn't have gone to the top of that
Shouldn't have
platform.
gone to the top, and then he was DIing into that blast zone.
What was he thinking?
That was so bad. Oh.
For a fighting game, there are an absurd amount of extra game modes, so I thought it'd be fun to rank every single mode that isn't just regular versus matches. I won't include the trophies, album, or chronicle as game modes because they don't really count. We'll be basing this list simply off how fun they are and how much replay value each mode has. So with that said, let's get her ranked. 41, Street Smash. It seems like someone forced Sakurai to implement Street Pass functionality into the 3DS's Smash game, because what we got is the most throwaway mode I've ever seen in a video game. All you do is control a token and hit other players off the battlefield. Its only real use is to unlock some challenges, otherwise I don't know why anyone would ever play this. 40, Lottery. I almost didn't include this as a game mode, but it's used to unlock trophies, so I figured it barely counts. Simply put 1 to 20 coins in the machine and pray you unlock trophies. It's only better than Street Smash because at least you get some sort of value out of it, but you're not doing anything more than you see. 39, 15 minute. There's a certain charm to fighting the wireframes or alloys. You feel really powerful because it only takes 1 or 2 hits to knock them off the stage, so you can plow through several enemies in quick succession. Most of the modes, however, are just okay. Like this is the 15-minute mode. Why do I need to play one match for 15 minutes? You do this in Melee to unlock DK stage, but otherwise I don't feel compelled to go through all the characters to play this. 38, 10-man. So this game mode has the opposite problem. What is the point of just taking out 10 enemies? I guess you could say there's a speedrunning aspect to it, but even so, it's way too short. There's better versions of this game style that we'll get to later. 37, Classic Mode for Wii U. Classic Mode didn't change much until the 3DS and Wii U games came out. The core idea of playing versus matches is still there. Sometimes you'll fight a horde, fight on a team, or it can be as simple as giant and metal characters. The issue with this is that often, you're forced to compete in 6 to 8 player matches. That is pretty BS because not only does 6 to 8 fighters leave you with no control of what's going on, but it makes completing some of the challenges way harder than it needs to be. The randomness is taken to the extreme. The Master Core fights are very cool, but good luck completing Master Fortress. 36, Cruel. Sakurai is a bit sadistic because Cruel mode has been in every Smash Bros since its inception. Simply put, the enemies are stupidly powerful. In most circumstances, you'll have to use a cheese method to get any kills at all. I get that there's some appeal to taking out enemies this hard, but to most, you'll die once and never want to try it again. 35, Masterpieces. The idea of playing the original games that Smash characters came from is ingenious, but the execution is pretty mediocre. You get very little time to play these games, the longest demos only being around 5 minutes. There's a lot of games that seem to be missing from the Brawl and Wii U version as well, so while it's neat for history's sake, it's kinda pointless after trying the demos once. 34, Stage Builder for Wii U. Seeing Stage Builder grant the ability to hand draw is a perfect idea in concept, but the execution is just okay. It always seems like the amount of space you're given fills up way faster than it should, and there's next to no parts to use. You got springs, cannons, moving platforms, and magma. That's it. And there's still not a lot of backgrounds either, with only 5 to pick from. Sadly, this is more of a downgrade to Brawl's Stage Builder.
33, Smash Tour, or a horrible version of Mario Party. You run around a board trying to collect stat boosts. After the turns, there's a final battle with all your stat boosts and characters collected, and the winner of that battle wins the whole game. The major flaw, however, is just how random and confusing the board is. You get these tour items which do random things to other players or the board, and the frequency of these items can cause you to go from being in the lead to dead last with no way to control over what's happening. With Mario Party, there's some strategy involved, but here there's absolutely nothing. 32, 3 minute. We're starting to get into the more balanced multi-man modes. 3 minute is often how long a normal Smash match is, so it's way more likely you'd come back to this and trying to beat your score. 31, Classic Mode for 3DS. A slightly better version than the Wii U's. This time you get to pick your path. Each path is basically picking between easy, normal, or hard fights. You'll get rewarded more for harder paths, but of course they're more challenging. It just feels weird to call this Classic Mode when it plays nothing like Classic Mode. Like the Wii U version, it's just versus matches with no bonus modes like break the targets or race to the finish thrown in. It makes the entire mode fairly bland. 30, Target Blast. Remember when Angry Birds was a thing? Lucky for us, we get to relive that time with Target Blast. You hit a bomb for 10 seconds, then smack it forward to hit as many targets as possible. The 3DS has 1 stage, while the Wii U has 3. If there was like 10 or 15 stages, I honestly might rank this a little bit higher, but once you've gotten your achievements, there's not much point in playing this again. 29, Classic Mode for Brawl. Classic mode started to get stale when Brawl rolled around. With the roster growing so exponentially, something had to change to keep the formula more interesting so people would play this mode with every character. The answer to this problem was kind of solved. Instead of random characters, at least one fight revolves around a character's universe. In between those fights are target test levels, so it's not too bad, but it definitely goes on for longer than it should. 28, Tournament Mode. There's not much to say here. This is just a mode to set up a tournament. This was something I did a lot as a kid with CPUs, but it's also great when you're with a large group of people. It's a nice way to freshen up regular matches, but not much more than that. 27, Trophy Rush. A bunch of boxes and explosives fall onto a stage, and you have to destroy them as quickly as possible. When you fill up a meter, lots of coins, trophies, and custom pieces drop all at once. This is probably the best way to unlock trophies and custom moves for the characters, and while it can be fun, there's not much to it. 26, 100 Man. Instead of the measly 10-man mode, 100 Man has more oomph in it. The matches last a little bit longer, and it feels more rewarding getting a good time. Although for some reason, Ultimate changed the name to Century Smash, and I don't know why. 25, Endless. Instead of 10 or 100 fighters, it's as many as you can do before dying. This is one of the best ways to go about brawling tons of fighters at once. There's much more incentive to continuously increase the amount of fighters you can KO, and you can also keep track of how fast you're doing this. 24, All-Star. This is a great idea that slowly made less and less sense over time. The goal is simple: take out every single fighter in the entire game. In Melee, this was really cool when there were only 26 fighters. It was a solid challenge that didn't take very long. But when you get to Smash for Wii U with over 60 characters, this mode starts to become a drag. It was rebranded in Ultimate as a multi-man mode, which at this point is the best version and the best way of playing All-Star. 23, 1P game. Ah yes, the OG classic mode. For every character, the fights are exactly the same, except the target test aboard the platform stages, which change based on the character you're playing as. You'd think that I might critique the fact that the fights never change, but when there's only 12 characters on your roster, it really doesn't matter that much. 22, Special/Custom. Smash Bros is awesome because there's dozens upon dozens of ways to play the game, and these special modes really enhance that idea. In Melee, you could all be giant, or be stuck at 300%, or play in slow-mo. It's nice to have something like this to freshen up the normal matches. This idea was taken further in Brawl, where you can combine these things like metal, giant speed, and even the stage's camera, which allowed you to create one giant mess. While this mode has remained in every game, it hasn't really been updated much since, which is a bit of a shame. 21, Home Run Contest. Who would have thought such a simple idea could be such an incredible game mode? You've got 10 seconds to whack the sandbag and hit him with a home run bat to get the farthest distance possible. In later games, there's a bit of a barrier to let you get more hits in and prevent the sandbag from falling off the stage too early. There's something just so charming about the sandbag. I've got a freaking plushie of him, and I don't even know why. 20, Coin Launcher. The most meta idea ever. Take an 80s style arcade based shooting game and use coins as bullets to attack enemies to collect trophies and stickers. I used to spend hours unlocking all the goodies. And what's funny is this mode really didn't need to be in Brawl, but Sakurai made it anyway, and I love it. 19. Training. The name speaks for itself. You can pull out any items you want, look at damage ratios, adjust the speed, and things like that. Ultimate's version is incredible because there's an exclusive stage for training, you can pull up a trajectory guide, and even control which assist trophies or Pokemon come out of Pokeballs. 18. Stage Builder from Brawl. There's a surprising amount of depth to this version. You've got several floors to work with, and those can be resized and rotated. Tons of structures can be placed too, and there's even features like moving platforms, ice, drop blocks, and spikes. There's a couple of glaring issues though. One is that there's 3 backgrounds that all kind of blend together. The other one is everything's on a grid, so it's hard to be creative. But for a first attempt at a stage builder, it's pretty darn solid. 17. Smashdown. Here's a mode that only makes sense in Smash Bros. Ultimate. You'll go through your usual matches like normal, but once you've used a character, you can't use them again. You keep playing until you've gone through every character, and you win by winning the most matches. This is another one of those simple ideas that works so well, because there's something so cool about watching the roster shrink down, and you get more and more limited on who you're good with. 16. Master Orders. Master Hand presents you with 3 different orders, each ranging in difficulty. By winning these orders, you'll get certain prizes like coins, tickets, or items. What makes this so fun to play is you're always getting something in return for winning quick matches. It can be quite addicting to say the least. 15. Rival Smash. This mode seemingly came out of nowhere. Now you're facing someone else trying to get KOs. The goal is to get more KOs than the other player, and it is surprisingly fun. There's so much more strategy in figuring out if you should steal KOs from your opponent or just go with what's around you. 14. Adventure Mode. I've got such a conflict with this mode. On one hand, it's loaded with mini cutscenes and tons of things to do. You'll go from running around in a Mario level to escaping planet Zebes to running with the cars in F-Zero and finding the Triforce in a maze. These things make Adventure Mode an amazing time, and they really immerse you into each character's world. But then the other half of this mode is just battles that don't change. Adventure Mode is amazing in small doses, but it's not something to marathon through with every character. 13. World of Light / Spirit Board. This may be placed a little high for some, but I feel like World of Light is a tad underrated. The majority of the time, you're running around a map unlocking spirits, saving characters, and completing hundreds of customized battles. There's a few cutscenes thrown in, but it's not very much. The spirits really make this mode great. You can level them up, enhance their abilities, combine them together to summon new spirits. I mean, honestly, it's like Brawl stickers, but 10 times better. There's even a skill tree and shops to go to, so I'd say in small doses this mode is really great. Admittedly, it does get boring if you were to play several hours at a time. 12. Crazy Orders. This is similar to Master Orders, but a little bit better. You still pick orders and unlock stuff for winning, but now the difficulty ramps up when you play more matches consecutively. There is a huge risk and reward factor here. You'll gain tons of rewards for playing several turns in a row, but lose everything if you die at any point. You'll finish this by fighting Crazy Hand too. It's so much better than you would expect. 11. Classic Mode for Melee. By far one of the best versions. Each fight is randomized, which makes sense for the size of the roster. But on top of that is Break the Targets, a bonus stage where you'll snag trophies, an enhanced version of Race to the Finish, and the possibility of Crazy Hand at the end. There's so much variety crammed into this classic mode that it is a blast to play with every character. 10. Stage Builder from Ultimate. I wouldn't say it's perfect, but they did a damn good job with this version. You can still hand draw your pieces, but the restrictions have been lifted much more. And what's better is you can easily rotate your hand-drawn pieces or put them on rails or switches. These few extra additions, plus several more textures, can make some really awesome levels. There's also more hazards thrown in, so you can have a lot of fun with custom stages. 9. Squad Strike. This is a mode I've wanted for a long time, and to see it come to fruition is a dream come true. In normal matches, you pick one character and you can only use them for the whole battle. But in Squad Strike, you can pick multiple characters for one fight. This alone changes the dynamics to an incredible degree. Everyone's strategies have to change drastically as new characters are shuffled in. 8. Board the platforms. It's sad that this was only ever in Smash 64. Every character has a custom level, and you simply have to stand on 10 platforms. What makes this mode so fun is each stage is catered to each character's abilities, so you're learning how the character works while also being challenged at the same time. 7. Break the targets. The name explains itself. You go through stages and break a bunch of targets. The mode is fantastic in Smash 64 and Melee because everyone has a custom stage, just like in Board the Platforms. Break the targets is also in Brawl, but there's only 5 stages that everybody can play as. I understand why they did this since the roster was getting too big, but it's still a little sad to see. Board the Platforms and Break the Targets are stupidly addicting when it comes to trying to beat your times. 6. Boss battles. How is this mode not in newer titles? In Brawl, there's 10 different bosses, and the objective is to beat them all without dying. The boss battles are really great because they're all really interesting, challenging, and each character has to go about them in different ways. 5. Challenges. One of the few Nintendo games with achievements. Each Smash Bros. Has a giant board with hundreds of challenges to complete. A handful of these challenges can be stupid or too difficult, but a lot of them add tons of replay value. And heck, if you're really stuck with one of the challenges, you could just use one of the limited golden hammers to unlock the challenge and reward. 4. Classic mode from Ultimate. I was very worried about Classic mode when Sakurai announced that every character would be in Smash Bros. Ultimate, but he somehow pulled off the very best version of it in 2 ways. 1. The pacing is perfect. It doesn't go on for too long or too short, and there's a bonus level on top of fights. And 2. Each character and boss is related to that character's universe, so kinda like what Brawl did, but to a higher extent. I had a blast marathoning through all the characters and seeing which references were included. 3. Event Match. This has to be the best variation of customizing Smash Bros. Matches. Some of them have objectives that you can't even do normally, like only being able to attack with a Pokeball Pokemon, or you can only KO with a 9 from Mr. Game & Watch. Event matches are only in 3 of the Smash Bros. Games, but they're always an amazing time to run through to see what ideas they've come up with. 2. Smash Run. If there's any reason to keep Smash Bros. On the 3DS, it's for this mode alone. Smash Run is heavily inspired by Kirby Air Ride City Trial, where you'll run through a huge map collecting stat boosts and fighting enemies. What's so cool about this mode is the huge variation of enemies, and they come from several different IPs and even the Subspace Emissary. At the end, you'll use your stat boost to either fight or complete some random thing that's exclusive to Smash Run, which only makes you come back to it to see everything it has to offer. 1. Subspace Emissary. I could see some people disagreeing, but the scope of this game mode is absolutely insane. This could literally be an entire game on its own, but no, it's a side mode included with Brawl. You've got dozens of fantastic cutscenes that mash together all the characters into a story. There's loads of platforming levels where you'll unlock fighters and collect stickers and trophies along the way, and it's all wrapped together into a package so epic that I don't know how Sakurai could ever top this. The only downside is the Great Maze, and some of the levels can be a bit dull, but they had to be accommodating for every character to be played through them, so it makes sense why the level design is a bit drab at points. And there you have it. Smash Bros. Is loaded with game modes, whether they be good or bad. Now that Super Smash Bros. Ultimate DLC is over, I thought it'd be kind of fun to go back through all the reveal trailers and see which ones were the most impactful and which ones were the most forgettable. I'll be including all the new characters, everyone is here as an entire reveal, and also a few Mii costumes that had a lot of effort put into them like Sans, Cuphead, and Vault Boy. With all that said, let's get her ranked. 27. Chrom. This barely counts as a reveal since it's an Echo fighter, but we'll still count this one anyways. So Chrom, another Fire Emblem rep. He plays as if Ike, Marth, and Roy had a baby while supposedly being an echo of Roy. I genuinely forget that he's a new character most of the time. Like, I know he's just an echo, but this feels like one of those picks that was forced on Sakurai's hands, so he just did the best that he could with the time allotted. 26. Daisy. I'm really confused why Daisy had to become an echo. She worked perfectly well as a costume swap for Peach, but I guess having her separate isn't the worst thing ever. Of all the new Mario characters though, Daisy seems like the least popular choice to go with, or so we thought at the time. Waluigi or Pauline would have made more sense to me, but beggars can't be choosers, I suppose. 25. Byleth. Well, the animation looks pretty at least. I don't think it's much of a secret that the majority of people are tired of seeing new Fire Emblem reps added to Smash Bros. While I don't personally care because the roster is full enough already, this does kind of feel like a wasted opportunity. There'll very likely never be a Smash Bros. Game with this many characters again, and one of the DLC picks is another anime swords fighter. To be fair to Byleth though, there is a male and female version, and they do play fairly differently to the other Fire Emblem cast, but it's just such a boring choice. Even so, Sophist says this.
So you return, and sooner than expected. I see. Too many swordsmen, are there?
They're so self-aware that it's not even funny. They know people are tired of this and did it anyway. 24. Ken, the only one of 2 Echoes to be featured in a full-blown CGI trailer. This one includes a fight between Little Mac and Ken. Little Mac, of course, standing no chance. Ken was easily one of the easiest characters to predict coming to Smash Bros. Ultimate out of all the characters. It's pretty cool to see him included with Ryu, since you can basically have a mini Street Fighter fight inside of Smash Bros. 23. Dark Samus. This is our last character that doesn't have a big reveal trailer, but definitely the most surprising pick. Dark Samus was likely added to promote Metroid Prime 4, as it would have released by now if it were not restarted a few years ago. Even though Prime 4 isn't out yet, Dark Samus is a very cool choice. The moveset is virtually the same, but it's nice having another Metroid rep regardless. 22. Incineroar. I really love how he's tied with Ken's trailer. Ken knocks Little Mac out of the ring, and then Incineroar just comes flying in out of nowhere and beats the crap out of him. I know that new Pokemon reps aren't that exciting, similar to Fire Emblem and Mario, but he does have an extremely unique move pool, as a lot of it is based off wrestling moves, and in general, he fits well as a Smash fighter. 21. Piranha Plant. And then there's this guy. I love that every Smash Bros. Game has a WTF character. Melee had Mr. Game & Watch, Brawl had Rob, Smash 4 had Wii Fit Trainer, and Ultimate has the Plant. It really came completely out of nowhere. You see Mario just going for a stroll, the music stops, the plant pops his head out, and then attacks Mario, revealing him as a new character. He's so goddamn random, but also filled with so much personality. Lots of effort was put in to make this character work with the game, and I wouldn't want it any other way. 20. Isabelle. This was such a weird reveal as well, because it came off as the official announcement for Animal Crossing on the Switch. At least that's how it was initially looking. There was this sense of uncertainty. Is it secretly a Smash reveal, or actually Animal Crossing? It was impossible to tell until Isabelle got a letter. Then of course it was all clear. I do wish Isabelle played a little more differently than Villager, but I'd still say she's unique enough. The best part about this too is that this also tied in with the announcement of Animal Crossing on Switch, so it was all one massive mind boggle. 19. Pyra/Mythra. Of all the Xenoblade characters to add, I'm glad they went with Pyra and Mythra. They still play a lot like other sword fighters, but at the same time, the switching mechanic is pretty cool, and they each have a focus on either speed or power. The trailer, similar to Isabelle's, does a good job confusing you with what you're actually watching. I initially thought this was going to be Xenoblade 3 or another DLC expansion for 2, but of course it ends up being a Smash reveal instead. Even though these characters don't interest me personally, it was a fun trailer to watch. 18. Vault Boy. Just when you thought Mii costumes couldn't get crazier, freaking Vault Boy of all characters is included. He's not quite as hype as some of the others announced, but just the fact that Fallout is represented at all is crazy. This is when reveals got to a point where there was no reason trying to predict anything. There really was no way of guessing what was going to come next. His costume looks really solid too. It's pretty faithful to the original games he's from. 17. Cuphead. This Mii costume came before Vault Boy, and I'm really only putting him up higher because he fits slightly better as a Smash fighter. I would have loved if he was actually a playable character, but I can take this as well, especially since he comes with a song. He has such a perfect design for this game, and the reveal was again so unexpected. 16. Terry. This may not be the most interesting and jaw-dropping reveal of all time, but you have to give props for how diverse these trailers can be. It starts out with a timeline of all the Nintendo consoles and when they were released, and then, out of nowhere, the Neo Geo just hops in next to the SNES. That's when a lot of the Fatal Fury characters were being teased to be the next fighter, and it turned out to be Terry out of them all. I really like how the trailer sticks with a more retro and pixelated style too, and is framed as an old-school 90s cutscene. It really adds to the authenticity. 15. Hero. Cutscenes like this make me wish a sequel to Subspace Emissary managed to happen, but Sakurai chose to focus on new characters instead. We're still getting these really cool fight scenes to some extent, and Hero was revealed for this one. I love how he comes in on a horse as well. It gives off such a majestic feel. They even show off all the costume alts since Hero has so many different looks and styles. 14. Kazuya. Otherwise known as the trailer where everybody falls into a pit of boiling lava, Kazuya throws off Ganondorf, Captain Falcon, Pit, Min Min, Marth, and Kirby, but Kirby saves himself, of course. It's more funny than anything, and I think that's exactly what they were going for with this trailer. A Tekken rap only made sense for DLC, and while not the most interesting character ever, at least his reveal trailer is pretty memorable. 13. Min Min. Any piece of animation that involves Captain Falcon eating a bowl of noodles is going to be a great time no matter what. Like Terry, a bunch of the ARMS characters are teased for getting the letter of Smash. I like how it's done through a bunch of fights as well, like it's some sort of reward that everybody's trying to get. The art style is so cool and stylish as well. I would love to see an entire ARMS cartoon or anime using the same style. 12. Richter Belmont. I'll have more to say about Simon, but Richter was quite the surprise considering one Castlevania rep seemed unlikely as is. He is just an echo, but he looks fairly different from Simon and stands well enough as his own character. In the trailer, he assists with the fight against Dracula, so he's highlighted the same as he is in Smash. 11. Simon Belmont. I know not that many people are aware of the Belmonts, but this franchise is well worthy of being included with Smash Bros. They made Simon look like such a Chad, and I love that his moveset is based around his NES games as well. The reveal trailer is so sick. Luigi is fumbling around with his polterguster, and Death himself kills Luigi before Simon can come in to save him. The music is so well remixed too. Although it is Castlevania music after all, you can't really go wrong with that. 10. Sephiroth. We're back at the beginning of the World of Light with Galeem. He seems to be your threat once again, until he gets sliced in half. Nobody other than Sephiroth could do something like that. What a mad lad. As another swords fighter, I know, but he's one of the most iconic villains of all time. He more than deserved to be included in the game. Plus, he brings over more Final Fantasy music, which is nice considering there were a whopping 2 songs before. And can we not forget that Mario almost got brutally murdered? It's framed in a way where Mario's head and neck are between Sephiroth's throat. That's dark even for Nintendo. And honestly, I really like that. It added to the intensity of the whole reveal. 9. Everyone is here. The biggest kept secret that Nintendo actually managed to keep together. Watching Smash Bros. At first for E3 was magnificent. It started with showing off all the returning characters. Something interesting was that we were seeing numbers next to each name, but you weren't really paying attention to that because it was a new Smash game and the focus was on the screen itself. And then Snake rolls in with the message, "Everybody is here," and then the excitement really kicked in from there. Every character, even ones like Pichu and Young Link, are back in the fray. Nobody saw this coming. It was just assumed that some characters from Smash 4 were going to get cut, but this was the big surprise, and it created a collaborative opportunity that gaming will likely never see to this magnitude ever again. 8. Ridley. Shortly after revealing that everyone was here, Nintendo drops a dramatic trailer of Mega Man, Mario, and Samus walking on a desolate bridge. Mega Man gets sniped away with a silhouette of Ridley's tail, and holy sh**, Sakurai actually put Ridley in the game. We were told long ago that Ridley was too big, but Sakurai wanted to make it happen anyway, and this set the tone for the rest of the reveals. You truly had no idea who was going to be announced next, as Ridley was initially assumed impossible. 7. Joker. Speaking of surprising reveals, this is one of the most out there choices, Joker from Persona. This premiered at the Game Awards, and there was no heads up or giveaway that a Smash announcement was about to drop. It just kind of happened, which made this reveal extremely ecstatic for Persona fans. It looked like a Persona game was coming, but no, of course it was Smash Bros. 6. King K. Rool. This is another character that people have been wanting for several years, but thought would never happen since he doesn't appear in new games anymore. I love how the trailer starts with a fake out. King DDD pretends to be King K. Rool, but surprise! The real K. Rool knocks him to Kingdom Come, and then DK, Diddy, and him have this ridiculously over-the-top running segment where they charge towards each other, share a massive colliding punch, and a sonic boom careens around them, and it's just so well done! It gets the goosebumps out of me every time I watch it. 5. Banjo and Kazooie. One of the only instances where reusing assets actually enhances the trailer. The scene starts exactly like the K. Rool one where Donkey and Diddy Kong are just chilling out in the house, but K. Rool is now there, and oh my god, a Jiggy rolled across the screen! What an incredible moment for Banjo fans. Nobody thought this would happen because Microsoft owns the character, but they teamed up and did something the gaming community will cherish for years to come. It's also great that they did the same gag as last time, where the Banjo reveal is a big troll, but this time they used Duck Hunt, which is honestly more appropriate. 4. Inklings. The direct we just saw showed us a bunch of Splatoon 2 information, so it was really strange seeing another Splatoon-themed trailer. Off the bat, it's cinematically really impressive. Inkling girl and boy are shooting and swimming up the void of a room, and then suddenly it gets dark. The suspicions of Smash start creeping into your mind. Inkling girl turns around and her face screams horror. The camera zooms in and focuses on her pupil, and just like that, the famous Smash logo appears. What a powerful moment. Sakurai managed to reveal a brand new Smash Bros. Game, as well as a new character at the exact same time in one of the most dramatic and entertaining ways I've ever seen from a trailer. 3. Sora. While not a character that I was personally that interested in, his revealed trailer perfectly wrapped up the Smash Bros. Hype train. It starts by returning to where it all started, with the fire room when Inkling was revealed. Then for some reason, everybody turns into trophies when the light goes out. I'm not sure why that happens, but it doesn't matter because the moment itself is very tense. It feels like everything is coming to a bitter close. That is, until Mario comes back and walks towards the remaining flame. He swings his fist into the fire, throws some sort of blade through the air, and bam, we see the Mickey Mouse ears and Sora is officially confirmed. I can't even imagine the logistics it took to work with Disney to make this happen, but the build up to this moment is incredible, regardless if you're into Kingdom Hearts or not. I also adore how the ending has Sora and Mario shaking hands. What a perfect and beautiful way to end it all. 2. Sans. After watching so many of the Mii costumes getting shown off, it became this sense of eating the last couple bites of chocolate cake. The character itself was the main serving, while the Mii costumes were the small morsels left behind on the plate. So that's the expectation for Mii costumes that was set. And out of the complete blue, Megalovania starts playing, and Sans of all characters fades into frame. What the is going on? There was no conceivable way of predicting that some Mii costumes were going to look like actual playable characters, but also, it Sans the skeleton from Undertale. Yep, the funny skeleton man made it into Smash Bros. Toby Fox even went into Sakurai's house and played Smash Bros with him. Like, what even is this timeline? 1. Steve Minecraft. Speaking of the best timelines, this was another character that nobody was realistically predicting. Minecraft Steve? There's no way Sakurai could make that work. He doesn't even look like he fits in Smash Bros. But wouldn't you know it, Mario was launched into a Minecraft cave, and the rest was history. Not only do we get to play as Steve, but the costumes include Alex, a zombie, and Enderman. And the best part is that Steve actually has a moveset that's very akin to his game, which is nothing short of a miracle. He can still build and craft weapons, upgrade them, dig, use dynamite, fly, and so much more. This character was such a big surprise that I genuinely have no idea how it could ever be topped in any future Smash Bros. Game. Sakurai, game developer of the decade. He managed to make video games exciting at a time where a lot of them are too focused on just turning a profit. Now that all the Smash Bros. Ultimate stages are out, I wanted to do a definitive ranked video on every stage, not just an Ultimate, but for the entirety of Smash Bros. I'll be playing every stage with 4 players with hazards on. Now yes, I'm aware that hazards can be turned off to make some stages more fun, but I'll be judging them based off how they were originally designed to be played. I'm also going to have items on because 99% of Smash Bros. Footage online has it turned off. This list is based off how interesting and fun a stage is to fight on. Some hazards can add to the match, while others don't. But with that all said, let's get her ranked. 132, 75M. Why does this exist? I can get behind some so bad it's fun stages, but this one is just plain awful. Every platform is too small to fight on, and the only one that's big enough is on the top, which has a big burly monkey that tosses dangerous jacks at you. I don't care if it's faithful to the original game, it's not fun at all. 131, The Great Cave Offensive. I get it, big stages needed to exist for 8-player matches, but what is this catastrophe? I mean, sure, it visually looks amazing and the colors are eye-popping, but there is so much wrong with this design. The general layout is a disaster. These floors have super low ceilings, which makes it nearly impossible to launch enemies off the stage. So what's the solution? They added lava that kills you when you touch it at over 100% damage. You can't put a band-aid on a flesh wound and expect it to get better. It doesn't work that way. 130, Pac-Land. Smash Bros. Has experimented with moving stages a lot over the years, and this is by far the worst way to go about it. The screen scrolls at a fairly brisk pace, and you're taken through the world of Pac-Land. It's honestly not that bad at first, but then you get to the water and forest portions. The geysers and fire hydrants are really annoying to put up with. Then the forest has a bunch of logs and clouds that are really tiny, and falling is almost inevitable. The stage is ugly too. Like, I get it, it's keeping the same aesthetic, but that doesn't automatically make it good. 129, Rumble Falls. Based on 2 Donkey Kong Jungle Beat levels, Rumble Falls continuously scrolls up, and you have to climb up ladders and jump from platform to platform. The problem is that the stage scrolls way too fast to even have a chance of playing. You're basically just trying to survive the whole time. It's a gorgeous looking stage too. It's too bad it was wasted on this mechanic. 128, Icicle Mountain. Here's another vertically scrolling stage. The experience is pretty much the same, although you'll go up as well as down. The scrolling seems to be slightly less extreme, which is nice, and there's moments where the stage doesn't move so you can actually fight. But then the issue is half the platforms are ice, so it's really slippery. Either way, this stage is garbage. 127, New Pork City. Definitely one of the prettiest looking stages, but it's too big for its own good. At the time, it was trying to be a new version of Temple, which was and still is a fan favorite. Unfortunately, this attempt at that doesn't really work. The only decent place to fight is at the bottom, and that's only before the wooden plank breaks because of course it breaks. The higher portion of the stage is fine, but the fight never seems to take place up top. 126, Palutena's Temple. So this stage is even bigger than New Pork City, and the only reason I consider it better is because there's more areas that are suitable for fighting. The upper half of the temple is fairly normal, while the bottom half has spikes and a bunch of annoying springs. It's really weird because it feels like the stage originally had 4 or 5 different concepts, and instead of picking one, they just stitched them all together instead. 125, Wily Castle. I know what you're thinking. This stage is fine without hazards, but like I said at the beginning, we're leaving them in, all raw and natural. The Yellow Devil from Mega Man 1 likes to spawn in a lot and spew his lasers at players. You can defeat him by beating him up, which is kind of cool, but he's a massive nuisance and ruins the stage when he's there. I do appreciate the extra platforms from the 3DS version that show up because that's kind of a cool touch. 124, Rainbow Cruise, one of the first traveling stages, and not a good one unfortunately. You start on Mario 64's ship from Rainbow Ride, only to be taken through a series of random floating platforms in the sky. It's an interesting idea, but the execution is pretty poor because of all the death pits. At least the scrolling is fairly slow, if that's giving it any credit. 123, Mushroomy Kingdom. I still remember being ecstatic when this stage was announced in Brawl as a teenager, and then being so disappointed. I know the gleaming desert look kind of defined Brawl's aesthetic, but it just looks so drab and boring. Couldn't there have been a way to swap between the original and retro styles maybe? The scrolling is also a bit too fast to make fighting enjoyable. The blocks often get in the way too, which is annoying. 122, Hannonbow. By far the most unique looking stage in Smash Bros. You fight on a bunch of leaves that change in height when you hit them. It's a cool idea, and frankly could have been a high tier stage if the ground wasn't a massive pit. The water effect looks dazzling, but man, these leaves are just too small and spread out to make fighting playable. 121, Pyrosphere. This is a pretty sweet looking Metroid area, but it's ruined by Ridley popping in constantly. Whoever hits him the most makes him your ally, which is insanely unfair if you ask me. Sometimes you'll even get Meta Ridley. He kind of powers himself up on the side of Pyrosphere. This is another level that's ruined by a stage boss. Otherwise, it'd be one of the best ones that Smash 4 has to offer. 120, Gamer. Did anyone actually play Game & Wario? It works in a similar way to the Wii U title, where you have to hide from your mom or you'll take damage. It's a pretty cool idea, but the mom lasers come up so frequently that it's more of a chore than a fun gimmick. The stage layout changes every time, but the constant worrying about mom is just irritating. 119, Brinstar Depths. I've got a weird soft spot for this one. There's some fond memories of unlocking it as a teenager and playing it with friends all the time, but I know that it's a garbage stage to actually fight on. Kraid constantly rotates it around, and you have to try to survive while it's spinning and also while KOing opponents. What's interesting is that this stage may have actually been fun if the layout wasn't so rigid. Most of the platforms are structured in funky/awkward angles. 118, Kalos Pokemon League. A stage from Pokemon X and Y UI is pretty neat, but the stage hazards take it a step too far. The blazing chamber engulfs two massive flame pillars that are nearly impossible to avoid. The flood chamber creates ramps with rushing water that'll sweep you away, and the ironworks chamber spawns swords that can knock you into the ground, but the swords themselves cause damage. While I appreciate how different and unique Kalos Pokemon League is, it's just not fun to fight in its natural state. 117, Port Town Aerodive. We're slowly working our way to good traveling stages. Port Town improves slightly due to more functional stage design. Like Melee's Meat City, F-Zero racers come flying through, and you're basically dead if you touch one. It's not very common for that to happen, but the fact that the racers are disruptive makes this a fairly mediocre stage. 116, Figure 8 Circuit, or Mario Circuit if you remember the original from Brawl. It appears to be based off Mario Kart DS's stage, but it takes a creative liberty by adding a jump. Shy Guys fly across this ramp, and can knock us around if in the way. They aren't the most obstructive hazards, but it's just enough to which I don't find a desire to play the stage. 115, Mario Bros. One of the dumbest stages out there, but if you're in a certain mood, it's one of the best. It's an exact replica of the arcade Mario Bros. Game, and you can use shell creepers and sidesteppers to clobber your foes. All that really happens is you bounce off the floors and ceilings like a maniac, and there's next to no control of what you're doing. And it's hilarious with friends when you don't give a total shit. 114, Skyworld, a level where everything crumbles when you hit it enough. It'd be one thing if just parts of the stage did that, but it's literally every platform, and the platforms themselves are way too close together, so you're bouncing around all the time, or you fly through the clouds. Skyworld is a good concept that has bad execution. 113, Norfair, the most extreme of the Metroid stages. Lava raises up, spews in the background, on the sides, and even covers the entire screen, forcing everyone to go inside a tiny capsule. I kind of enjoy how obnoxious the lava is for some reason, but there's not enough platform space to fight on, so the fun factor isn't really there. 112, Spear Pillar. It may just look like two solid platforms stacked on top of each other, but so much more goes down. Palkia, Dialga, or Cresselia come out and cause some sort of hazard. It can be as mild as destroying the top middle platform, or as annoying as slowing the game down. The effects don't happen that often, but some of them are just a pain to put up with. 111, Gower Plain. The music is fantastic, but there's one problem. The middle platforms are missing for some reason. Now, yes, there's some space to fight on the top left and top right areas, but it feels so off. The platforms underneath are so small that they really aren't worth anything besides maybe saving yourself from a fall. Metalface also shows up, and like other stage bosses, he's a pain in the hiney. His slashes can cause some pretty substantial damage. 110, Wrecking Crew. Sakurai made another attempt at a vertical-based stage, but this time without scrolling. Wrecking Crew comes from its NES counterpart, and you can climb ladders and use bombs to blow up walls like in the game. While it's not impossible to fight on, it's still not great as you can't always see where the fighters are if they're higher up. 109, Moray Towers. It's a less gimmicky version of Wrecking Crew. The platforms are tilted just like in Splatoon, and attacking still feels really off. It is much smaller so you can see everything at once, which is nice, but it would have been better if they recreated the middle area of Moray Towers and had the actual tower part in the background. I'm sorry, but vertical-based stages just don't work in Smash Bros. Period. 108, Mushroom Kingdom Melee. By far the most forgettable Mario stage. You got a few platforms and a bunch of breakable blocks. The blocks are honestly just the worst. They constantly get in the way and spawn back in so quickly that they might as well have just not left. The stage overall is fine, I guess. It just feels like too much of a cluster. 107, Mute City SNES. What a weird pick for what used to be a 3DS exclusive stage. You have a couple of platforms and some F-Zero racers that come into play. You're basically doing endless laps over and over, and touching the ground is deadly just like in Port Town. The platforms themselves are more stable though, so that alone makes it a bit better. 106, Spirit Train, a stage from The Legend of Zelda Spirit Tracks. A stage from Spirit Tracks is not one anybody really expected, but it's interesting since train pieces come in and out of frame. There's a good amount of fighting space and variety, but there's also a good chance you'll die if you touch the train track at all. 105, Balloon Fight. I love how there's so much love for NES games, and this stage is no exception. It takes a level from Balloon Fight quite literally. The platforms, clouds, random flippers, and the dumb fish that pops out of the water to attack and potentially kill you. At least you can walk from side to side, so you have a decent frame of space to work with. 104, Magicant. Holy pink, Batman! Magicant is based on a level from Earthbound Beginnings and makes for a pretty solid stage. Well, at least with hazards off. With them on, you have to worry about Flying Man, who can attack other players. Of all the stage bosses, this is one of the less irritating since you can more easily avoid him. 103, Mute City. It's exactly like Port Town Aerodive, but not nearly as bad. There's about the same amount of drop-offs, but this time the cars don't do as much damage. You're way more likely to get juggled around in the air than get incinerated. 102, Big Blue. This is still one of the coolest stage concepts, fighting while an actual F-Zero race is occurring. And what's nice is there's generally enough cars for you to actually be able to fight on. However, it's not perfect. There's times where there's very few cars, and the road makes it pretty easy to die if you aren't careful. 101, Summit. I'm always so conflicted about this stage, because there's parts of it that I love and parts I despise. Fighting on the icy mountain is enjoyable, although it feels a bit too squished together. And it's honestly really cool how the ice chunk slides down a mountain and then you land in water. That whole thing is really neat. But then the water is super dangerous because the fish can gulp you up, and also we're on ice so it's all slippery. And then somehow we're raised back to the top of the mountain with the wind, giving you really light gravity. I don't know. It's another one of those stages I gotta be in the right mood for. 100, Garden of Hope. I'm starting to get some hope because we're entering Smash Bros. Stages that are somewhat fun to play. This one has some tin lifts on the sides, plus this China pot which can be broken over and over again. Peckish Aristocrab will occasionally pop in to destroy the pot, and honestly, it doesn't do very much damage if you get hit by it. It's also not very common, so this crab isn't much of a problem. 99, Foreside. What a glow up compared to the Melee version. The night sky looks amazing with all the buildings in the back lit up. There's not a lot of fighting ground, but there's just enough. Plus the UFO spawns in sometimes, giving you more to fray upon. 98, Flat Zone 2. It takes a bunch of the Game & Watch games and cycles through them as the stage. It's a pretty awesome idea, but there's two main issues. The stage hazards are way too strong, and the blast zones are too crunched up. And look, I don't usually care about blast zone radiuses, but it's at a point where it's actually dumb how easily you can die. 97, Flat Zone X. It's literally Flat Zone 1 and 2 combined, which basically equates to Flat Zone 2 with one extra screen. The stage hazards and blast zone distance is still a problem. 96, Flat Zone. The exact same idea as Flat Zone 2 and X, except it's just one stage. The blast zones are, again, way too tiny, but I understand that they wanted this to be authentic to the Game & Watch screen aspect ratio. 95, Dreamland Game Boy. If only the blast zone was bigger, this could be a much better level. You fight inside of a Game Boy, and you'll travel from one portion of Kirby's Dream Land to another. I admire that the scrolling only happens sometimes, and it stays stationary more often than not. This is the most ideal way to make a stage like this work. It's just too bad the blast zones are tiny. 94, Midgar. You'd assume this is your average battlefield, but Summon Materia changes the whole playing field. These orbs completely alter how the level runs. Ramu moves the floating platforms and electrifies them. Ifrit blazes fire and tilts the entire stage to the side. Bahamut releases Terra Flare, which can do massive damage. While these stage elements are cool, a lot of them are way too disruptive, but at least it's not that common. 93, Mushroom Kingdom 2. It takes the Mario Bros. 2 sprites and gives us a tiny platform in the middle, and two on the sides. This stage should be fine, but it's scaled really small for some reason. And this includes the Ultimate version, which is a bigger version of the stage. But Birdo sometimes comes out to spit eggs, but they're so nominal to the gameplay that it hardly matters. 92, Halberd. You fly around on a basic platform spectating Meta Knight's ship from Kirby Superstar. Frankly, this stage would be way up there on the list if it wasn't for when you actually land on the ship. A combo cannon comes out to shoot a laser or cannonball, both of them doing a ton of damage. This alone ruins what would otherwise be great fighting ground. 91, Yoshi's Island Melee. This may look like a pretty normal place. You got some pipes and Mario World blocks hanging out. For the most part, this Yoshi's Island is fairly fun, but the middle portion is just the worst. The blocks can be broken, and it can lead you down a really narrow path, making it easy to fall to your death with little to no chance of recovering. 90, Frigate Orpheon. Based on Metroid Prime, you have a place that looks pretty typical, except for the part where it flips entirely, which can be disorienting. It's not too shabby, but definitely on the forgettable side. 89, Brinstar. The yellow lava rises up like a true gamer would. It's not too bad a stage, but when lava rises, there aren't many places to camp at. It's much more milder than Norfair, that's for sure, but the level is smaller than it should be. 88, Planet Zebes, the original lava rising stage. It works exactly like Brinstar. While the lava rises frequently, there's a lot of other platforms to fight on. The stage itself is much bigger than Brinstar. 87, Jungle Japes. There's a jungle, and it sure is japin'. The running water can pull you in if you aren't careful, but the versions besides melee make it much more possible to survive. 86, Congo Falls. It's fairly similar to Jungle Japes, but without the running water. The platforms are still pretty small, and you gotta love that random rock on the bottom right. It's just vibing down there. 85, Pokemon Stadium 2. I really like the first Pokemon Stadium, but this one? Not so much. A couple of the stage hazards are really obnoxious. You've got the flying one where you have super light gravity, and the ice one is way too slippery. Like, I get it, flying and ice need to have matching properties, but that doesn't equate to a joyful time. 84, Reset Bomb Factory. This one consists of two different stages. One is at the ruins of a castle, while the other is in a titular forest. The ruins are fine, the forest is kind of a pain to navigate. The platforms are scattered all over the place incoherently, which I get it, it's kind of the theme here, but as Einstein famously quoted, me no likey. 83, Mario Circuit. Why we have two Mario Circuit stages with the same theme is beyond me, but this one is a little bit better at least. You travel around Mario Circuit, and again, a bunch of shy guys are driving on the track at the same time. You can run into them and even bounce off the Mario Kart track, but the odds of those things happening are fairly small. The platforms are much better, and there's less obstacles in your path too. 82, Woolly World. One of the prettiest looking Smash 4 stages. You start on the ground and are sent into the clouds. I don't mind this concept, but the entire floor while in the sky is a big pit, which is kinda lame. 81, Saffron City. It's a lot like Fourside, but more playable. The platforms are better scaled out, and it has a pretty neat gimmick that isn't that obtrusive. Pokemon come out of the Silph Co building. Such ones include Venusaur and Porygon. The Pokemon are a special type of stage hazard that can get in the way, but not nearly as often as others do. 80, Great Bay. This is another melee stage that's been redone to damn near perfection. You of course have the turtle that comes in and out of the level, and then 3 platforms on the other side. The water was pretty deadly in melee, but in Ultimate it doesn't mean much since you can float for a little bit. 79, Mushroom Kingdom. Yep, there really are like 80,000 Mushroom Kingdom levels. This one is very much like the melee version, but with a better stage layout. You can also go through pipes to warp from one side of the stage to the other, which is kinda cool. 78, On It. One of the most memorable Smash Bros. Stages. It takes place in the Earthbound universe, and you fight on top of some house roofs and awnings. There's also the infamous black van that can run you over and send you flying around the stage. While On It is a classic, it's not the greatest since the largest slice of land to fight on is kind of deadly. 77, Paper Mario. One of the more interesting Mario stages. It takes place in 3 locations. This first grassy one from Sticker Star, then SS Flavion from Thousand Year Door, and finally Bowser's Sky Castle from Sticker Star. The stage itself is okay. A lot of the design is good until Bowser's Sky Castle, which tends to get too chaotic. 76, Distant Planet. The first Pikmin stage to come out. You've got a big ol' hill, a bunch of leaves, and a Bulborb that pops in from time to time. The stage isn't too bad, but there's not much flat ground to fight on. And when it rains, the slant on the left becomes completely unusable since it's all slippery. 75, Find Me. Yep, there's even a stage about Street Pass. This game be wildin' sometimes. It's fairly basic in design and has an interesting gimmick involving the Dark Emperor. The dragon releases beams which, if you run into them, will upgrade your fighter in some way. You might get stronger, faster, it could be a multitude of things. 74, Peach's Castle. You'll fight on top of Peach's Castle with a long slab of brick going back and forth. There's some floating platforms that you can run into that'll sometimes save you from KOing. 73, Gerudo Valley. It's kind of like Bridge of Eldin, but with more crap happening. The bridge can split in half after damaging it enough, and either Kuume or Kotaki fly in to set half the stage on fire, or ice. It's a neat idea, but I feel like these characters should have just been normal bosses instead of being attached to a stage like this. 72, Green Greens. A fairly small Kirby stage with a bunch of blocks that stack up. Most of them are just obstacles to punch through, and then there's the bombs which can do some dirty duty. I personally like using these bombs to my advantage. I always try to lure my opponents near them before setting it off, but that's hard to do consistently. 71, WarioWare Inc. You essentially play WarioWare while fighting. It's a pretty fun idea and is executed fairly well. You cycle through a bunch of micro games and you're rewarded for completing them by getting stars or growing larger. However, it feels unfair at times because some micro games are only winnable in the right circumstance, but that does fit the theme. 70. Wii Fit Studio. Imagine owning a mirror this large. That would be kind of cool, actually. You fight inside a studio, and the floating platforms are naturally Wii balance boards. It's also a walk-off stage, which isn't inherently bad, but the blast zone is smaller than you'd anticipate. 69. Big Battlefield. Because bigger is better, I guess. It's just Battlefield, but large and clearly in charge for 8-player Smash. 68. Hyrule Castle, a pretty standard Zelda stage from the 64 days. You've got the 10 on the right side to combo people, and then a tornado which randomly shows up to spit people up high. If it wasn't for the tornado, I'd say it's a pretty top tier stage. 67. Venom. For the most part, we've entered the stages without weird gimmicks, which is kind of nice. Venom has the Great Fox, but it's facing forward, and you fight off the wings. When going through the caves, you might bounce off of them, but otherwise it's a neat stage. 66. Bridge of Elden, the flattest stage you could ask for. That is until King Bulbum comes crashing in with his Lord Bulbo. He'll drop a bomb and blow up in the middle, but it reforms after some time. It's not really intrusive either. The only thing that might happen is you run into King Bulbin, but he's easy to avoid. 65. Jungle Hijinks. Jumping from the foreground to the background was a gimmick in Donkey Kong Country Returns, and they implemented that concept into Smash Bros. Now, I know a lot of people geek out about this stage, and look, I enjoy it myself. However, I find it a bit hard to see what's happening in the background, and then out of nowhere when you're fighting, the stage just disappears, forcing you to use a barrel to go to the other side. It's a bit too disruptive for my taste. 64. 3D Land. They might as well have added a 3D World stage too. They covered so many of the bases with the Mario series. This is a pretty fast scrolling stage, maybe a little too fast, but it goes through a lot of different scenarios, so it's entrancing for that reason. 63. Mushroom Kingdom U. Because of course there's a new Super Mario Bros. Stage. This one is at least interesting. It switches between a bunch of different layouts like grass, cloud, castle, and the like. The levels are generally functional, although the tower segment has rushing water and blocks that run into each other. And sometimes Nabbit appears, which can be troublesome if you aren't careful. 62. Green Hill Zone. Nobody is surprised this stage is a thing since Sonic made it into the fray. It's a fairly basic hill with checkpoint lampposts that pop up. You can hit these checkpoints and they'll hurt other players, which can be unfair, but it's still way cool. The floor in the middle also collapses sometimes, I'm assuming just for some variety. 61. Windy Hill Zone. Of course, the moment Sonic gets another stage, it's a generic grass one. Oh well, maybe we'll get Chemical Plant next time. This one is fine. I kind of like the windmill on the right side, but it's so far to the right that no one ever uses it. 60. Great Plateau Tower. Breath of the Wild could have had a billion different stages, and going with a tower was probably their best bet. You stand atop and fight it out, and the ceiling can be broken after hitting it a bunch. A traveling stage would have been cool too, but they already have Skyloft, so I can see how that'd come off as too similar. 59. Suzaku Castle. Standing on the rooftops, everybody scream your heart out! You got a bunch of wooden platforms as well as a breakable sign in the background. While I like this stage, the left portion feels kind of pointless because the platforms were too small to do anything meaningful on. 58. Mementos. A pretty sweet stage with some interesting effects. A wall can appear on the top or sides. I'm guessing this has some reference to Persona, but I've never played the game myself. Mementos is decent, plus it can change colors depending on the song you're playing. 57. Spiral Mountain. Big gaha moment. Seeing Spiral Mountain in this quality is nothing short of breathtaking. The name Spiral is taken very literally as the stage spirals around, introducing a bridge and additional platforms. I kinda just want Banjo-Kazooie HD after seeing this. 56. King of Fighters Stadium. It may look like a typical stadium stage, but the walls are invisible and have this unique property of breaking when enough knockback has been dealt to a fighter. 55. Tortimer Island. I always forget this stage exists. I just assume Smashville and Town and City are the only Animal Crossing levels. Here we're at Animal Crossing New Leaf, and it sure is an island. Occasionally Captain will show up with a boat, but otherwise it's standard outside of all the water. 54. Living Room. You shrink to the size of a Nintendog, and a bunch of random blocks fall from the sky as new platforms. This is yet another neat idea, although the blocks can hurt you if you run into them as they drop. 53. Golden Plains. Get all the coins in this one, and I actually mean that because collecting 100 makes you gold, which makes you stronger and wield super armor. For a Mario stage, it's actually pretty inventive because of this mechanic, and it also scrolls back and forth between two sides of the screen. 52, Minecraft World. I'm still giggling that Steve Minecraft is in this game at all. And of course he brings us his entire world. Thanks, Steve. You can destroy some of the blocks like the trees and cobblestone, and the stage goes through day and night cycles. You can even spot the zombies waddling around in the background when it's night. 51, Shadow Moses Island. It's still cool how Snake's codec would play custom messages in Smash Bros. Brawl. In fact, those exact messages are back in the Ultimate version of the game with no updates. But anyway, this stage is cool and has some breakable walls. Metal Gear Rex or Ray can appear in the back as well. 50, PictoChat. By far the most creative Smash Bros. Stage of all time. The floor is the top of a PictoChat message, and a bunch of drawings come to life and turn into some sort of platform or hazard. The hazards are a bit annoying at times, especially with things like this huge plant chilling right in the middle. But moments like this were essential to making PictoChat as authentic as possible. 49, PictoChat 2. They did it again! PictoChat 2 comes along with even more drawings. It's the exact same idea, so there isn't much to add. These two stages could be interchanged by preference. 48, Pirate Ship. Travel around in Leafy's ship. You'll also run into a big boulder and crash, as well as fly through the air in a crazy rainstorm. This stage goes through the events that happen in the Wind Waker, and they're recreated faithfully as a stage. 47, Unova Pokemon League. It's kind of like Spear Pillar, but not nearly as obnoxious. Reshiram and Zekrom pop in periodically, and will either set some of the stage on fire or tilt it temporarily. The hazards are pretty mild for the most part. This is just another stage I forget subsists. 46, Duck Hunt. If you played NES's Duck Hunt, then you'll know what to expect. The birds can actually be attacked, and the dog will laugh at you if you ignore them. You can even stand on the tree, but the platforms are downright puny to be considered useful at all. 45, Mario Galaxy. It's your typical walk-off stage, but slightly curved. Galaxy 2's hub world and a pirate ship from the game float around in the background, but the stage itself is fairly simple. I always assumed they'd create anti-gravity for a Mario Galaxy stage, but it probably wasn't fun, so they stuck with this instead. 44, Arena Ferox, a Fire Emblem place where the variations change how the floating platforms appear. Some of the cycles are fun to fight on, others feel a bit claustrophobic. 43, Coliseum. It's a lot like Arena Ferox. In fact, it's the exact same idea, but it's a walk-off stage. I just prefer the variations more in Coliseum, but these two could be interchanged. 42, Mishima Dojo. Kazuya brought us a pretty dank dojo. You can destroy the walls like in Shadow Moses Island, but this time you get to see the outside world. This makes the stage feel very natural and alive. You can even crash through the ceiling. 41, Pac Maze. Play inside a Pac-Man's maze. It sounds like a bad idea, but the way it's structured actually makes it pretty enjoyable. The ghosts are running around and you can eat the Pac dots to make the ghost blue. This is another gimmick that's very mild and doesn't really impact the fighting all that much. 40, Super Happy Tree. I always loved camping on the random cloud 8 weeks away from the main stage. This is another one that's standard in design. The cardboard look in Ultimate is amazing, and I like that distinct V shape on the ground. 39, Boxing Ring. Tussle it out in an actual boxing ring. I'm kind of surprised it took until Smash 4 to have an arena like this. This one is Punch-Out themed, of course. You gotta love the Jumbotron giving everyone a fun catchphrase. Captain Falcon has the Supersonic Slugger as an example. 38, Lilac Cruise, the battlefield stage that tilted like no other. There's not much else to say about it. The background is pretty sick as you'll get to watch a war between a bunch of other ships. 37, Spring Stadium. It's basically Battlefield, but the floors on the side and middle lift up allowing you to get a really high jump. So if you've ever wanted trampolines when playing Smash Bros, then go f***ing crazy. 36, Dracula's Castle. I think this is the only stage that has stairs on the edge, which is cool because it's based off the Dracula fight from Castlevania 1. It's a neat looking place and pretty fun to fight on. You can even hit the candles for items just like the original game. 35, Congo Jungle, the classic DK stage with a barrel cannon to save you on the bottom. After all these years, it's aged quite well and is still a fun time. 34, Castle Siege. This is a transformation stage done right. You start on top of a castle, then fall into the throne room, and end on an underground cavern. Each transition is seamless and all the zones are a blast to play on. 33, Miiverse. Now we're at the Battlefield section of this video. This one is at the bottom simply because it doesn't work anymore. You used to be able to see Miiverse posts based off the characters you were playing as, but that doesn't function because Miiverse is gone. 32, Dreamland, one of the most played tournament stages. 1, 2, Oho Mia, we've heard it all so many times. With hazards on, Wispy Woods occasionally blows wind, pushing you back slightly. 31, Umbra Clock Tower. You wouldn't assume that fighting on top of a clock would be this simplistic. A bunch of floating platforms come in and out of existence, and you're basically just falling through the sky in an infinite freefall. 30, Smashville. It's very similar to Battlefield, but the floating platforms move from side to side, and that's the gist of that. 29, Town and City. It's basically the same as Smashville, but the background is a little more dynamic and there's more floating platforms. These ones also move around a bit, and the middle one disappears over time. 28, Yoshi's Island, the Brawl variant. This one goes with a cute hand-drawn style and is pretty enjoyable. Sometimes a Blargwitch rises up as an extra platform, but the best part is how the seasons cycle as you fight it out. 27, Yoshi's Story. This one is truly a Battlefield clone, outside of Randall, the cloud that pops his head out of the side from time to time. It looks really cool and has a neat cardboard-like aesthetic. 26, Fountain of Dreams. The only difference with this one is that the floating platforms sometimes move up and down, but otherwise it's what you'd expect. 25, Final Destination. This and Battlefield could easily be interchanged. I just prefer having some floating platforms to hop around on. But the background sure is cool with this version of Final Destination. With every new game, they always find a way to improve the visuals, and it continues to impress me. 24, Small Battlefield. What a random stage to add. But, you know, if there's big Battlefield, then why not have a small one? But the weirdest part, the top floating platform is missing. I'm sure it's just in a timeout or something. We'll hopefully see it again soon. 23, Battlefield. Hey, there it is. Oh, that was a quick old timeout, huh? Anyway, it's regular Battlefield that I've referenced 1,000 times at this point. Also, I still believe Rayman is stuck in this block of rock, by the way. Look at it, he's right there. He's literally right there. 22, Hollow Bastion. This Battlefield clone explores the Rising Falls and ends at the Dive to the Heart. It's a truly beautiful and stunning stage to look at. The Hollow Bastion castle is a bevy to behold. I love all the artwork in Dive to the Heart as well. It's truly charming. 21, Northern Cave. Good old Final Fantasy. The days when Cloud was a crazy new character, and now we've got Sora miraculously, but anyway, this is a typical Battlefield level that takes you through the end of Final Fantasy VII. 20, Tamagotchi Life. Just casually fight from room to room. It's a lot like Luigi's Mansion, but you can't destroy the homes. Each room looks pretty distinct. I like how they include your own Miis in the background sometimes. 19, Pilot Wings. This is kind of similar to Woohoo Island, but you just fly around on Pilot Wings the entire time. And while it's not as interesting, it's still pretty cool to spectate. You'll even occasionally switch planes. 18, Yggdrasil's Altar. Yeah, I probably pronounced that one wrong and I apologize, but you have to admit, like, look at the spelling. Hero stage occurs in Erdrea, and it mostly just showcases the world around him. Floating platforms are occasionally introduced, and that's really about it. 17, Rainbow Road. Taking the best Rainbow Road and turning it into a Smash Bros. Stage is a dream come true. It's really too bad it was never ported into Ultimate, because it's such a joyous ride. It does kind of stink that the Shy Guys still get in your way, but their occurrence is so few and far between. 16, Orbital Gate Assault. This one is infamous for taking over a year to develop, and it really shows for how cinematic it turned out. Based off Star Fox Assault, you'll start on the Great Fox, land on an Arporoid missile, then a few different R-Wings, and then another missile, and then more R-Wings. It's interesting because this kind of stage would normally be annoying to play on, but the timing and pacing is slow enough to where fighting feels great, and it isn't boring either. 15, Cloud Sea of Alrist. The first place you'll see in Xenoblade Chronicles 2. You're right atop of a Kruta and fight as he floats through the sky. The only thing that really happens with the stage is Gramps turns his head to look around, and that slightly affects your playing field. 14, Luigi's Mansion. It takes a bunch of iconic rooms from the original Luigi's Mansion, combines them together to be played on, and each room can be destroyed over time. It makes for a surprisingly dynamic experience. The layout changes, but it's not drastic enough to where it feels overly gimmicky. 13, Super Mario Maker. An awesome idea turned into an awesome stage. Super Mario Maker makes a stage and you fight on it while it swaps between different styles. The cursor even repairs barriers that are broken, which is a really cool touch. 12, Princess Peach's Castle. This was always my warm-up stage when I played Melee as a teenager. Seeing it remade for Ultimate was such a wonderful feeling. You fight on top of Peach's castle, and sometimes hit switches to spawn other platforms, and sometimes a bonsai build will come out and cause a big explosion. The bonsai is extremely easy to avoid, so I barely consider it a hazard if you ask me. 11, Prism Tower. Hailing from Pokemon X and Y, you travel around Prism Tower and fight at different peaks of the building. While there's a lot of bottomless pits, they aren't nearly as much of an issue as some other stages. This one also looks amazing in general, especially at night with all the lights on. 10. New Donk City Hall. It's no surprise we got a Mario Odyssey stage, and New Donk City being recreated was just kind of a given. It's by far one of the best traveling stages since you get to fight on top of the buildings in the city at a bunch of different locations. You'll even see the musicians in the background sometimes. 9. Garrig Mach Monastery. I know a lot of people weren't happy with Byleth being a DLC fighter, but they did bring along a pretty cool traveling stage. You explore a bunch of areas from Fire Emblem 3 houses, including Reception Hall and Cathedral. There's even some breakable buildings just for the heck of it. 8. Pokemon Stadium. By far the most interesting variant of Battlefield. We went over Stadium 2 a while back, but the first one is so much better because each transformation is actually fun to fight on. Water has a big windmill, rock adds a mountainside, each form is visually interesting and is quite functional. 7. Corneria. This was my favorite stage as a kid, and even now it's still one of the best ones. You fight on top of the Great Fox, and you'll occasionally have R-Wings shoot lasers at the players. They're usually pretty easy to avoid unless you end up in a really bad spot. While this remake looks amazing, this ship feels a touch small. And look, that's not necessarily bad, but it does look a little goofy, almost like every fighter is a giant. 6. Sector Z. Speaking of, this is basically Corneria, but the ship is actually a good size. The bigger scope does make the ship feel more epic in a weird way. The extra room is a huge plus. 5. Skyloft. Skyward Sword, a game on the Nintendo Wii video game console. That's what Skyloft is from. Yeah, it's another fantastic traveling stage. It's really neat getting to explore this hub in such a unique way. As someone that hasn't played Skyward Sword, it almost gives me a taste of what this place is like. 4. Delfino Plaza. It's exactly like Skyloft, but the stage layouts are a lot more enjoyable. Most sections have simple platforms without any annoying gimmicks, which is great. Either of the stages could be interchanged, honestly. They're both so similar in design. 3. Woohoo Island. By far the best traveling stage with normal platforms. This one goes around the wonderful world of Woohoo Island. You'll stop at Swordsplay Coliseum, random rocks at sea, and a multitude of other locations. Each area offers different platforms to fight on, and each segment is fun to be in. 2. Pokefloats. What a glorious masterpiece. You fight on top of a bunch of Pokemon, and it's honestly kind of a disaster to fight on sometimes. But its sheer creativity and even surprises makes it one of the best stages of all time. The scrolling isn't even that fast. The only time things get a bit hectic is near the end of the cycle. It's hard to not love this stage. It's truly legendary. 1. Temple. What else can it be though? It's pretty much the only time a large stage has actually worked, and it's a damn good time. There's of course the Fight Club at the bottom, where a perfect balance of bouncing around and actual fighting takes place. Then you can venture up top if you're feeling risky, and it's infamous for attempting the high roll jump as well. You simply can't go wrong with Temple. Well, it's kind of crazy just how many stages have come from the Smash Bros. Titles. The characters are often considered a celebration of games, but the stages are just as much so, don't forget that. I wouldn't be surprised if we get the next Nintendo console in a year or two, which means we're probably going to get new games in all of Nintendo's core franchises. So that leads me to question Smash Bros. I genuinely have no idea how it could be improved at this point. Should Nintendo really start from scratch after this game already has so much stuff in it? I mean, that seems like a bit of a waste, so I feel like we're gonna get Super Smash Bros. Ultimate Deluxe. Now, what would that entail? Well, at the most basic level, I imagine it would have all the DLC included, plus some new stuff. It's kind of in the same situation that Mario Kart 8 is right now, where a brand new game just doesn't make sense at the moment. So if this were to happen, what new content would be added? Let's go ahead and start with the character roster. I still open this thing up and I get almost intimidated. It's just so freaking massive, in the best way possible. So I feel like we would only get like 5 new characters and maybe 3 echoes. Primarily because that would round the roster up to 90 characters and make things nice and even. Now, what would those first 5 new characters be? My first pick is gonna be Waluigi. Now, yes, I know he's already an assist trophy in the game, but that doesn't mean he can't become a character still. This would unironically be a great fit. Wario's been in Smash for a while, and it's sad that his brother hasn't accompanied him yet. My second pick would be Crash Bandicoot. I think a lot of people were kind of expecting him to show up after how insane the roster was getting by the end, so it's a little surprising he never made it. I mean, he looks like a Nintendo character. We've gotten a bit of a Crash resurgence over the past few years. I think it's about time he joins the ranks with the other company mascots like Mario, Sonic, Mega Man, Pac-Man, Sora, and so on. My third pick is Rex from Xenoblade. Sakurai wanted Rex to be in the game for quite a while, and it hasn't happened yet.
And yes, people would be very upset because it's another anime sword fighter, but Nintendo got a Nintendo. Look, if Twitter doesn't get mad at least one of these characters, they're doing something wrong. My fourth pick has gotta be another Pokemon, of course, from the newest generation, and I could see it being Fuecoco. However, I've got a really cool idea on how they could integrate this one and make it vastly different from the other Pokemon. At certain damage levels, he'll evolve into his next evolution, which makes him stronger and have different special attacks. So let's say he reaches 40%. Fuecoco evolves into Crocolore. At 70%, he evolves into Skeledirge. I know this idea is kind of similar to Lucario, getting stronger the higher his damage is, but the idea of evolving at higher percentages could be really fun. And for the fifth and final pick, it's gotta be a banger to end things strong. I feel like the only choice here is Master Chief from Halo. I know that Halo doesn't have as nearly as strong of a presence nowadays, but he was the Microsoft mascot for several years. Smash Bros. Already had so many iconic mascot characters, so if they added Crash Bandicoot as well as Master Chief, they would just tie the ribbon perfectly. As for the Echo Fighters, I feel like adding in 3 wouldn't be too much work. They'd probably go with a couple of safe picks, and maybe one curveball. So for starters, I could definitely see an Octoling being an Echo. Splatoon is ridiculously popular now, people are massive fans of both the Inklings and Octolings. I don't think much would need to be changed here besides their appearances obviously and voices. I could also see Zero become an Echo for Mega Man. Now I know he does have different moves in the original games and is already an assist trophy, but it would still be a really solid pick. And for the final Echo Fighter, this one almost feels necessary at this point, which is Ms. Pac-Man. We've had Pac-Man for a couple games now, his costumes don't use Ms. Pac-Man at all, so she only seems like an appropriate pick. I know licensing is really wonky because Namco doesn't own the entirety of Ms. Pac-Man, and At Games owns the royalty contract, but Sakurai managed to work with Disney to get Sora in, so anything is possible. I'd also like to bring up Squad Strike. This mode is so damn cool since it allows you to pick 3 or 5 different fighters and they replace your stocks. This is a simple yet fantastic idea, and it's really silly that it's allocated as a separate mode. This could easily be integrated into just regular Smash matches and would drastically change up the strategies. It's so similar to the regular Smash, so there's really no reason for it to be its own mode. They could very easily slot this into the rule set, or have a toggle on the character select screen where you could turn squad mode on or off. Custom Smash is another mode that I feel like most people forget about, and that's because it feels a little limited with its options, as weird as that sounds. The main thing is the body section. You can only hold 6 of the 70+ items. Why not let us pick and choose any item combination we want? How hysterical would it be if everyone had Pokeballs spawn in their hand every 5 seconds, or everyone takes turns getting final smashes back to back, or everybody's got a permanent home run bat? You can't tell me that wouldn't be at least a little fun. Next, we have the stages. There's already over 100, so I honestly don't think we really need any new ones. If anything, the missing stages from the previous games would be great to add. These include Planet Zebes, Sector Z, Icicle Mountain, Mushroom Kingdom, Mute City, Pokefloats, Flat Zone, Rumble Falls, Pictochat, Flat Zone 2, Rainbow Road, Pac Maze, Jungle Hijinks, Pyrosphere, Woolly World, Orbital Gate Assault, and Miiverse. There's definitely some picks here that might make little to no sense to bring back, so let's just go over them. First off, Flat Zone and Flat Zone 2 would probably be the only stages to not return, simply because Flat Zone X already includes both of their level layouts. Planet Zebes could work though, because its layout is fairly different to Brinstar, and yeah, I know they're both really similar, but Brinstar's pretty tiny, and there's breakable stage pieces that aren't included in the original version. Sector Z, on the other hand, is virtually the same as Corneria, besides being much larger and having a couple other tiny differences. However, I still think it could be included. You know how you can select Omega and Battlefield versions of each stage? Why not have a Smash 64 option of Corneria where it's the same thing, but it's retextured to look like Sector Z? The only issue with this is that a lot of players probably wouldn't even know this was added in because it'd be hidden, but I also have a solution to the stage UI that we'll get to in a bit. As for the other stages I mentioned, I don't see why they couldn't be an issue to include them. Pokefloats, Pictochat, Rainbow Road, Pac Maze, Jungle Hijinks, Woolly World, and Orbital Gate Assault are generally loved by most people. all of these would be awesome to bring back, although the main challenge with this would be jungle hijinks. That's because there's 2 layers to that stage, and that might cause problems with the stage morphing feature. However, I think there's a fairly simple solution. Jungle hijinks goes through rotations where you're only allowed in the foreground, background, or both at the same time. Simply only allow this stage to morph when the cycle has all players in the foreground, and boom, problem solved. Now, of course, I have to mention Icicle Mountain, Mute City, Rumble Falls, and Pyrosphere. These stages are generally disliked by most people, but I do think you could kind of fix some of them. Icicle Mountain and Rumble Falls could scroll a lot slower, or if you simply turn off stage hazards, those stages just wouldn't move at all. With Mute City, you could turn off stage hazards and remove all the cars from the stage entirely. Pyrosphere is really tricky because Ridley is a boss, yet Ridley is playable in this game. So I guess in a sense, that would be a little odd. But Smash Bros. Doesn't really need to make sense. It never has, honestly. Nobody's throwing a fit because 8 people can play as Dr. Mario, so I don't see why a Ridley boss and Ridley the character is any different. So I think bringing this stage back would be great if you could remove Ridley entirely by turning him off with stage hazards. Now the last stage I want to talk about is Miiverse, and I've actually got a bit of an interesting concept in general for Battlefield stages. It is incredible that every stage in the game has Omega and Battlefield versions as options, but why not go the extra mile? Smash 64, Melee, Brawl, and Smash 4 all have their own distinct versions of Battlefield and Final Destination. Why not give us the option to be able to toggle through each version of this same stage? I personally love Melee's Final Destination aesthetic the most out of all the games, so it'd be great to be able to play it. And while they're at it, throw in Miiverse as well. I'm sure Nintendo still has access to every Miiverse post that was ever made, so they could handpick a few thousand of them and add them into that stage to make it function again. Or heck, give us the ability to make Miiverse posts again just for this stage and share them online. We can still do this in Splatoon 2, so there's no reason it isn't possible in Smash Bros. Ultimate. So with all that said and done, let's just theoretically say that we do actually get all these stages. There's really only one problem. It would be almost impossible to see them on the menu. So it only makes sense to include additional tabs. So the first tab could show all the stages at once, the second one shows all of Smash 64's, the third Melees, the fourth Brawls, the fifth 3DS's, the sixth Wii U's, the seventh Ultimates, and the eighth custom stages. This would do wonders to help with organization, especially if someone wanted to marathon all the stages from their favorite older Smash title. So we've gone over a lot of the biggest aspects of the game, but now let's talk single player. It's definitely not the best of the series, but it already offers quite a bit. I guess we'll start by briefly going over World of Light. It's a massive single player mode that basically boils down to event matches, I guess. Each battle somewhat represents the spirit they're attached to, and while it's a fun idea, it gets old after a while and it's way too long. I still think it warrants being in the port, although I wouldn't add anything to it. I wouldn't even suggest adding in new spirits, there's already so many to collect. With that said though, adding a small little description for each of the spirits would be appreciated. There's so many of these where I have no idea who or what they are, so that little extra bonus would be nice. For this next idea, I need you guys to hold on to your horses. What if Sakurai brought back the Subspace Emissary? Bringing this back might sound like a huge undertaking, but here's the thing. If the cutscenes and levels are simply retextured without anything else new, it would save them a lot of time. So many people love this mode. All the characters from Brawl are already in Ultimate. This would be an incredibly unique opportunity to bring this mode back. And instead of using stickers to power up your characters, just use the spirits instead. They can function exactly the same as they do in World of Light, but you slap them on the characters' trophies instead. So that's another chunk of work that's already ready to go. And heck, maybe there could be a few bonus levels that add in the new characters, but I don't even think that would be necessary. The main thing that would need to be updated is to make it a bit more clear on how the Great Maze works, because it's very confusing if you don't understand how the map system works. Like, honestly, just a basic screen showing what the map does and why you warp to different areas after saving a character would work like a charm. Now, Classic Mode is already fantastic, so I don't think they would need to touch anything up here. Although if I wanted them to throw in anything, perhaps a throwback to snag trophies could return, but instead of trophies, you hit a few spirits into the middle to collect them. Mob Smash is already great too. The only thing I could imagine them adding on is Rival Smash from Smash 4. It's basically the same mode, but you fight a rival at the same time, so that could be neat. The Mii Fighter stuff is great. Honestly, there's already so many in the game that I don't think any more need to be added. It'd just be nice to have all the DLC Mii Fighters included, but that's about it. Next, let's go over Stage Builder. While the controls are a little finicky when it comes to making your own stage, for the most part, it's extremely flexible, and we've gotten some hilarious stages from this. I've got a couple ideas here that could potentially add hundreds of hours of fun to the game. I'm sure you're all aware of Target Test and Board the Platforms. These modes from the older games have been long forgotten about because the character roster is so big, and I completely understand why they've been cut. Here's the thing though, Stage Builder could be the solution to bring them back. Why not allow the player to make their own target test or board the platform stage and post it online? They could make space on Stage Builder's UI to add targets or platforms, and it's very easy to create moving pieces and paths already. The inclusion only makes sense if you ask me. There could be leaderboards for the best times, and maybe some sort of option to limit which characters can play this stage would really be the cherry on top. I kinda doubt something like this would actually be added, but just imagine going online and being able to download hundreds of target test and board the platform stages. Also, I gotta ask, where's the boss rush? There's so many great bosses in Ultimate, but there's no way to fight them back to back. I feel like this would be a very simple inclusion and a no-brainer. And while we're at it, Coin Launcher would be another great mode to bring back. Although obviously this time it'd just be a way to collect spirits. Heck, throw in snacks and support items, or anything else that's used in World of Light. And the last thing involving the single player is Smash Run. This mode is sadly trapped on Smash for 3DS, which is a damn shame because it's really fun. Bringing this back would be fantastic, especially if you could play the mode in co-op, whether that's local or online. Once again, I don't think anything new would need to be added here, outside of remaking the textures. And now to finalize things, the vault could be improved in a few areas too. Something easy would be adding all the reveal trailers for the new characters in movies. These trailers are works of art, and they definitely deserve to have a spotlight. I also guess they could add more challenges? I mean, there's already over 100, but adding another board that involves the DLC and any new characters would be cool. As for other modes, well, they might as well bring back masterpieces. Now, I know that sounds completely redundant, but hear me out here. Let's say that someone gets the game, they don't have Switch Online, and they want to try Metroid on NES. I don't know why you'd want to play that, but you could. So that person would play essentially a demo, and when the time runs out, they're offered two options. Go back to Smash Bros, or go to the eShop to purchase Switch Online for the full game. And for people that already have Switch Online, having specific games highlighted would encourage newer players to try the old games that they may have missed out on. At this point, there's a couple hundred games on their service, and I doubt that most people have tried that many of them. So what do you think? Will Smash Bros. Ultimate get a port with some of these features? Will it be a whole new game? Let me know down below. I may not be Masahiro Sakurai, but I'm a massive fan of his games and I wanted to rank them. I'll be ranking the games where he played a key development as either a director or game designer. The only game I won't be covering is Sodatete because, first off, I can't even pronounce it, and it's entirely in Japanese and I have no way of playing it. So with all that said, let's get her ranked. 13. Kirby's Dream Land. While this may be ranked lowest on the list, that doesn't necessarily make it a bad game, especially considering the technical marvel that it's running on the Game Boy at all. Since this is Kirby's first adventure, it has its limitations. It's not colored, there's no copy abilities, it's fairly laggy, and it takes about 20 minutes to beat the entire thing. But even still, the core concept is still there, and the game introduces us to a lot of the classic Kirby enemies that we're still seeing to this day. And the music is pretty fantastic. In fact, the entire game has continued to be remade in the newer games. And to top it off, Kirby's Dream Land comes with those cute cutscenes before the level starts. Most modern Kirby titles don't do that anymore. 12. Kirby's Adventure. This is a massive step for what came before it. Kirby's Adventure is still the first game to bring us the copy abilities. This one idea is so ingenious and still feels fresh after all these years. It gives you a huge incentive to eat enemies and see if they give you extra powers or not. You feel very dominating in a sense, which is hilarious because you're playing as a little pink blobby guy. I mean, he's eating the freaking cartridge. This man has no bounds. The music is still great. The cutscenes before each world are super charming. It's an all-around great time. The game's biggest issue is once again tied down to the hardware it's on. There's a lot happening on screen, and the NES isn't able to handle it very well, so the game lags quite a bit, especially in the later levels, which is why there's not much reason to play this version when the 3DS Classics version exists. It's the same game, but runs at a smooth frame rate and is an all-around better experience. But Sakurai didn't actively develop that port, so we can't count it, of course. Also new to the series are the sub-games. I don't really care for Crane Fever or Quick Draw, but Egg Catcher is really addicting, especially in the hard difficulties. It gets pretty tough trying to eat all the eggs while avoiding the barrage of bombs. This is an absolute must-play, but just try it on the 3DS instead of the NES. 11. Kirby Air Ride. Sakurai reinvented fighting games, and this time he reinvented racing games. Well, kind of, I guess. I know this is a very beloved game on the GameCube, and believe me, I totally get it. Just look at how adorable and well done the instruction manual is. So much effort and detail was put into this. But when it comes down to it, City Trial is the only decent mode, and that's when you're playing with actual people. The odds of that happening nowadays are slim to none, so I feel like this game isn't as fun as it's made out to be. The main mode is Air Ride, and it's unique alright. You pick from 9 different stages. Yeah, there's only 9, which is an incredibly low amount, and from there you'll race it out. Things get interesting with the vehicles themselves, because they all control differently. And I don't just mean that the stats are different, no, like they fundamentally have strange quirks. The Warp Star is kind of like the all-around normal vehicle, but then the Slick Star can't come to a full stop, but it's really fast. The Wing Star can bounce off the ground after gliding. The Wagon Star doesn't charge. The Swerve Star can't turn unless it completely stops. And every vehicle has these weird quirks. I kind of get the idea of doing this. It makes each vehicle stand out a lot more than a typical vehicle. But the problem is that the changes are too different. And what you're left with is hating how 90% of the stars control and you only use 1 or 2 of them. And then there's the controls. So basically, you use the joystick to move, and then the A button does everything else. Everything else. That includes braking, inhaling, charging, and hitting the speed boost. There are so many buttons on this controller, and you use 1. 1! Why? This is simplifying to the extreme. It just feels awkward to control. And while there are copy abilities, they never seem to make any real impact on the gameplay compared to the items in, say, Mario Kart. So yeah, I've never been a fan of Air Ride. Top Ride is also just okay. You race from a top-down perspective, and I don't know why there's 7 courses to pick from for this one mode because you'll play it a couple times and be done with it. But of course, there's still City Trial, which is what everyone adores. You drive through a city and collect a bunch of abilities which enhance your vehicle. This is pretty awesome. In a weird way, it almost feels like Grand Theft Auto due to the freedom to drive anywhere, but it's Kirby-ified. You can also try to build the Dragoon and have the ultimate vehicle, and the environments are well varied. At the end, your abilities are added up and are used for the final challenge, which are random and varied. You might fight King DDD, or hit a target in the air, or just try to jump as high as possible. There's a ton of different scenarios. This gives you a huge incentive to actually find as many abilities as possible, and it's competitive on top of that. So City Trial is incredible, but that's only 1/3 of the whole game. I do have to say though, the menus are pretty damn good. It's funny playing Sakurai's games because you can always tell just by the menu design. It's almost like leaving his personal signature without him even realizing it. 10. Super Smash Bros. This and Mario 64 were my childhood games. I still remember when I first saw the game at like 6 years old. I was visiting some family, and in my cousin's room, the TV was on, and he had the Smash Bros. Character select screen playing. The music really drew me in, and the colorful characters were so mysterious. And a few years later, I got the game for myself and was beyond hooked. I played so much Smash Bros. That I could beat 3 level 9 computers by myself without any trouble. Just the sheer nature of Smash Bros. And its simplicity makes it really easy for anybody to pick up. And no matter what you say about the Smash series, the first game will always have the greatest box art. It's so dynamic and fun, and I love how Link looks scared and Fox says, "Biff." What the heck is Biff? We all know how it works. You beat up your opponents and knock them off the stage when their damage is high enough. It completely changed the concept of what fighting games are, and there's yet to be a true competitor. PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale and Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl made attempts at the formula, but they just don't have the same polish that this franchise does. There's just something so satisfying about Falcon punching with Captain Falcon, or eating enemies with Kirby and getting their abilities. It's a celebration of Nintendo's biggest franchises. Each character's attacks feel natural because they pull attributes from the games they're from. Now, with all that said, this is by far the jankiest Smash to play. It's still a lot of fun, but it has its quirks. It doesn't feel that smooth to move around using an N64 joystick. You can't turn off tap jump, and there really aren't that many stages to fight on. 12 characters is also a pretty small roster, but for the 90s, it was the average size for fighters. I always played as Fox the most, but I had a pretty mean Ness and Mario as well. On top of that is a bunch of items, some of them hailing from other Nintendo games. And I've only talked about multiplayer. There's an entire single player too, which nowadays is kind of barren, but it's still fun to dive into from time to time. The classic mode is a bunch of specialized matches where you'll fight a giant DK, a herd of Yoshi, or get to the end of a stage before time runs out. And of course, you end up fighting things like Master Hand. N64 games sure loved having an emphasis on hands, and I don't know why. And we've also got Break the Targets and Board the Platforms. These have personally always been my favorite part of Smash 64. They teach you how to play as each character without feeling like a tutorial. It's got this arcadiness to them as well, trying to optimize your route and all that. It's really too bad that we don't get unique stages in the newer games or just break the targets at all. But there's also kind of like, 80 characters in Smash Bros. Ultimate, so I totally get why these modes were dropped. So all in all, Smash Bros. 64 is still a fun time and worth going back to. But Sakurai really went out of his way to make each sequel more and more insane, so this has to be on the bottom. 9. Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland. Wow, it's Kirby's Adventure again! Although this time, it has the GBA graphical style, and I absolutely adore it. And Kirby is angry on the cover, because of course he is. I totally get why some people would still prefer the original version, but the graphical upgrade and consistent frame rate make it so much better to me. New to Nightmare in Dreamland is Meta Nightmare. This allows you to play the entire game as Meta Knight, and oh my god is this a blast. You wouldn't think it'd be that different, but Meta Knight moves so fluidly and quick, it feels like you're speedrunning through the game. You even have a timer during your playthrough, so you're incentivized to play really fast. The sub-games are also entirely new, which honestly is fine because I only liked Egg Catcher and Kirby's Adventure. You've got Bomb Rally, where you'll smack a bomb around, Samurai Kirby is basically the same as Quick Draw, but it looks nicer, and Kirby's Air Grind has you grinding on rails and getting to the end the quickest. It's overall a better selection of sub-games, and there's also a boss endurance mode, which is essentially a boss rush. And on top of that, you can play this game with 4 people at once. And no, it's not Kirby and the Amazing Mirror, this is Nightmare in Dreamland. Who remembers you can do that with this one? Nintendo Switch Online, this game is calling for you right now. The only drawback to this game is the bosses, because for whatever reason, they have no hit stun and take little to no effort to defeat. So the game is now even easier than before. But it's Kirby, I'm not here to be challenged, I'm here to jam to catchy music, eat some enemies, and watch Kirby dance. 8. Kirby Superstar. This truly is a super video game. So much of what this franchise has today comes from Kirby Superstar. 8 games in one, it says? Well, guess what? It's 9 games. Yep, it's 9 games. Sakurai lied to you, he lied to me, he lied to all of us. How dare he? Although technically, you could combine Spring Breeze, Dynablade, Revenge of Meta Knight, and Milky Way Wishes into one game. Regardless, this is one of the best platformers on the SNES for the sheer variety of things to do. There's tons of staples introduced as well, like the Kirby hats, partner characters, and having multiple attacks with your copy ability. It may sound like no-brainers now, but these were huge inclusions back then. And speaking of abilities, 13 of them were brand new. I just gotta emphasize, think about any new Kirby game out there. What, they get 2 or 3 new abilities? Ooh, super cool. Well, guess what? Superstar cuts the bullshit and says, hey, take 13 abilities! I know this was still an early era for Kirby and there weren't that many abilities to begin with, but that's still pretty wild. The main games are pretty in-depth and all kind of stand on their own. Spring Breeze recreates the entirety of Kirby's Dream Land levels and adds copy abilities, which is exactly what that original game needed. Dynablade is kind of the same idea, but you fight this big bird at the end. Revenge of Meta Knight is the best one because you run through Halberd, and while that's happening, you can see exactly how Meta Knight and the shipmates are reacting to Kirby in real time. This adds a lot of immersion, and it feels like you're making an actual impact. Milky Way Wishes is bizarre because you only get copy abilities through essences and not enemies. The levels here can also be a bit irritating, but it does have this badass computer virus boss. The only real issue with these games is that it can be hard to see where enemies are coming from, and you'll often get hit by enemies when you enter new areas. Outside of that are a bunch of smaller modes, and also the Great Cave Offensive. This one is really neat as you run through a maze-like area and try to find 60 different treasures. It's a fun change of pace, and one that I'll need to fully complete someday. And on top of that are the smaller modes like Gourmet Race. You basically just race King DDD while eating food. It's surprisingly hectic for what sounds like such a basic concept. There's also the Arena, which is the typical boss rush found in most Kirby games. And there's Megaton Punch, where you'll time your button press to release the strongest punch into the ground, and Samurai Kirby is testing your reaction time. So yeah, it's basically the same thing that's in Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland. Kirby Superstar is excellent for pushing its boundaries and still being incredibly fun, but let's just be real. The DS remake manages to improve on it even more and adds even more game modes. 7. Super Smash Bros. For 3DS. I find it fascinating how everybody was so excited and hyped up for Smash on 3DS, and then the game came out, everyone played it, and then the Wii U version came out, and then no one played it ever again. And frankly, I don't blame anybody. Most other Smash games have a cool hook that are fun to go back to, while this one has Smash Run. Now, Smash Run is a really fun time, of course. You go around this massive map and collect a bunch of stat boosts for your character, and once time is up, you'll compete in a random event which can be as simple as a regular fight, or even just climbing up as high as possible. This mode, as I'm sure you could guess, is very inspired by Kirby Air Ride City Trial mode. Even the stat icons look strikingly similar. And it's a really fun mode, like I said, but that's really the only reason I'm interested in picking this game up again after several years. And that's not to say it isn't complete, because it is. It's got all the characters that the Wii U version has, there's over 40 stages, and there's a bunch of single player modes. There's just one problem. It's on the 3DS. So you'll mostly play this version by yourself, which is just okay. The stage selection is at least pretty decent. I love that they brought back Corneria and PictoChat 2 since those were always my favorites. And there's some exclusive stages that have never been ported like Rainbow Road and Pac Maze, which are both super creative and a blast to play on. But man, the single player stuff is really lacking beyond Smash Run. Let's see what we got. There's this weird Street Smash mode where you're a circle and you whack around a bunch of other circles. Wow, that was a game mode. Oh, I want to bang around squares next time. Then the other stuff just feels very lackluster. Gone is Target Test, now we have Target Blast, where you'll smack a bomb and hit a bunch of targets like Angry Birds. This is fine and does have some replay value if you're trying to hit every target, but there's only one stage to work with. Then you've got the Multi-Man Smash. It's the same as usual, but instead of fighting polygons, you just fight Miis, which is really unexciting considering you can play as Miis in the base game. The new Rival Smash is kind of cool though. You have to KO more enemies than your rival, so I'm glad there's something new here. It's nice to see them getting rid of the 15-minute mode as well, because that always felt really excessive and boring. And you've still got the home run contest, of course. Let's see, the classic mode is really strange now. It doesn't really feel like classic mode because of how random the fights are. You'll pick your difficulty along the way, and you can unlock better stuff the harder the fight is. So that's nice and all, but it just feels like I'm doing random versus matches and not a distinct mode. And All-Star makes a comeback, but honestly, there's so many characters now that it's just become a slog to play through. It's nice that there's still trophies to collect though, that's always a fun time, and I love the idea of unlocking custom moves for each character. I know that literally nobody really used the custom moves, but it's still a really neat idea. Also new to the game is equipment, which are badges you can attach to custom fighters to make them stronger, faster, or have better defense. This is again a really fun idea, which worked well in Brawl's Subspace Emissary, but I don't think people really care to do that in regular versus matches. And there's also way too many of them to get. You know, I kind of feel bad for this game. It's got a lot of content on it, but most of it's really lackluster, and let's not forget, it's on the 3DS! Who's gonna play Smash on the go? 6. Kid Icarus Uprising. I've been intrigued about this game for a decade, and finally I'm giving it a shot. Kid Icarus Uprising is the rebirth of the series, seeing as it had been 20 years since the last one on the Game Boy, and it's entirely different. Instead of platforming, it's an on-rail shooter where you'll fly or run around completing missions for Palutena. So when I first played this, I had already heard about the whole hand-cramping ordeal and kinda just assumed it wasn't that big of an issue. But after 30 minutes, yes it was, I completely understand what everyone's talking about, and then I got that standout. Oh, thank God we got this, because it helps an extra 5%! Thank you, thank you, thank you! The only way I can describe Uprising's controls is with these two words: intuitively uncomfortable. You run around with a circle pad, aim with a touchscreen, and fire with L. You can also use powers to help out along the way. It all makes sense and works, but it physically hurts to play. And while you can technically use normal buttons, it just doesn't work because the action is so frantic. You really need the touchscreen's extra finesse. It's too bad because otherwise, this is an incredible experience. Going back and forth, flying around, and running on land is awesome. And the cinematic work when you're flying is extremely well done. It almost feels like a crossover between Star Fox and Star Wars. You'll dive through tornadoes, pass through a parting sea, soar around a volcano with spurts of lava bursting all around you. You turn into a dog at one point. You have to literally go to hell and reverse time to find your soul before it's eaten. What's this? Nintendo is publishing a game with an interesting story? That's not allowed. It almost feels unreal how immersive the environments are, although I gotta be honest, the land sections aren't that great. And that's because you turn by sliding the stylus, which would be fine on its own, but we also have to aim with the stylus. So it's super awkward trying to aim your shots and turn at the same time. Again, it's a limitation of the 3DS, and you do get used to it after a while. There's a ton of weapons to pick from too. I don't really know which ones are the best to use, but it's nice that there's such a big selection. The story mode is a ton of fun because of the dialogue between Pit, Palutena, and all the bosses they encounter. Huge props to all the voice actors. They really knocked it out of the park. It feels strange that a Nintendo game has this much focus on a strong narrative. I was really digging it the whole way through, especially when we got to Hades. He's absolutely hysterical, and I love him saying, spoiler alert."
Spoiler alert.
I mean, come on, how can you not love Hades? And even when you finish the game, there's a massive challenge board to take on, so it's got a ton of replay value. I also love how you can move the menu around, which is exactly how Meteos works, and nobody knows that because nobody's played Meteos. But yeah, this game desperately needs a remake. And I already know what they need to do with the controls, so hear me out here. Let us move around as normal with the dual sticks, and use gyro to aim your shots. That's it, that's the perfect solution, or in other words, exactly how Splatoon controls. 5. Super Smash Bros. For Wii U. This is very similar to the 3DS version as you'd expect. You've got all the same characters and modes, but with a lot of extra stuff on top of that. For starters, there's a ton of stages to pick from, with some really great new ones like Woolly World and Super Mario Maker. Orbital Gate Assault is also incredible as a work of art, but man, there's also a ton of bad stages. Just Pac-Land and the Great Cave Offensive. Like, do I really need to say more? Something new to this game, though, is bosses that'll show up on stages. You'll be forced to fight Ridley and Pyrosphere, or the Yellow Devil and Wily Castle. The issue with this is that these bosses are massive nuisances and can't be turned off in the settings, so they kind of ruin the stage. And this is coming from someone that plays Smash Bros. Casually. But there's a lot to pick from. We still have Temple and most of the fan favorites. I also love just Big Battlefield as well. I don't know, it's just kind of funny to me that that's considered a brand new stage. But it's there for a good reason, because 8-player Smash is now a thing. And while it's a cool concept, it's nothing short of sheer chaos, which makes it impossible to play with any sort of coherent strategy. And only a handful of stages work with this many characters. I don't know why they couldn't just increase the size of the other stages, but I'm sure there was a reason it couldn't work. And heck, there's Omega forms of each stage if you really want to get down to the basics. The gameplay in general really starts to feel super fluid compared to what's come before it, and it's nice you can use GameCube controllers with an adapter. The character roster is also pretty insane and really broke the realm of what's possible. I mean, we got Cloud from Final Fantasy, Bayonetta, frickin' Mega Man.
Oh my god! They're adding Mega Man! Holy oh my god!
Smash Bros. Ultimate makes it really easy to forget just how impactful the characters were in Smash for Wii U and 3DS. While we might be missing fan favorites like Wolf and Snake, the selection overall is fantastic. But what about the single-player stuff? Well, it's a bit of a mixed bag. Just trying to find it is a challenge because the menus are horrifically unorganized. The UI itself looks great, but I have a hard time telling where anything is. Like, why is Smash Tour and challenges not included in the Games and More section? Shouldn't Stage Builder be included in the Vault section like in Brawl? Why is there 2 panels for solo and group when they both contain the exact same modes? Why is Amiibo in the Games and More segment? Shouldn't it be with Smash since that's solely used for Smash matches? I could honestly go on and on about the menu, and I feel bad because like I said, the UI looks great, but it's just so complicated and hard to remember where anything is. But beyond that, there's quite a few modes that kind of just boil down to random versus matches. To start, we've got Classic Mode, and the way it works this time is you'll pick a group of fighters, and that's it. There's no theme or consistency outside of fighting a horde of Miis and Master Hand at the end, which is incredibly lame, but at least the bosses get really creative. The harder the difficulty is, the harder the fights get, but also the more forms of Master Core you'll fight. So on top of the hands, you'll typically fight these core bosses, which consist of this random giant figure, a scorpion beast thing, some form with swords, a shadow of yourself, and you even have to make it through Master Fortress on the hardest difficulty. I absolutely love how intense the bosses get. It's really a shame that they're forgotten about, and that's because the classic mode itself is so bare bones and streamlined. The other stuff from the 3DS version is all here too and is about the same, although Target Blast has 3 stages instead of 1, which is a nice bonus. On top of that is Master and Crazy Orders, and when this game first came out, I played a ton of this mode because it was the best way to unlock custom moves and trophies. They're both pretty similar. With Master Orders, you'll play a customized match and win a reward if you clear it. And Crazy Orders is the same thing, but you'll play matches and try to stay on a win streak for as long as possible. The longer the streak, the more rewards you get in the end. And you also fight Crazy Hand to finish things off. These are fun additions, but once again, they just kind of boil down to playing regular versus matches. Oh, but the event matches are back, which is awesome. But again, these are also like playing regular versus matches. Yeah, it's kind of the theme of Wii U single player. But hey, you might be asking, what about Smash Tour? That one's unique, right? Well, it is definitely unique. You could call it that, but it's not worth playing either because it's somehow the most random and confusing mode for a game I've ever played. You go around this board collecting characters and stat boosts, and along the way you'll use trophies to steal other characters or abilities, or gain new ones. At the end, there's a big match where all the equipment you collected is added up and you have a final big fight with all the characters you grab. It's a neat idea and concept, but there is just way too much random crap happening. The trophies you get are completely random, their value is either useless or overpowered, random bosses show up on the board to shake things up, you'll also compete in matches before the very end if you run into someone else, and then the trophies you collect for these can be incredibly unfair in the matches. It's just way too confusing in general. And that really sums up Smash for Wii U. It's a great and well fleshed out multiplayer game, and the online was okay for the time too, but the single player stuff is very mixed. I'm glad they still have masterpieces and tried out some new modes, but it just doesn't feel distinct enough to be seen as something different than what the main multiplayer offers. And the single player stuff is still fun, but I really don't have much desire to come back to them and play again. 4. Meteos. This game is the sole reason I made this video. I love Meteos. In fact, this is one of my favorite games of all time. I mean, just look at the box art. Look how excited the blocks look. Look at them. I had it as a kid and just adored everything about it, so I'm happy to have an excuse to explain how this is one of the best puzzle games out there. Looking at it at first glance might be a tad confusing, so I'll show you the gist of how it works. Like a lot of puzzle games, you need to match 3 or more of the same tile. When this is done, the tiles literally take off into the air and are sent into space. However, the first launch is generally pretty weak, so you need to keep making matches to make the launches stronger and send them to the other planet. You can also send tiles from underneath the launch to help them make matches, and there's some items you can use to clear up your path. If your tiles get stacked to the top for too long, you lose. That is the basic gameplay, and it's incredibly addicting. A good puzzle game needs 2 things, an easy hook and a long-term motive to keep playing and get better and better. Meteos serves both of those purposes perfectly. And the reason we won't see a remake or a port of this probably ever is because you have to use the touchscreen and stylus to play. The pieces only move vertically, and you'll drag them around and also hold this green orb thing to speed up the game when you need more pieces to work with. Every planet has its own distinct look, music, and gravity. Sometimes your launches are slow going, sometimes they're really fast and fall down quickly. It all depends on what planet you're attacking. This not only keeps things fresh in the story mode, but also allows you to find a planet you prefer. And this is not the same as Kirby Air Ride, where every vehicle is vastly different. The changes in Meteos are much more subtle. The music is what really brings it all together. It works in harmony with the gameplay. It's a lot like Tetris 99 or Tetris Effect, where the music will speed up the farther into the game you'll get. For Meteos, it'll add more instruments and get more intense with more pieces on your screen. When you're about to die, the music almost carries a dreadness to it that really heightens the excitement. And the more times you launch a chunk of tiles, the more excited the sound effect for the launch gets. Half the fun is unlocking the planets and soundtracks. When I was a kid, I would go into the sound test and make my own beats with the music. Also, I've got to bring up the final planet, Meteo, basically the boss. Take a good hard look at this thing. Does it remind you of any of Sakurai's other creations, perhaps? Maybe a boss, or yeah, it's basically Darkon's eye. Or at the very least, it must have been inspired by Meteo. You can also tell Sakurai developed this by just looking at the menus. Like I said earlier, all of his menus have this very bold confidence to them, and are just fun to click through. And during the credits, you still play Meteos for fun, and this song is super rewarding. This may be a fairly simple game according to today's standards, but there's really nothing like it. It's super addicting, I can come back to it literally anytime I want, and I think this game is the reason I got so invested in Tetris. It's the perfect time waster, even if there isn't much beyond that. 3. Super Smash Bros. Brawl. This might be a bit of a hot take, but my god do I love Brawl. The gameplay might be a lot slower and a bit on the clunkier side, but there is so much to do. Sakurai really went all out and somehow bested Smash Bros. Melee, which at the time was considered to be a massive step up from Smash 64. Brawl's focus this time was on the single player and online. While the online was a massive mess, I think that has to do with the console itself and not so much under Sakurai's control. The single-player stuff, on the other hand, is a huge reason I still come back to this game. The Subspace Emissary. It's by far one of the most ambitious projects I've seen anyone take on. Sakurai took the fighting formula, turned it into an action platformer, and managed to include almost an hour of cutscenes that are all tied together as one cohesive story. What makes it so impressive is that there's over 30 characters ranging from multiple different IPs and worlds. The cutscenes work so well together, and they're still so much fun to watch. Whether that's Link running up this hill at 200 miles an hour, Kirby smashing through a giant laser gun, or Luigi getting scared of a Waddle Dee. These characters are brought to life and surprisingly work well together. There's really only a couple downsides to Subspace Emissary. I do wish the worlds and levels had more areas from the characters themselves, and the Great Maze is a pain in the butt if you don't know what you're doing. But I don't even mind those setbacks. I've played through Subspace Emissary multiple times because it's just that enticing. And that's just one mode. There's so much to do still. You've got Classic and All-Star, which are both very similar to Melee. There's boss battles after beating the campaign, so if you want to fight Rayquaza, PD Piranha, Porky, and the Hands back-to-back, go for it. Event matches are back, and while they aren't quite as creative as they were in Melee, they're still really solid and stand out. Plus, Sakurai threw in co-op event matches, which are just as fun to tackle. You've got the Stage Builder, which is a bit primitive nowadays, but you can still make some fun stuff with it. There's tons of trophies and stickers to unlock. You can use the stickers to power up your characters in the adventure mode. There's masterpieces where you can try samples of the characters' games, a challenge board. It just goes on and on and on. The stage selection this time is pretty solid too. I really enjoy WarioWare Inc. and Lilac Cruise, but as usual, there's some stinkers in here. Port Town Aerodive's cars are way too strong, Rumble Falls is just miserable, and New Pork City is obnoxiously big. But Sakurai tries to cater to everyone, so I think it'd be impossible to like every stage he puts out. I also love how you can pick multiple music tracks and select how often you want to hear them. This was just the beginning of Smash Bros. Becoming a host platform for Nintendo Music. The new characters were huge too. We got Snake and Sonic, plus picks like King Dedede and Wario were awesome inclusions. The only reason Brawl isn't higher on this list comes down to the gameplay. Like I said, it's not bad, but it does feel very slow and a bit simplified for my tastes. 2. Super Smash Bros. Melee. I probably have a bit of a bias with this one because I sunk hundreds of hours into Melee as a kid, but that doesn't stop me from loving and appreciating this game so much. The jump from Smash 64 to Melee was probably the highest the series has ever seen. It looks a million times better, there's twice as many characters, twice as many stages, and a boatload of single player stuff. But the best part is of course the gameplay. Your movement is very fast and nimble, and the single player stuff is great too. Classic mode returns, we get this new adventure mode which is half unique fights, but also has these small platforming sections. It's so cool how they're kind of integrated together. All-Star mode makes its first appearance, you can do massive tournaments for the first time, there's a unique target test stage for every character, we got home run contest and multi-man Melee. The event matches are by far the best in Melee because it really goes out of its way to make each one feel very distinct. You've got a match where you can only win with the Pokeball Pokemon, or you can only KO Nana from the Ice Climbers, or you have to KO Zelda, but only when transformed as Sheik. There are so many cool ideas, and even the most basic ones have their own charm. Every 10 levels, you'll fight a barrage of characters, and after defeating one of them, the stage changes to match with that specific character. That small detail makes a big difference and only happens with Melee's event matches. And let's not forget about the trophy tussles. I so badly want these to come back. And speak of the devil, you'll win some of these trophies by spending coins you'll get from the single player modes through a lottery system, or you'll get trophies for completing specific tasks throughout the game. A lot of these require a decent amount of effort to get, and while some of it involves grinding coins, a lot of it doesn't. The stages are great too. We got Poke Floats, Corneria, Temple, and a bunch of other classics that we all love. And let's not forget that Melee single-handedly saved the Fire Emblem franchise. Nobody knew who Marth and Roy were before this game came out, and now Nintendo won't shut the hell up about Fire Emblem, yeah! Even though this game had a very fast development of 13 months, every character, stage, and mode feels so carefully crafted and well put together. Even the menus have this awesome 2000 style, and you can fling them around with your C-stick because why not? I'm sure all of you have already played this game, so you don't need me to tell you to play it because you have. And if you haven't, what the hell what are you doing? Go play it. Play the damn game. Have fun. Enjoy it. Or else. 1. Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. It was kind of a hard decision to put Ultimate as the best Sakurai game over Melee, but with all the extra DLC, it has to be number 1. This is honestly Sakurai's magnum opus. He's clearly put a ton of time, love, and care into this game. It's insane. There's a reason it's officially the best-selling fighting game of all time. It's because it truly is the ultimate version of Smash Bros. It has 86 characters, 114 stages, a massive story mode, over 1,000 spirits, online play, and several single-player modes. I genuinely have no idea how Sakurai can top himself after this. The character roster alone is so beyond impressive, he spoiled us silly. Literally every character from the previous game returned, plus there were 11 new ones in the base game and 12 DLC ones. And these character picks are awesome and go out of their way to cater to everybody. Not everyone's gonna like every character, I mean there's over 80. But since there is that many, you probably like at least one. Or two. And if you don't, you just don't like video games. And that's fine, go read a book. Some new ones were simple additions like Dark Samus, Daisy, and Chrom. Some of these have been heavily requested for literal decades like Ridley, Simon Belmont, Banjo and Kazooie, and King K. Rool. Some choices were weird as hell like Joker and Piranha Plant, and then there's Steve Minecraft. Oh, and also Sans Undertale Funny Skeleton is a Mii costume. The dedication Sakurai and his team had for this game is unlike anything I've ever seen. And they ended things off with Sora from Kingdom Hearts, which really was the perfect way to finish the DLC. He was the most requested character from the Smash ballot all those years ago, and it's incredible that he's actually in Smash Bros. And then there's the stages. They remade all of them from the previous games outside of a small handful, plus there's a bunch of new ones on top of that. And if that's not enough, all these stages work in 8-player Smash, and there's Omega and Battlefield variants. Oh, and also, you can turn off the stage hazards and get rid of the annoying bosses. And I've honestly only scraped the surface, because there's so much more still. The online is the best it's ever been. For the most part, I've had really smooth matches, but that's going to depend on your internet, of course. Unlocking spirits can be done through the World of Light mode or with a spirit board. Spirits are kind of like Brawl stickers, except they have specialized battles attached to them. That's basically what you do in the World of Light. You fight a ton of spirits and get all the characters back. This is probably the weakest part of the game, because it has the same issue that Smash for Wii U had. These specialized spirit battles don't change things drastically. Basically, the spirit itself has a character or set of characters attached to it, and the attributes kind of match up with what the spirit is. So it's a fun idea, but it kind of just feels like you're playing regular matches with a few settings changed here and there. It's still fun though, and I really love the boss battles in World of Light as well. Sakurai brings back Galleon from the Subspace Emissary, you fight a frickin' Rathalos from Monster Hunter, Old School Ganon, Marks from the Kirby titles, and plenty more on top of that. These bosses feel really well integrated into the game compared to the previous titles, and I love how at the end of World of Light, you get to play as Master Hand briefly, and the fight where you take on Galeem and Darkon simultaneously is incredible. I kinda wish that the World of Light was built more like the Subspace Emissary with actual platforming stages, but I get why it wasn't, because that would have been an immense amount of effort trying to tie in over 70 base characters. Beyond that is a bunch of the usual single-player modes. The stadium events have been downscaled to fighting endless hordes of Miis, characters, or just the cruel variant. And honestly, that makes a lot of sense considering how many characters are included in Ultimate. The stage builder this time is also way more in-depth, and sharing them online is easier than ever. There's also a shop where you can buy spirits, over 1,000 songs to pick from with all the stages combined. The home run contest got a huge facelift, and classic mode is way better now. Each character has their own unique path which relates to them in some way. This is so much better than Smash for Wii U, and is on par with 64 and Melee's classic mode. This is a game I will continue to go back to for years to come. Just the fact that the gameplay is so smooth, and it has every character in basically every stage, this is the only Smash I'll ever need. If Sakurai ever makes another Smash game after this one, I got 2 words for you. Good luck, because not really sure how you're gonna top this. Will Sakurai ever make a new game? Who knows, but there is one thing I can say. It's awesome that he's decided to make a YouTube channel and basically share his wealth of knowledge to the world for free, so thank you so much, Sakurai,